Raisin Faces by Helen Norris. Copyright 1990 by Helen Norris. First published in Virginia Quarterly Review, Spring 1990. Reprinted by permission. There were nights when she had a hummingbird's sleep as she hovered above the bloom of oblivion, dipping a moment to suck its sweetness, then hover again. But there were nights, black holes of Calcutta, from which she emerged with a weight on her chest, her limbs in chains, and a weariness that was deep in the bone, as if she had labored the livelong night. After such nights she would sit in her chair in the breakfast nook, still a bit in chains, her mind a blank, and let the sun creep over her hands, and slowly she would begin to think, pushing her mind like a grocery cart from one thing to another thing, gradually filling it up with the children, the long afternoons they had spent in the park, the beach, the sand, and the flash of waves, till she had a paper sack full of things to feed upon for another day. When this was done, she removed the blue plate from the bowl of cereal Hattie had poured her the night before. She rummaged around with her finger for raisins, and ate them slowly, one by one, remembering the water, the children, the sand. Till Hattie came in and found her there, and exclaimed, "Miss Coralie, honey, how come you eatin' that dry old stuff?" And then she would carefully drown it in milk. Hattie came smelling of scouring powder and ever so faintly of bacon and corn. During the day it would all wear off, or Coralie got used to it. "Hattie, you ate up my raisins again," and the two would have them a wonderful laugh. There was nothing better than Hattie's laugh. It was gingerbread-colored, like herself, and full of spice, all kinds of it. And she would say, "I must have forgot to shake up that box. They sinks to the bottom. They bad about that." Then she would get down the box of raisins and shake a handful into the bowl, and she would say, "You the raisin-eatin'est woman I know." And she would add, "They good for you. They full of iron. How come they black? They put the stiffening in your bones." To encourage Miss Coralie to eat, she would pour herself a handful of raisins, and eat them thoughtfully, one by one. And the two of them would remember the children. Hattie had never known them, of course. She had come to work 8 years ago. But she knew everything that Coralie knew, even things Coralie had plain forgot. Often, she said she dreamt of the children. Sometimes in her dream she was struggling against the undertow and snatching Billy by the tail of his shirt and knocking the water out of his lungs. For it was she who had saved the child and not some stranger who happened along. "He was a child you got to watch out for every minute." "Yes, he was," said Coralie, shaking her head. "But bright as a button, that he was." "Bright as a shiny blue button," said Hattie. "You remember the way he would screw up his face when somebody cornered him and kissed his cheek?" "Sure do," said Hattie. "He was a sight." "He got away from us once, you know. We were headed somewhere." She stopped and puzzled. "You remember where we were headed, Hattie?" "You was headed for Mississippi that time, to see your cousin lived in the Delta." "That's right, we were. We certainly were. We had a wonderful time that year. The whole long trip was one big picnic. Do you think we could have a picnic today?" As soon as she said it, she knew they would. The weariness went out of her bones. She was full of glistening leaves and sky. The children were running beneath the trees. But she waited for Hattie. "Don't see why not. Ain't fixin' to rain. What kind of sandwich you got in mind?" "Any kind, as long as you fix it with olives, but I want it to be a surprise." "Well, it ain't that time. I gotta straighten up. You be all right settin' here till I through?" Then she brought the album with all the pictures and found the ones of the Delta trip. She opened it beside the cereal bowl. "You set here and study it while I finish up." Coralie would turn the pages, savoring each, while Hattie, moving from room to room, would sing to herself snatches of song she had learned in church. She made heaven sound like a happy land, with a life as happy as life with the children ages ago. When Hattie came close, Coralie would say, "You remember Mindy's first bathing suit? She wanted to sleep in it all night long." "Sure do. It was pink, real pink, and when it got wet it turned plum red." "Wasn't she funny out running the waves?" "And all the time shrieking fit to kill. It's like I birthed them cheerin' myself." Coralie sighed. Where did they go?" "Where did who go?" And when Coralie didn't answer, she said, "Your children growed up, that's the truth of it. Ain't even move off and left you, now like most children takes a mind to do. I reckon they probably comin' by today." She brushed up the crumbs at Coralie's feet. "My baby left, but not for good. One day I looks up and he be there. He stay long enough to get what he want, and then no tellin' how long it be." "Addie, my baby's left for good." "Now, who you think come by last week? Got the same name, talked like he growed up here to me." "The ones comin' by are not the same." Addie shook her head. "I better help you on with your clothes, case they takes a notion to see 'bout you." "I don't want to wear that dress with the jelly." "That jelly dress done put in the wash. I gone find me something bright for you. Summer done got here all the way." And Coralie thought, is it summertime? Summer was children and happy time, the world of water and sun and sand. Summer had waited for Hattie to say it. In the late afternoon, Mindy came by. "Knock, knock," she said, bursting into the hall, not knocking at all. Coralie was sitting in the living room. She had gone to sleep over television plays and didn't wake up when they went off the air. Mindy switched the damn thing off. She wandered around the house for a bit, as she always did whenever she came. She skimmed the mantel with her pink-nailed fingers. Her hands were plump. "I'm checking on Hattie," she said when asked. "Hattie, I'm checking up on you," she called aloud in a jolly voice. "Yes, ma'am, I know you checking on me. You have a nice trip?" "Oh, that was over a month ago." "Yes, ma'am, but we ain't seen you since." Mindy was large, with lively hair, gold with a rapturous streak of white that swept her brow and was up and away, her sole concession to middle age. Coralie watched her, half asleep, as if she were peering at a curious fish inside a tank. Mindy stayed a while in the dining room, opening drawers and cabinet doors, slamming them shut. Coralie watched her and wished her gone. Whoever she was, she had no business rummaging around. Coralie hadn't let her own children play in the dining room. Mindy called Penny up on the phone in the hall and said she had something to talk about. "Well, pretty soon. I'm leaving now." "Mama, be good," she said as she left, but Coralie was dozing again. "What did she want?" said Coralie, startled out of her sleep when the front door shut. "Nothing much, just checking on us." "I wish she'd tell me what she wants." Then Hattie brought her an early supper. She stuffed some pillows at Coralie's back and rested the tray on the arms of the chair and stayed with her in case she spilled. "Eat something, Hattie," said Coralie. "You know I do better when you eat along." "Well, maybe I sip some coffee," said Hattie, "but I got to feed my baby at home." "Is he here for long?" "No tellin'," said Hattie. The skin beneath her eyes went dark. Her eyes grew older than 38. "My children are gone," said Coralie, "but they were a pleasure for many years. I think of Penny and how she hated to have her food cut up for her. She wanted to cut it up herself. The fuss she made, you remember that? She'd snatch the knife right out in your hand, try to grow up fast, like to cut herself." "Oh, my, I remember that. She was such a lively child. We have a picture of 4th of July and barbecue all over her face." "You want me to find it?" "Let's have a look. I forget just who she was sittin' next to." "She was settin' next to her Uncle Dave, but you can study it while you eat." She got the album and found the place, and Coralie ate and sipped her tea, while Hattie fed her bits of the past. The children were with them, and nourished her. The next day Penny came with Mindy, and the two of them went through her things, through all her closets without asking her. They even pulled down the attic stairs, and Mindy climbed while the rungs cried out beneath her weight. Penny stood at the foot and called, "My girdle says I'm staying here," and Mindy replied in a voice too muffled for them to hear. They had left the front door wide to summer and filled the house with air still chilly to Coralie. They said the house needed airing out. The ceiling creaked. The woman in the attic sounded like a squirrel got in from the roof, but bigger than that. "What do they want?" asked Coralie. Hattie muttered grimly, "They ain't said yet." She seemed to feel the chill herself. Her hand shook dusting a china doll. They stared at Penny out in the hall, with her high heels and her slender form in a yellow silk and her short brown hair in a stylish cut. She was like a girl high-strung with youth, till she turned around. A torpor was in her olive face, which looked like something stored away. Coralie one time had said in a wondering voice, "She doesn't look familiar to me," and Hattie replied, "I reckon a doctor done made that face." But a doctor had never made her voice, which was deep and vacant, to match her face. It tended to wander away from thought. They went away. Hattie swept the hall of the attic dust, and swept their footprints off the porch. "How about a picnic, Miss Coralie? It warmin' up outside real good. You rather have music on the stereo? Them songs you was singin' that time you was all campin' out at the lake?" "Why don't we have both?" said Coralie. She was past the age when you had to choose. Hattie understood, and gave her choices, then gave her both. But Mindy and Penny struck next day. They had Billy with them out of the bank. Hattie went to the kitchen and shut the door, but they sent her off to the store for food. They opened windows to let in air. Coralie couldn't think who they were or why they were always coming by. Whenever they came, they made her cold. She pulled her sweater across her chest. Mindy came right down to the point. "Mama, we've got a situation here. You're fond of Hattie. She's good to you. On the surface she is, but she's stealing you blind behind your back." Coralie heard the words like so many stones that were dropped on her. "Mama, your silver is just about gone. Now where did it go? Did you put it somewhere and then forget? I don't think you're able to carry that stuff. You don't see well, and Hattie's been stealing it from under your nose." Coralie was staring into their faces, trying to think what right they had to accuse her of stealing, for it seemed they were accusing her. She said at last with dignity, "Why would I want to take my own silver?" "Not you, Mama. Hattie's been taking it, robbing us all." "Robbing you?" "Mama, that silver goes to me and Penny after you're gone. Grandmother told us before she died." "I never heard that." "Well, she said so, Mama. You just forgot. She's robbing us all. Billy says it must be reported, and we go from there." "The police," said Billy. He was short and stout, with minimal hair, but sideburns the color of weathered granite came to a point like inverted tombstones framing his face. Coralie thought they looked pasted on. There was something about him she didn't trust. "The thing is, Mama, we could get it back if she hasn't done something untraceable with it, and that may be. It well may be. We'll have to dismiss her in any event. That works a hardship on all of us. We'll take turns staying here with you until we can find somebody else." She listened, dumbfounded. "I don't want somebody else." They said at once, "You don't have a choice." She was thinking in the depths of her bewildered mind that Hattie always gave her a choice. Mindy said in a placating voice, "Wouldn't you like to have your children come stay with you for a little while?" She looked at them, at their stranger faces. "No," she said. Their faces tightened and then relaxed. "You don't mean that, Mama." Her mind grew dappled with flecks of fear. "You can't take Hattie. She's all I have." "Nonsense, Mama. She's just a maid, and we'll get another." "I don't care what she did, if she did anything." "But we care, Mama," Penny broke in. "She has broken the law," Billy said with decision. She was almost in tears. "It's not a law if it isn't stolen." "You're not being rational," Penny said. And Mindy said, "Where is it then? Where has it gone?" She closed her eyes to shut them out. "I put it away. I can't remember." "Where?" Penny said. In her deep, vacant voice the word was like God's. "We have searched the house. Tell us where," said Mindy. "I can't remember." They had her at bay. She began to cry. They circled the room. They walked to the window and bunched together like a flock of birds. Their thin legs waded knee-deep in sun. "Here she comes," they said, "coming up the walk. Why doesn't she ever use the back?" They turned to Coralie. "Mama, we'll give you till tomorrow to remember, and if you can't, then she'll have to go. Mama, don't tell her why we came. Don't tell her, Mama." They went away. Hattie laid the groceries on the kitchen table. Then she put them away. Coralie, weeping, could hear her stashing them on the shelves. She could hear milk sliding to the coldest part of the refrigerator. She could hear water running into the kettle. She was trembling all over and willing herself to have taken the silver and put it somewhere that she couldn't recall. She was willing herself to recall where it was, to recall long enough to tell Hattie where. She was saying, "Please, God, let me be the one did it. I want to be the one. Please, God. Please, God." By the time Hattie came with their cups of tea, God had let her be the one. Hattie looked at her hard. "Miss Coralie, honey, them cheerin' o' yours done made you cry?" Coralie sobbed aloud. "Honey, honey, don't you fret none about 'em. They done gone down the drive and out o' your sight." She drew up a chair and stroked Coralie's arm. "Sometimes cheerin' can aggravate you so you got to let it out. My baby can get me so mad at him. These people don't seem like my children to me. The things they say. They don't like me, Hattie. Honey, it's just the way cheerin' can be." Coralie took the tea and drank a little. It made her feel better and even more sure she had taken the silver and put it somewhere and then forgot. She grew almost happy to think how her memory had played her a trick. "Hattie, I know you'd rather have coffee. You don't have to drink the tea for me." "I likes 'em both, and it don't seem right to be drinkin' different. My husband was around. I took to drinkin' whatever he said, exceptin' his liquor. I didn't like that." "You think he's ever comin' back to you, Hattie?" "No'm, I don't. He gone for good." Coralie sighed and sipped her tea. It seemed to her that a darkness waited. She thought it had something to do with the silver. Maybe she wouldn't be able to recall, but she wouldn't try to remember yet. "I get to thinkin' they can't be the same. They look so different." "You're growed up cheerin'. They the same, all right." "Penny was sweet with her little curls. For the longest time she didn't know how to give you a kiss. She would just touch her little tongue to your face. They can't be the same." "They is the same. Everything that be gonna change some day, some way." "Change to worse, you mean?" "Ain't for me to say." "Look at me," said Coralie. "I couldn't be worse than I am today. They say I can't manage by myself. I guess I can't." "You a fine, upstandin' woman," said Hattie. "Your memory ain't good, but it could be worse, and mostly what all you disremember ain't worth the trouble to call it to mind." "I could get it back if I tried hard enough." "Sure you could, but it ain't worth the trouble. It mostly trash." Coralie's hand with the teacup shook. Hattie took the cup. "Hattie, you got to help me remember what I did with the silver. They want to know." Hattie got up and took away the cups. Coralie could hear her rinsing them out. When the water stopped running, "Hattie," she called, "you got to help me remember." "Right now I got to fix your dinner. Then I goin' home, but I fix you up for bed 'fore then." Coralie was frightened. When she tried to think, she came to a wall that stopped her mind. "Don't leave me," she said, "not knowin' what to say when they come tomorrow." Hattie came then and stood in the doorway. Her face was dark. "You tellin' me you done took your own silver and put it somewhere and can't recollect?" Yes, but I don't know where. If you could look in some of my things." "I help you tomorrow, soon's I come." "But they're comin' tomorrow. They said, if I can't remember, they know it's you." Hattie put a strong, firm hand on the door. "I seed it comin'. They 'cusin' me." "If I can't remember," she began to cry, "I got nobody but only you." Hattie's voice was cold. "You got them cheerin' that's 'cusin' me." "No, I don't. The children I had are lost and gone." "Jesus, I wisht I could be like you and see my child as someone different what he was long time ago. I know he be the same one child. All that time he stay so sweet, this troublesome was growin' there. No way to weed it out. Sweet and troublesome. Sweet and bad." Coralie was struck with fear. "I want to go to bed," she said. "You ain't the onlyest one want that. Pull the cover up over my head, and when I wake it all be gone. I took it," she said, "to keep my baby out of jail. He owed a man gone get him put in jail for good. and now they gonna git me first. Serve him right he got no mama come running to. Keep him out of the trouble he make, 'cause this trouble ain't gonna be his last. Coralie pled. If you brought it back. It gone already. My baby done sold it off for cash. He stole some money and had to pay it back. Coralie cried. I'd a give you money. All you had to do was ask. Miss Coralie, I couldn't take your money. Them cheerin' o' yourn don't give you hardly enough to count, but you never looked at them silver things. I thought you'd never come looking for them. I didn't. I wouldn't. I never cared about things like that. Those people who came here said it's theirs. I don't know. I can't think. She rocked in despair, the rocker creaking, leaving the rug, slapping the floor till Hattie grimly pulled her back. Don't get nowheres a-travelin' in that. Her face was darker than ever now. I best clear out and head on home. Hattie, I'm going to call that lawyer. He made me a will a long time ago. What is his name? Started with B? Don't know nothing about no lawyer. He made me a will a long time ago. Coralie rocked, with her eyes closed, and the tears seeped from under the lids. Get the telephone book and read. Read the names till I say to stop. Look up lawyers and read the names. Just keep on till I say to stop. Mr. Barnhill said he was much too busy and couldn't come. It was out of the question, not today. Then come tonight. You have to come before tomorrow. My, he said, and was she sure it couldn't wait? At last he agreed to come at 4. I hope you have a good-sized piece of that gingerbread left. And he had himself a good-sized chuckle, because it had been some 20 years. Lately his memory had sprung a leak, and he was pleased to recall details. Fix me a cup of coffee, Hattie, and make it double strong. While she sipped, she was trying to find her mind, where she had dropped it along the way. Beneath her breath, she recited the multiplication tables, the 2s, the 3s. She found she couldn't finish the 4s. The 5s had wholly disappeared. She tried to name the capital cities, but they had gone with the tables she'd lost. She wept for them. I used to think straight. What happened? She asked. She recited the 23rd Psalm aloud. She whispered the rhymes the children had loved. Bring the children, Hattie, she said. And Hattie, looming like doom in the doorway, laid the album in her lap. What good they gon' do us now? You rummage around and pickin' 'em out of the book like raisins. Raisin faces is all they is. I remember things when I'm with them. I touch their faces and think of things. Things done happened long time ago ain't gonna help us none today. Coralie drank the bitter brew. I let my mind get away from me. When Barnhill came, he was running late. She didn't know him. He had changed so much. He seemed too old, no match for the people she had to fight, and had to beat. She peered from her chair with anxious doubt at his bushy white brows, at his pink cheeks as pink as a brick, his creamy mustache like a piece of pulled taffy scissored off. He hadn't had any of this before. Even his voice had a sandiness that sounded old. She was afraid he was as old as she, and if he was, then he wouldn't win. He patted her shoulder in a knowing way, and, sitting before her, fixed her with an indulgent eye. Now, what can I do for you? He said. She was conscious of Hattie harbored in the kitchen, sounding each word for a prison ring. Did you make me a will? She asked in a voice as firm as she could make it sound, and just to be sure he was the same. Miss Coralie, I made you an excellent will. I reckon it was 20 years ago. Did I sign it? She asked for something to say. Of course you did, and got it witnessed, all of that. She gazed into space. I want it changed. He pulled his watch chain, slid his thumb and finger down it, dropped his eyes. I wouldn't think there'd be a need. People change their wills. I want it changed. Then, as he made her no reply, the telephone book is full of people who can change a will. All it takes is run my finger down the page and stop when I come to the best in town. I want it changed, and changed today. He smiled at her. Well, now, he said, I see it's a matter of some concern. You tell me how you want it changed. She pulled her sweater over her chest. I have this maid who looks after me. He inclined his head. I believe you have children in town, he said. Perhaps they should. I don't have anyone but her. Surely, he said, but she hurried on. She took some silver to sell for me. I didn't have any use for it. I never have company in to eat. Most of my friends have moved away. Some have died. He listened to her with his bushy eyebrows slightly raised and his fingers touching across his vest. Certain people have got the notion she sold the silver without asking me. I see, he said with a knowing nod, and he seemed to be looking at rows of cases, similar ones. They want to make trouble. Prosecute, he said, on your behalf. She grew confused. Make trouble, she said. Her hands were shaking. I thought if you would change my will and let it say I leave it to her— He interrupted. That wouldn't do. He seemed to consider. If she broke the law, if she took the silver when she shouldn't have, and that would be easy to prove, you know, then willing it now wouldn't make it right with the law, you see. A lot of silver? What value? He asked. Her mouth was dry. I don't recall. You don't recall what you told her to sell? She shook her head. Her mind was beginning to slip away, into the 3s and then the 4s. She began to tremble. I just don't want any trouble, she said. Please, no trouble. I just don't want her taken away. Her voice choked. I can get the money to pay your bill. And then she was thinking how little she had, and how did she know what it would take? Well, well, he said. It was plain to see he had counseled 1,000 old ladies before, and knew at what point they began to cry, and knew at what point he would say, well, well. He drew out his watch and studied it. This watch belonged to my father, he said. Haven't had it worked on in 20 years. Wonderful the way they made them then. He put it back and fingered the chain. Miss Coralie, I see you've got strong feelings here. There is a little something we could do. It might be a little— But in this case, you could sign a deed of gift dated back to a time before she took the silver. It would mean you had already given it to her. So who is to say what she does with it? She couldn't help crying with joy and relief. Can I sign it now? She said through tears. Hold on, he laughed. I have to draw it up, you know. I'll have to have it before tomorrow. Well, what if I send my girl from the office around real early? You can sign it then. She can witness it. He stood up then and patted her shoulder. You dry your eyes. It's gonna be fine. At the door he added, I hope she's grateful to you for this. And then he let himself out the door. Hattie, she called with joy in her voice, did you hear what he said? He's going to make it all right for us. When Hattie came toward her across the room, it was as if she had lost and found her all at once. She hadn't ever seen her before, not really seen how fine she was, tall enough for the highest shelf, her skin the color of fresh brewed tea, and her gingerbread laugh that was full of spice. Miss Coralie, honey, you done so good. You spoke right up to that lawyer man. I did, didn't I, Hattie? She said. But it wasn't going to be right at all. The girl from the office never came. Coralie sat before her cereal. The raisins in it were hateful to her. When Hattie arrived, she was full of tears. Did you call that office place? Asked Hattie. Coralie had never once thought of that. Hattie, you dial. He had seemed too old to remember things. She tried to recall the things that were said the day before. She only recalled it would be all right. But the line was busy and busy again. When Mr. Barnhill was finally there, he said, Good morning, Miss Coralie. Well, well, I've given it thought. It won't be possible to proceed as we said. I'll have to get back to you later on. She heard the never in his voice. She could scarcely report his words to Hattie. Betrayal was all she could recall. Hattie was grim. Them children of yourn has got to him. I heard in his voice he got a mind could be changed for him. It don't matter none how they done it. Lord, Lord, what I gonna do? Maybe another lawyer would do it. That one seemed too old to me. Ain't no time for that. Your children be here any time. Coralie began to cry. Hattie said in a high, tight voice, How'm I gon' think with you carrying on? Coralie choked down her sob. You got some kinfolks lives out of town?" Coralie closed her eyes to think. She remembered the capital city of Maine. She whispered a line of the 23rd Psalm. "There's a cousin of mine in Jacksonville. I never did like her all that much." "Never mind that. You tell 'em how you done recollect you sent that silver along to her. You tell 'em you give her a piece at a time. I wrop it and took it down to mail. And you done sent her that gifty deed. It hold 'em off for a little spell, till I can get myself out of here." She picked up her purse. "I won't say it right, you know I won't." Hattie laid her purse down with a joyless cry. "You tellin' the truth. I got to fill in what you forgets." She sat in a rocker facing the door. "I'm mostly skeered of that banker man. Anything money they can't turn loose. I gets to dreamin' it was me done fished him out of the water that time. Should 'a left him to drown hisself." "That was my Billy. It's not the same." And suddenly they were on the porch and letting themselves in with a key they had. Billy and Mindy were in the room. They seemed to fill it with Judgment Day. They stared at Hattie as if they thought she had her nerve. "Well, Mama," said Mindy, "did you remember?" It was plain she had not remembered her girdle. The streak in her hair fell across her cheek. Coralie sobbed a single breath. "Remember what? If you're talking about the silver, I did." She told it all, her fingers clutching the arms of her rocker. When she had finished, she shut her eyes and asked God please to forgive her lie. "A gifty deed," said Mindy to Billy. "I think she means a deed of gift." "Well, what about it?" "I don't know how she got the thing, if she got it at all, but she knows the term. I don't think Barnhill would draw it up." They spoke as if she were not around or couldn't hear or had no sense. "The whole damn thing is just insane. I don't think I believe a word. I'll have to check with Cousin Mabel. I haven't heard from her in years. I have her address somewhere at home. Or Penny has it. We'll try to call. What if Mabel does have the silver?" He ruffled a sideburn and smoothed it flat. "We'll talk about that when we know the facts." Without even saying goodbye, they left. Hattie raised the curtain and peered outside. "Sweet Jesus, they got the police. They talking to him, and now they've both of 'em driving off." She turned to the room. "But they be back directly they speak to that cousin of yourn. Merciful Jesus, they be comin' back." She sat abruptly, unable to stand. "They comin' to get me pretty soon. I got to get out of town real fast. I got to leave. I got to go." "Where? Where?" said Coralie. "Just get me a bus ticket somewhere fur as I got the money to pay." "Take me with you," said Coralie. The words came out as if they had been in the roof of her mouth for 100 years. And she was back to a little girl saying them to her black mammy that time whenever it was she left. Nobody told me why she left. She had to go, was all they said. Coralie climbed the gate and screamed to go and was left behind. Nobody ever took care of me and rocked me to sleep the way she did. "You crazy?" said Hattie. "You talkin' crazy. I got no time for studying you." "Take me with you," said Coralie. "I got nobody but only you." "You got them children is causing this trouble," Coralie cried. "My children are lost and gone for good. How many times do I have to say, you're the only one remembers them and knows what page to find 'em on?" Hattie stood and grabbed her purse. She looked around the room they were in, at fine chairs backed with linen squares, and the table with china dancing dolls, and curtains of lace, and picture frames of shining gilt. "You got in your mind to leave all this? You might crazy to swap all this. What you think you swapping it for? Ride on a bus no tellin' where?" "What good is it? What good to me?" She began to rock. It's like I get to losing who I am, and when you come I know again. I rather lose this than who I am. In the night it's like I lose my name. It's like I'm born all over again, and all they say is stuff me back inside again. At night you're gone off home, but here I need someone gone home, but here and comin' closer all night long. Ain't no way it can be that way. Things done changed the most can be. You be nothin' but trouble to me. White and black don't mix no way. I got no money comin' in. The work I gets, it might be long time comin' my way. You ain't do nothin' but slow me down, so likely they cotch us and bring us back and claim I done stole you long with the silver." Coralie was shivering, winter cold. Too cold to climb the gate and scream. She held her handkerchief pressed to her eyes, pressed so hard that her eyeballs ached. She heard no sound, nothing at all, till Hattie was whirling about the bedroom, opening drawers and slamming them shut. Then she was back, saying, "Take that handkerchief down from your face. I brung the money, what little you got." Hattie was standing there holding a suitcase, holding her purse and Coralie's. "We got to hurry. I brung them raisins for you to eat." But in the doorway Coralie turned. "We have to take the children," she said. Hattie gave her a look of bleak despair. "We got no room for that heavy thing. I got your grip here packed to the brim." "We can't go off and leave them here." Hattie stood still and shut her eyes. "Jesus, give me strength," she said. She put down the bag and opened the album. She ripped the pages out of the binding and stuffed them into her own handbag. The Ilui, by Diane Levenberg. Copyright 1989 by Midstream, a quarterly Jewish review, reprinted by permission. Her father, a young widower, had studied in one of the great yeshivas of Eastern Europe. When she was a little girl, he had often recited to her tales of the Iluim with whom he had studied. These were young geniuses who were still able to carry on the Jewish tradition of the oral law, who could perform prodigious feats of memory. "Were you an Ilui?" she asked. "Well, in my day," he said modestly, "I could also memorize books of the Bible, tractates, pages of the Talmud, but not the entire Mishnah, not an entire volume of the Talmud. To be an Ilui," he spread his hands wide, "one might wish for it, but one is either born such a genius or one isn't." On a late Sabbath afternoon, a week after she had scored a 98 on her geometry regents, her father was, in sing-song fashion, studying a page from one of his huge leather-bound volumes of the Talmud. His comforting nigun promised to pry open the secrets of the universe. She begged him to teach her. "All right," he agreed. "This is Gomorrah Baba Bathra." The Mishnah reads, "Carrion, graves, and tanyards must, because of the bad smell, be kept 50 cubits from a town. Rabbi Akiba says a tanyard can be kept on any side except the west. How do we know which side is the west?" The rabbis then go on to discuss specific directions and the general shape of the world. Rabbi Eliezer says that the north side of the world is not enclosed, and so when the sun reaches the northwest corner, it turns back and returns to the east above the firmament. Rabbi Joshua, however, says that the world is like a tent, completely enclosed, and the sun must go around it till it reaches the east. "And who is right?" she asked, hoping that the Gomorrah, contrary to Copernicus, was onto something. "Well, let's see," said her father. "Sometimes when the Gomorrah is not sure, it ends teku. Let it stand until the prophet Elijah comes to solve the difficulty." As he poured down the end of the long page, she heard a knock at the door. It was Mr. Bernstein. "Good Shabbos, Mr. Shane. Sorry to interrupt. We need a minyan for Mariv. Could you join us?" Sure, said her father. "I was just trying to teach my daughter a little Talmud, but that can wait. The Evening Star, on the other hand, cannot. Let's go." Years later, she realized that her father agreed with her teachers. Girls shouldn't learn Talmud. He had begun with a confusing but tantalizing passage, and, confounded, she lost interest. But not in the idea of an Ilui. "And women?" she asked her father, carrying in another steaming plate of noodle pudding. Could a woman be an Ilui? Was Brariah, one of the only women mentioned in the Talmud, an Ilui? A good question, he said. He wasn't sure. Somewhere, she believed, rattling around, hovering above the firmament, was an unmoored, extra soul destined for her. An Ilui, a man who could commit volumes to memory, a man who might have the patience to teach her the answers before the advent of Elijah. To her father, brilliant but distracted girls, with their messy hair and unironed dresses, were a mystery. Her Ilui would study with her, appreciate her poetry, and perhaps even try to explore with her precociously complicated psyche. At the Beth Jacob High School for Girls, studiers were not popular. The teachers, however, most of them impoverished Holocaust survivors from Poland or Hungary, happily put the studiers in the first 2 rows where they were called on by their last names. Shane, pronounced with a Hungarian accent, became Schoin. Hearing herself called that way always made her jump. It sounded very much like the Yiddish word for already, as in "Nu Schoin, let's have the answer." In this way she was trained to think fast, and to have time left over to dream of her soulmate. In her senior year, her prospects brightened. Her class was dating, and even the dumbest girl wanted a boy who was adept at studying, one who liked, as it was said, to sit and learn. Shane started the class joke. As soon as a girl started to discuss her latest beau, Shane would wisecrack, "And what yeshiva is he the best in?" Hiding Dr. Zhivago behind her volume devoted to the laws of modesty, Shane longed to visit a yeshiva dedicated to producing an Ilui. The Princeton of boys' yeshivas was also to be found in New Jersey, Lakewood. On several weekend visits, Shane quickly discovered the disagreeable fate of Lakewood wives. They had babies, tried to support their husbands by selling Avon or Tupperware, and waddled into middle age by the time they hit 25. The system, Shane discovered, designed by men, was for men only. A Lakewood scholar never worked. He learned until the day came when his Rosh Yeshiva decided he was ready to start a microcosmic Lakewood somewhere in the hinterlands of America. And then the cycle would begin again. He would administer his yeshiva, raise the money for his salary, and his wife would stretch their dollars, and bear more junior Iluim. Shane realized that while her desires were clear to her, her capacity for such sacrifice was almost nil. In her senior year, she had the thickest glasses, the largest library of secular books, and the fewest dates. Finally, a relative fixed her up with a scholar from the Baltimore yeshiva. He was dressed in the uniform, navy blue coat, navy blue suit, black hat with a dark red feather saluting from its hatband. She wore a black velvet suit, her first Salon Saint-Honoré hairdo, and her new fur-collared black coat. In the lobby of the Americana Hotel, he kept his hat on. She kept her glasses in her clutch bag. They talked about food, family, and philosophy. She thought him very sophisticated when he bought her a drink at the bar. Then she grew tired and put her glasses on. He adjusted his hat and took her home. He hadn't called a month later. Her cousin told her that he wanted a taller girl with a shorter nose. Years later, Shane was attending an education conference and met him again, her first Ilui. To her amusement, his wife was shorter than her by several inches, her nose prominently longer. She had endless dates, one at Idlewild Airport to watch the planes take off, one in a Greenwich Village bookstore, one in the first kosher Italian restaurant where the Parava chicken parmesan turned black. He wore a black hat with a dark green feather. She forgot to remove her glasses. They talked about family, philosophy, and God. Why college? Why wasn't her father sending her to secretarial school? Asked the young scholar. Would God love her more if she, after marriage, wore a wig and hated herself? She asked. He removed his hat, checked to see that his yarmulke was still lining it, and rose to take her home. She watched the sorbet, like her hopes, melt away. She would have to go it alone, her way. She told her guidance counselor she wanted to attend Yeshiva University, but because it taught biblical criticism, her transcript was not sent there. She hated City College's messy urban campus, but she loved the sound of its clipped academic dialogue. Reading alone, she thought that Yeats might rhyme with Keats. Sitting on the lawn were boys with longish hair and thick glasses, suggesting that Dostoevsky's imprisonment in Siberia had been good for his soul, and arguing whether indeed the worst are full of passionate intensity. Another group was debating Marxist theory in the student lounge. The girls were reading Emma Goldman, Simone de Beauvoir, and wishing they, too, like Emily Dickinson, could write their letters to the world. Shane spent the afternoon listening, feeling as though she were in an adult toy store, and they were giving away whatever she might want to play with. She met Sarah, her one close high school friend. "What are you doing here?" she asked in shocked surprise. "You mean at this college? I got into Barnard, but with my brother still at Harvard, we couldn't afford it. Actually, this is a scholar's paradise. I'm finally learning that an I am isn't part of the verb to be, and it's free. Sit down, have a cup of coffee. I'll show you something." Shane opened the catalog describing the new creative writing program, and her mind was made up. "You're right," she said. "This catalog is as seductive as Glamour's September issue. Could we take some courses together?" Shane enrolled in a special program at City, which seemed to have attracted some of the most creative minds at the college. She had a double major, writing and literature. She was surprised at the number of boys in her class, long-haired, serious-looking types trying hard to emulate their wealthy Columbia brothers. Shane believed that boys didn't read fiction, let alone write it. To her, a real man was still someone who knew how to learn. But these City College boys studied writing the way her father learned Talmud. They never let a writing instructor get away with anything. When Prof. Brick, well known for his own satirical short stories, tried to tear apart the work of the intense and brilliant Davidson, it was rumored that he had already spent a semester at Oxford, Davidson retaliated. He had read all of Brick's work, and knew which stories the critics had panned. "Listen, Brick, you're too tight-assed to let a spontaneous image emerge, too afraid to expand for fear you'll bleed upon the page," he said, quoting I.J. Howard for deadly emphasis. Brick unbuttoned his shirt, loosened his tie, and called for a coffee break. Davidson went to the window and lit a cigarette. She stood nearby. The old radiator hissed and thumped, and they heard the faint cries of the children in the playground across the street. Shane had never tried one before, but she knew he was smoking a joint. His hands were shaking. He offered her a puff, and she tried to imitate the way he drew it into his lungs. "I have to admire the way you got to him, but that was nasty." Shane focused on the playground, watching one boy push another onto the concrete. Davidson pulled out his shirt tail and wiped his glasses. It was a gesture which endeared him to her. "2 months I spend on that piece," he said, holding his glasses up to the light, "and all he has to say is that I don't have an ear for dialogue." Shane noticed that his hands were still trembling. "Where the hell does that bastard wasp hang out? On the ersatz Welsh walkways trod by the Philistines of mainline Philadelphia? In Brooklyn, walking up and down the ghetto's graveolent replica of the Champs-Élysées? That's the way people speak. In his stories no one talks. He should call his collection Mute Man, a Phasic Woman." "I liked your story very much," she said. "The young painter who lives alone and has his vision in Brighton Beach. I could relate to that. You could? Where are you from?" "Brooklyn. Believe me, I know how hard it is to have an epiphany in Crown Heights. Brighton Beach was the right touch. And I think you're right. That's how people speak when their desires far exceed their grasp." Davidson's eyes were shining. He was obviously pretty high. He grabbed her arm. "Look, I've had enough of this class for today. Do you want to go downtown? I know a great cafe near my apartment. We can have some coffee and continue this. I've never heard you read in class. Maybe I can look at some of your work." Shane giggled. She hoped the marijuana wouldn't make her sound too dumb. She'd had her eye fixed on Davidson for a long time. "Sure," she said. "Let's go. I'd like to talk to you some more about your story. I don't have anything of mine on me that I'm up to sharing." "That's all right. I have my entire binder right here in my bag." In the dimly lit but cozy cafe, Davidson explained that the new critics are reactionary and elitist. They are totally out of touch with what our generation of writers is trying to express. The absurdists, on the other hand, like Pynchon, are too far ahead of their time. He stared into her empty teacup. "Shane's your name, right? Nice. It means nice. I met a woman once who could read your future in these grummels of tea leaves. Myself," he added, swilling down his 5th cup of coffee, "I'm a Blake man. Northrop Frye and I have been writing letters to each other for years. He keeps encouraging me to write my own book on Blake. If I survive this damn writing program, I'll probably write my thesis on Songs of Innocence." By the end of the evening, Shane was ready to change her definition of the word Ilui. Davidson was the sort of scholar she had spent hundreds of high school hours dreaming about. In class a few days later, Davidson sat next to her, biting down on an unlit cigarette, while Brick attacked another student's latest story. During the break, he walked to the window and finally lit it. Shane stood next to him, wishing that she also smoked, so she could break his silence by asking for a light. He spoke without looking at her. "This time that bastard was right. That guy had no business reading that yet. It needs too much work." "We're not professionals, you know. We're here to learn. Where else can you take these kinds of risks?" That night, Shane rewrote her own story for the 4th time. She was afraid to face Davidson's scorn. She needn't have worried. Davidson never again returned to class. Over the years, she wondered about him, occasionally scanning the better literary magazines for his name and the criticism sections of the bookstores for his book on Blake. She was sure she would hear about him, but when she did, it wasn't because his name had appeared in print. Pollock was on the phone again for the third time that day. Shane bit down hard on her pencil, but she couldn't hang up on him. Pollock was her current link to true suffering, a survivor of Auschwitz, with dreams and fantasies of making it in New York, but who was usually too depressed to put any workable plan into action. Today he sounded almost cheerful. "How would you like to meet an interesting fellow?" he asked. "My friend just got back to New York. He wants to meet an interesting woman. Immediately, of course, I thought of you. You and he have a lot in common. He writes poetry, loves literature, film, art." "Pollock, you sound like you're reading from one of the personals in the Village Voice. I'm in the middle of a difficult section of my dissertation. I don't have time for this." "What do you mean you don't have time? Don't you want to meet a man who is fascinating, cosmopolitan, who understands my jokes, has an intelligent face, an intellectual who talks? He can help you with that damn dissertation. You've been writing it since I was a child." "Pollock, you were never a child. Besides, I think my advisor likes a woman who takes her time." "Well, so does Davidson." "Davidson?" "Yeah, this fellow I want you to meet." "Is his first name Chaim?" "Chaim? Can't you imagine a human being who comes with a normal English name? No, his name is Mark." "Oh, I thought I might have known him. A long time ago. In a writing class." "I don't think Davidson would take a writing course. He prides himself on being an autodidact." "How long have you known him?" "A few years. We met at a conference on the Holocaust. Look, if you once knew him, you'll jump off that bridge when you get to it. I have to run up to the lab at Columbia. Why don't you have coffee with him? I'll give him your number, okay?" "Okay," said Shane, smiling. She had worked steadily for a month on her chapter without even seeing a movie. "I almost wish his name was Chaim Davidson. I still have the story I wrote just to impress him. In fact, I published it." Pollock chuckled. "The story of your story sounds like just the kind of story Davidson adores. Tell him about it. You'll have a good time. So long." She had ridden her bike home at top speed. Even so, she was a few minutes late. He was there sitting on the steps of her apartment building. The years, she thought, had caressed him. He was even wearing the same beige scarf, wrapped around a rather worn Harris tweed jacket. But his hair was combed, his beard was trimmed, and his shirt was clean. Shane smiled. "Mark Davidson, how nice to meet you." He looked up from the book he was reading. He rose, and they shook hands. She noticed that now his grip was firm and sure. "Same here," he said. "Derrida," he said, slapping his book. "You know why the French have to be so intellectual? Because they're short. Seriously, this guy is brilliant." "Say," he said, "you look slightly familiar. Did you by any chance go to City College?" "Yes," she said. "Sorry I'm late. Let's go up." She wheeled the bike ahead of her, and he followed her in. She had short, curly hair now. At City, she had been 20 pounds thinner. Her hair had been long, and she had been afraid to try contact lenses. Still, she must have made a dent in his memory. They had spent only one afternoon together, and like her high school teachers, he had never called her by her first name. "Now I remember," he said. "You were the girl who thought I was too hard on the other writing students." "Woman," she said, smiling. "Woman, yes, right. And you were the guy who was going to write a book on Blake. Your name was Chaim then." "Yeah, well, I thought Mark went better with Blake, but that never worked out." He turned to wander around the living room and check out her library. "Does it pass?" she asked. "You have all the required reading matter for a City College graduate," he said, "and I won't insult you by asking whether or not you've read all these. In fact, I trust that, like Johnson, you've read some of them twice. Myself, I'm a collector. I love purchasing books almost as much as I love perusing them." "It's hard having a big library in a Manhattan apartment." "Well, fortunately, my parents are illiterate. They own a house in the cultural wasteland of Queens. I live away, and when my books crowd me out, I move myself and my library back to their little house on the Philistine prairie." They ate in a popular Upper West Side Chinese restaurant. After her first cup of Chinese tea, Shane could no longer contain her curiosity. "Where did you go when you left our class?" she asked. Between forks full of cold sesame noodles, Davidson wove his tale. "Dropped out of city. Went to Los Angeles to peddle a screenplay I'd written for a film class. No luck there, but an agent hired me to read scripts. Tried that for 2 years, had enough of it in UCLA's night school, and ended up in the creative writing program at the University of Iowa. Before my 3-year fellowship ran out, I had finished a novel." "How was it there at Iowa? I've always heard such good stories about the place." "As the epicenter of contemporary American writing, it's rather quiescent and uninspiring, and very ugly. The campus is comprised of converted Quonset huts. There's no view, just flat land rolling out to the horizon. A good place for writing, though. There were no distractions. I hunkered over my typewriter, a grateful prisoner of my own imagination. After Iowa, New York looks good." He smiled at her. Shane remained silent, but something didn't ring true. She thought she remembered hearing that the University of Iowa had a scenic campus. "Then what?" she asked. "Then back to New York, teaching at Brooklyn College. Tried to peddle my novel. Probably poetic bromides extolling shaving lotion have more appeal. Some lowly editor at Knopf is slowly reading it. A good sign, I'm told. Unless condemned to some Sisyphean torture, she can't make it past the first 10 pages. Hope they decide soon. My money's disappearing." "Would you like some more of this wonderful tea?" she asked, wondering if she had grown into the sort of woman with whom he might want to sleep. "No, I'm full. How would you like to repair to the Thalia to see Rashomon?" "Sounds wonderful. Somehow I've never seen it." They met again the following week, and Davidson offered to come up and massage her back. He had somewhere learned the art of shiatsu. "Was that kiss part of the technique?" asked Shane. "Not really. You know what the yogis say? You can judge the age of a person by the flexibility of his or her spine. Now that I've made you younger, back to our city college days, and eased all the tension out of your body, I think we should make love." Shane lay snuggled comfortably against Davidson, and the last event-filled decade of her life unreeled before her in haunting images. The first man who had made love to her, as she lay trembling in the shadow of their Sabbath candles, standing with Sarah in front of the White House, chanting anti-war slogans, her husband on their wedding night, undressing down to his father's baggy underwear, the rabbi asking her if she really wanted this divorce, and teaching her first literature class at City College. After that night, Davidson just stayed. A week later, she saw his valise in the living room. Shirts and pants lay in a tangled pile, begging her to give them a home. She was preparing a new course, and Davidson seemed to have nothing to do but wait for a phone call from Knopf. A phone call to his father invariably produced an envelope of cash. While she was at the library, he would roast a chicken in garlic, lemon juice, and whatever spices he fancied at the moment. He cooked intuitively, and the food was always superb. But once she made him throw out a delicious chicken and rice dish when she found the Perdue wrapper in the garbage. In a hurry, he had bought the unkosher chicken at the nearest supermarket. "I'm sorry, it won't happen again. I was in a rush." "You know this house is kosher. How could you do such a thing?" "I didn't think. I'm sorry." "Are you sure Frank Perdue isn't really a Southern Shokit? Come on, let's forget it." And they did, the next night, while visiting Shane's friend, the author of a best-selling book on sexuality, in the hills of Litchfield, Connecticut. In the hot tub, his resonant voice taking her back to that afternoon years before, in the Hungarian cafe, Davidson recited from memory T.S. Eliot's The Love Song of J. Alfred Prufrock. That was the moment that 10 years later she fell in love with him. Back in her New York apartment, Davidson read a book a day, and Shane envied him. She had an 8 o'clock class to teach and 3 others on alternate afternoons. When he was stoned or just after making love, Davidson swore he would look for work, advertising, public relations, something in which he would be forced once again to put pen to paper. He made calls and set up interviews, but no one ever called him back a second time. She didn't really understand it. He signed up for more shiatsu courses. He shopped, he cooked, and sometimes he even cleaned. He asked to see her dissertation chapter. "You really should explain more about how the Jewish family in the shtetl breaks down when they arrive in America," he said. "But this is a study of literature." Still, the phenomenology of the family is what your advisor will need to understand." She rewrote it as he suggested, but he didn't take as well to her comments. After she gently criticized one of his chattier job letters, he stopped writing them. He was reading scores of books, lying in bed until way past noon. "I need inspiration so that I can begin my new novel before I find full-time work." "You look like Huckleberry Finn," she said, brushing the hair away from his eyes. "Whiling away the morning, fishing for an idea." "I'm taking a break from job hunting. Right now I want to write another novel." He set his battered Olivetti on the dining-room table, but except for a paragraph on decoding Blake's The Little Black Boy, all his pages remained blank. It seemed to Shane that the more pages Davidson couldn't write, the more his desire for sex increased. When she gave in to him, too tired to continue writing her dissertation, and too weak to refuse him, Davidson would bring fresh French rolls, brie, wine, and Blake to bed, and keep her there with him till nightfall. She asked him about the novel he had written at Iowa. "It wasn't good enough for them," he said, "and I had to leave before I rewrote. They did like some of my short stories, though." "I'd like to see them." "They're in the basement at home. I'll bring them back next time I go visit my folks." But he never did. What he brought back was an ounce of marijuana, or maybe it was hash. This time he smoked 3 or 4 pipefuls a day, and Shane was worried. He grew contentious. When she asked him to rinse out the tub after he had left a ring of grime around its sides, he raised his hand, and she thought he might hit her. Instead, he scratched his head, stepped back, brought his clenched fist to his chest, turned on his heel, and left the house. He didn't return until morning. She opened her eyes to the smell of fresh coffee and bagels still warm from the oven. "My breakfast guilt offering," he said. Her old friend Dan was in town, and they were having lunch at the library, one of their favorite Upper West Side haunts. Suddenly, Shane remembered that Dan had spent a semester at the Iowa workshop. "I can forgive his eccentricities," she said, "because the guy is a genius. His stories, when we were at City, were masterpieces. He says he spent a semester at Iowa. Did you know him?" "No. What's he doing now?" "Not much. Reading, looking for work." "Is he writing?" "Not really, but he says he's warming up." "Too bad. New York is not as beautiful nor as peaceful as Iowa, but he's sharing your place, you're buying the food, and if I may say so, you're a great lady with a generous spirit. This would be an ideal situation for any writer." "Thanks," she said, smiling. "What was Iowa like?" she asked. "Didn't he tell you? Rolling hills, modern buildings, a long river roiling right through town. Students hate to graduate." The way he described it, it sounded like an old army camp. "The guy should start writing again. He sounds like he has a great imagination. The place is a writer's paradise. My first day there, I thought I died and woke up in heaven." That night she brought home a large bottle of Soave for dinner. He drank most of it. After dinner he lit a joint and handed it to her. When he was high, either on wine or grass, he was always affectionate. She lay in his lap and he stroked her hair. She sat up and gently kissed him on the mouth. Being high gave her courage. "Chaim, after City, where did you go? Tell me the truth." He pushed her away. "So you don't believe me? Don't kiss me. Chaim, I hate that name. Call me Mark. Where did I go? Not to Los Angeles. That comes out of my own private script, but I did go to Iowa. The Iowa I believed in, where the instructors were good writers who might have something to teach me. I was accepted to the writer's workshop, but I never made it past the second class at the instructor's home. I don't think you want to hear this. A nice, upright, middle-class Jewish girl like you. If I remember correctly, you spent your formative years in some hole-in-the-wall girls' yeshiva. If I remember correctly, you spent those same years at the Brooklyn Torah Academy. Well, I broke out. I'm not sure you did. Look, I've had to learn to trust that from now on you'll buy kosher chickens. Trust me just a little. Where did you go?" "Outside of town, at the local bar. I met a woman. 2 women. 2 men. We were all finished with the workshop. We drove half the night, and I joined their commune in Madison. We did every drug ever invented, except heroin. They wouldn't dare to shoot up. So I had to be the first. And I liked it. A lot." He took another long, deep drag. "This isn't pretty." He searched her face for a sign that he should continue. "It's all right, Mark. I'm with you, really I am." "It took a month, and then I was, as they say, hooked. I told the lies I had to tell to get money for more stuff, until finally my parents came out to see for themselves. Eventually, I ended up back east on a drug farm, one of those places where they detox you. I spent about 2 years on that project, back and forth to the funny farm just to get back to the place I had once been. A healthy kid who wanted to write just one good novel." He turned to her. "In case you're worried, I'm off the junk now." "What do you take?" "Besides grass, just Valium. A little Valium to get me through the day. I've got to take something. I've never had a permanent job, and I don't seem to be able to write anymore. I thought perhaps that living here would inspire me to get my act together. It's inspired me to something. Let's drop this and go back to bed." "No," she said. "It doesn't solve anything. You're using me the way you use your drug-filled pipe." "I won't be your escape." "Okay," he said sadly. "But don't force me to leave. Just give me a little more time." He pulled her towards him. "All right," she said, suddenly aware of how very tired she was. "I don't want you to leave. At least not now." "Your dissertation. You're on the wrong track. I want to help you make it brilliant." Something told her that trying to write a brilliant dissertation would keep her hooked to a project she really wanted to wrap up as soon as possible. But she didn't say anything. He needed his dignity, a way to stay with her and give her something back. He could, at times, with indefatigable energy, sit with her for hours, helping her to refine her ideas. And his memory. If he read it once, he could recall it at will. She told him he ought to start a hotline for students in crisis. They could call you up and get a bibliography right off the top of your head. "Shane, baby, I'm not for sale." He developed insomnia, and she awoke to find him sitting in his jeans and pajama top, reading, smoking his water pipe, drinking Southern Comfort. It's not Southern, and it offers none, but real men drink it neat. He shot her a guilty look. "Have some," he offered. "It will help you fall back to sleep." Another time she saw him vigorously rubbing the sole of his foot, a book spread across his lap. "Reflexology," he said. "Did you know you could activate all the energy centers of the body by doing this?" Oh, I hit the wrong one. Now I want you." And he held her and kissed her, until ever so sweetly she fell back to sleep. One night he called to tell her that he and Pollock were visiting a writer who in the 50s had enjoyed a sort of cult following. "Hope you don't mind," he said. "You know, sort of boys' night out. I won't be home too late." At 6 in the morning, he jumped on top of her, wanting to make love. "Where were you? Mark, where the hell did you disappear? I've been going crazy worrying. Pollock's been home since 11, and he told me not to call your folks." "I had some business to take care of." He grabbed her again. "Come on, Shane, don't be a spoil sport. I want you." She jumped out of bed and headed for the bathroom. She ran the bathwater as hot as she could stand it. This way she could keep the door locked, soak in the tub, and calm down. When she came out, he was fast asleep. When he didn't get up 10 hours later, she called Pollock. He came running over and checked his pulse. "It sounds weak," he said. "I'm no doctor, but I think you should call an ambulance." "What about his parents?" she asked, dialing the nearest hospital. "Them too." 2 days later, Davidson was sitting up, grinning weakly. He buried his nose in the dozen red tulips she had brought him. "Their redness talks to my wound, it corresponds," he quoted softly. "I blew it, didn't I?" he said, finally looking up. "Yes, you almost died. Heroin, grass, Valium, and wine." She shook her head. "They make a potent cocktail." "I have let things slip." He was forlorn and pleading. "It's over now, isn't it?" "Pollock told me that you left that night to score. Why, Mark? You've been off heroin for years." "Why? Because an old pal had some, because I was starting to lose myself, and because that writer we went to see is so damned good and no one cares. I looked at him and knew that even if I sold my novel, what's the use? You care. Pollock cares. Literature is what you live for." "It's not enough. You are, and that isn't enough?" she asked mournfully. No. He was crying, and she would not let go of him. Shane, baby, I really love you. It's myself I can't stand. It's time for me to go away again. She held him harder, unable to control her own soundless weeping. By the way, he said when she finally sat up, your dissertation is a fine piece of work. It always was. Finish it. It's almost... brilliant? Yes. So far good enough to hand in. He turned on his side. Go home, Shane, he said, beginning to cry again. Let me go through this alone. She walked home, carrying all the way the weight of her loneliness. Without drugs, without sex, without the guidance of her Ilui, she would finish her last chapter. The Very Pineapple by Charlotte Zoe Walker. Copyright 1990 by Charlotte Zoe Walker. First appeared in the Georgia Review, Volume 44, Number 1/2, reprinted by permission. 1. I'm not crazy about having another stroke, Corey says. Her delicate hand with its knotted veins rests a little shakily on the papers in her lap. But you've never had a stroke, her graying stepdaughter responds. Slender and exotic in her pale orange Indian sari, Mirabai is taking a rare day off from directing a suburban yoga retreat. Or at least you never told me. You never... In the play, you silly goose. This damn new play I told Kenneth I'd do for him. Corey looked sharply at her with those liquid, brilliant eyes that were once her claim to ingenue fame. Oh, Mirabai is flustered. She raises the battered mug to her lips and gazes out over the Hudson, or the glints of it that are visible through Corey's treetops. Since she gets away from the yoga ashram to visit Corey only 2 or 3 times a year, it's always a little baffling, putting together her worldly self again. But her beloved Corey calls it forth each time. Corey, who was always so much more loving than her real mother. Corey, who is so beautiful just now in her anger, her eyes still sparkling with passion and energy, as if she were 38 instead of 83. Really, Peg. Mirabai has had her Sanskrit name for 15 years now, but her family still hates to use it. What was wrong with Peg, for goodness sake? Corey pats her fingers in a little paisley design along the typescript. Don't you realize I've spent the last dozen years in a wheelchair or a rocking chair, looking blankly or hauntedly out some damned window or other? But you haven't. Just last year you went to Japan for that festival. Our national treasure, the American ambassador called you? Peggy, I know you are hidden away most of the time in that nunnery or whatever it is, but you are still a child of the theater. All right, Mirabai laughs. I just don't see why after all these years you suddenly identify so much with your characters. You always said you'd take any part so long as it had presence of some kind. Murderesses, sneaks, tragic consumptives. Fine, that would be fine. It's just that I'd like a little of that range now. What do I get now? Stroke victims, heart attack victims, guilty dying mothers seeking atonement, misunderstood dying mothers meting out forgiveness, embittered dying spinsters staring out windows. I'm sick of it. Who wouldn't be? I wish you'd come to the ashram and see the performances we've been putting on. They're so full of life and joy, Corey, the way theater used to be for you. A wonderful young director from India is with us, and in a couple of months we're going to put on the Ramayana. Mirabai stops. Her family is always bored when she talks about the ashram. Well, that would be nice, dear. Actually, Corey feels a spark of interest. What would that kind of theater be like? Not that one could expect much, but... It might really be fun, but I won't be able to tear myself away from Kenneth's rehearsals, hours and hours in a wheelchair. Mirabai looks at Corey tenderly. Corey, dearest, you don't have to take those parts if you don't want to. This time I guess I do. I promised him. He needed my name to get the funding, you know, and it's a good play for that matter. Is it? Well, let's say it's sensitive and tightly knit and unsentimental and truth-seeking within its limited parameters. And what are those? A complete lack of imagination and a stunning reliance on stereotypes. Then I don't see why you owe him, Mirabai laughs. Why build your own prison? If you don't like the roles they give you, don't take them. Build my own prison. Corey falls into a deep well, a rocking chair at the bottom, or is it a wheelchair? She sits down there and rocks or spins her wheels. Like all the characters in the plays, she is just waiting for death, isn't she? Only one difference. She's working. At 83. Working. From the bottom of the well she speaks the truth, lets it echo up to her dear almost daughter, who has that tempting saintly aura of one who might really be able to help, if only she didn't belong to a cult. I'm scared not to, Peggy. It's as simple as that. I'm scared there won't be any parts at all if I get choosy. And you know how I love working. It keeps me nasty, the way I should be. Keeps me younger than the parts they give me. Mirabai is silent now. She feels her eyes getting heavy, feels like going into meditation. But Corey couldn't bear that. She knows. Dear Corey, she says finally through the dazzling waves, listen to your own spirit. What it's... Peg, Corey leans forward. You know what I'd like. I'd like to play Mrs. Malaprop in The Rivals again. An allegory on the banks of the Nile. I'd like to make people laugh, consoling them with some dying person's quiet courage, etc., etc. That's not what I want. I want those laughs again, Sheridan again, a big, lively, sassy cast again. I'm sick of these claustrophobic little 2- or 3-person dramas for the sake of a low budget. Mrs. Malaprop, laughs Mirabai. She decides not to mention the Ramayana again, with its cast of thousands. That would be fun. Do some for me, Corey, won't you? The way you used to for us girls. Remind me. A sweetness steals over her. Her eyes flutter with that meditative embrace, and with something else, the old family love that Corey and her father provided, the twice-a-month weekends for herself and Jill, away from their mother's coldness, those saving plunges into theater and laughter. Corey draws herself up, just as she used to in the great plays, just as she used to in those bedtime entertainments, tucking Jeff's girls in so grandly, sparks fly from her eyes. Peg, she says, you are the very pineapple of politeness. I am, laughs Mirabai. Indeed, I am. 2. Opening night, Act 2, Scene 2. Flannel-robed Corey in wheelchair, center stage. Joshua Edwards and Anita Belmont, who play Corey's middle-aged, middle-class son and daughter, are doing their level best with a long, long scene in which they relive their sibling rivalries while fighting over Corey's fate, a nursing home or one of their homes. Oh God, how real Corey thinks, how very real and how very dull. I've avoided that fate for myself so far. Why should I help people assume it's inevitable? The lines Corey would put in the play, if she allowed herself, would be very different from this dying old woman's long silences. She would have a magical healing. She would discover her own strength somehow. Stand up and say, "The hell with this, I'm taking care of myself." Then she would fling off her stupid lap robe and walk right over the footlights, down center aisle and out the door. Now that's drama. Cheap drama, though. She can't do it. No, says Mrs. Malaprop scornfully, you can't do it. You are the very pineapple of politeness. What am I doing, thinks Corey. Where did she come from? Hang on to your character, Corey. Don't go letting someone from another play into this one. Ah, but this play needs me, says Mrs. Malaprop. It needs my perpendiculars. Start the ancient lessons all over again, then. Sensory memory, spiritual concentration, all the old chestnuts. You're a defeated old woman whose children are deciding your fate. You're a stuffed dummy they put on the stage. You have a semi-good line coming up in half an hour, of course, but it's not that good. For the time being, you are just supposed to look fiercely at them now and then, show your spirit isn't quite dead. Her knees twitch, her feet tingle. Up, up, we want to dance. You'll be finished in the theater, her head says. They'll say you're senile, that's all. They won't get the point. Then you'll be the one in a nursing home. Up, up, say her knees and her heart. You only have to follow through in the right way. Call a press conference. Make a manifesto. But everyone's dead who would understand. They're all dead. My dear Geoffrey, Henry, Marguerite. Even the younger generation, even Mary, who played such a sprightly Lydia Languish to my Mrs. Malaprop, all the best ones are dead. And it would be against all she believes in. It would be against all those years of devotion to her craft. The vision of Stanislavski, of Uspenskaya, of those summers with the group theater and then the actor's studio. Half a century of dedication to the line, the role, the beautiful interplay of detachment and involvement that makes acting great. Besides, I can't do it to Kenneth, she reasons, even though he should have imagined better. I took it on. It's my duty to see it through. She forces her hands to tremble helplessly on the lap-robe. Let this be part of the role, this old woman trembling. I am this helpless old woman trembling. I have one good line coming up in about 10 minutes. My son and my daughter haggle over me, over how they will betray me. Soon I will have my cliché to say. Closing night, Act 2, Scene 2, flannel-robed Corey in wheelchair, center stage. "Oh," says Mrs. Malaprop, "it gives me the hydrostatics to such a degree. There's nothing to be lost by a little display, a little dismay at the end of this display. The stupid thing deserves to close after 5 miserable nights. Yet here you sit so dutifully, as if my particles never made a participle of difference to you." "Down," says Corey under her breath, whacking the back of her left hand with the right. "You stay out of this, you old dragon." "Oh, fie! It would be inelegant in us, wouldn't it?" says Mrs. M. "We should only participate things." Suddenly Corey is standing up, flinging her lap-robe in the face of Joshua Edwards, her second-act son. Let him recover from that, she thinks. Let's see if he knows how to improvise. "Fie," she says. "You are as bad as allegories on the banks of the Nile. Where is your imagination? Where is your author's imagination? We old women are sick of being haggled over. Real hags don't stand for haggling. We dance." She gets behind the wheelchair and uses it like a ballet bar. "We play," then gives it a kick so that it goes rolling away to stage left, "and we heel." She flings her arms to the air and imagines herself in northern woods, walking on pine needles, walking through shafts of sun. Corey smiles at her stage son and daughter. "Oh, don't you see," she says, "I am a medicine woman. Come ask my wisdom. I am Crazy Jane talking to the bishop. Come hear what I know about desire." She sends Joshua a smoldering glance, then lets it slide to the audience as she smiles radiantly, mischievously at them, takes a deep breath and tries to say it. "I am life, not death, you see, and that's why I want us to know the theater again, the real theater, the great high energy of the stage." Because she is so venerable an actress, or so vulnerable an old woman, or because everyone is so stunned, Corey is allowed to make this long speech before her colleagues recover. They were fumbling for an opening, a place in which to say, "Oh, my God, Mother's out of her mind." But their parts are gone, blown away. Handsome Joshua does the best theatrical thing he can think of. He kneels at Corey's feet and kisses her hand. This infuriates her, but Anita Belmont's action comforts. Anita grabs her other hand and holds it high, and when Corey whispers to her, "Help me off the stage," she does. Corey manages to get down the center steps without her shaky legs buckling under her. Then she squares her shoulders, shrugs Anita away with a quick "thanks," and walks down the aisle at a sweepingly, dancingly dignified pace. Scattered applause begins, and by the time she reaches the back of the theater, it's loud enough for Sarah Bernhardt, and as thrilling as ever. She wishes she had kept the lap-robe to throw over her shoulders like a cape. All she's got is an old woman's bathrobe to wear like a gown of deuces. I ought to hail a cab and just keep going, she thinks, but she can't. She'd look like an escaped mental patient. Damn this stupid role and its stupid, dreary costuming. Yet she is laughing, shaking with triumph and age mixed together. Already Jenkins is at her side, wanting to get the story. Then Pearson. Whatever are they here for on closing night? Has someone said it will be Corey Meadows' final bow? "Tomorrow morning," she says. "I'll hold a press conference tomorrow at 10. "Where?" they ask. "Why, right here, of course." But she wonders if the doors will be opened for her. She wonders if these journalists will bother to come back. "Come on, Corey," says Pearson. "Tomorrow's a slow news day. Talk to us now." "What I have to say, young man, is not for a slow news day." She pauses, the kind of pause she's famous for. "But you may come to my dressing-room in half an hour, if you wish." She gives him, free of charge, her most tantalizing smile. In her dressing-room, Corey leans back on the threadbare gray tapestry chaise that she's had trundled into every dressing-room for 40 years or so. Trembling, she sinks into the frayed old comfort. Dizzy, fainting on my fainting couch. "Oh, you've done it now, you old thing. A nice derangement of epitaphs." "Shut up," she says, and closes her eyes to enjoy the sweet dizziness, the whirling and whirling. "Corey, are you all right?" He groans when she sees Kenneth's balding head, with its worried face, poking through the doorway. No doubt he thinks she's dying. "Kenneth, please, come in." As always, eel-like, he enters the room without opening the door more than a crack. He sits down on the spindly chair by the dressing-table. He rests his elbow near dark red, opening night roses, still almost fresh. "Corey, what happened?" His voice with that hush of disaster, of horror. "Oh, Kenneth, I couldn't help myself," she says. "You can't imagine how I tried to suppress it. Ever since opening night, Mrs. Malaprop has been egging me on." "Why didn't you tell me? Maybe we could have—" "Kenneth, dear, there was nothing we could have done. If I had asked out of the play, you would have insisted I stay, and it would have been a standoff. It's my fault. I just can't bear this kind of part any more. Maybe it's getting too close to home, or maybe I just don't have much time left on stage, and I wanted to be more spirited." Kenneth slides down in the chair, his chin on his chest, the figure of despondency. "Kenneth, I'm truly sorry," she says. He laughs sadly. "The least you could have done, Corey, would have been to make this display on opening night. Then I would never have had to read the reviews. I could have blamed you, when we closed, for wrecking my masterpiece. Now—" He laughs again, closes his hand on the delicate old fingers that Corey reaches out to him with her ageless elegance. She laughs too. "Now you have to listen to Mrs. Malaprop," she says, "before you write your next play. And help me face the reporters." 3. Corey has slept through the morning meditation. She makes a point of it, on principle. She does like the evening meditations, though, with these sweet young people, and some not-so-young ones, too, all walking into the quiet, incense-scented room on graceful bare feet, wearing their delicate-colored gauze clothing, sitting down and pulling their shawls around lovely shoulders. The tiny children running in and diving into their parents' laps, whispering eagerly, then falling silent. Corey doesn't like to admit it, but the meditations seem not too different from the concentration exercises she did with Michael Chekhov 40 years ago. She almost likes the whole business, except when it starts to sound like religion. The guru himself causes great mixed feelings in her. He is recovering from a stroke, just like her character in that stupid play. But everything is so different here. As he struggles to speak, as he tries to write notes with his left hand, the frustration that crosses over his face is quickly replaced by love, by laughter. But she cannot countenance the idea of a guru. And she cannot forgive him for luring poor Peg into this strange life, giving up sure success, fame even, for this semi-loony bin. It still amazes her that Peg is actually running the place, is actually, it seems, the guru's chosen successor. Her little Peggy. Some kind of a swami. If that doesn't prove life is stranger than art, I don't know what would, Corey thinks. She has been hiding here ever since the infamous closing night, unable to face Kenneth again, even though he was so nice in the dressing-room just afterward, said it did him good. Still, she is mortified. How could I do something so foolish? What makes her hardest on herself is that she took the part in the first place, agreed to it. No, even worse is that she talked about the great high energy of theater and didn't make it happen. All she gave them was a lame protest statement and an old woman walking up the aisle. Still, she listens to Peg and to Mrs. Malaprop, and she watches the excited preparations for the ashram's big production of the Indian epic, the Ramayana. The story is being read during the evening programs, so she is picking up bits of it. No wonder they love it so much in India. It has all the drama one could ask for. A 10-headed demon, a monkey god, a handsome godly hero with a trusty sidekick, and a beautiful endangered heroine, even an enchanting golden deer. In the evenings, after dinner, she has been sitting on a blanket on the hillside above the lake, watching the rehearsals. A choreographed demon army doing frenzied sword dances, an exquisite young Sita miming her fascination with the golden deer. And in the midst of it all, Jyoti Akbar, the extraordinary young director from India, who is also a dancer and choreographer. He is utterly beautiful with his curly black hair, those great dark eyes, and that warm, sweet smile. Yet he is always gently in command of everything that is going on, teaching new gestures, new dance steps, watching all at once the several different rehearsal groups ranged about on the lawn. What brought him here to this odd place? Why didn't he stay in India, where they say he is famous? Corey watches, fascinated, each evening, then attends the lovely, quiet meditations afterward. And in the mornings, like the lifelong actor she is, she sleeps late. Now Corey, after a leisurely awakening to the sounds of the ashram, the birds, the children, the soft greetings of people beginning to work in the vegetable garden, outside her window, is sitting in the tiny kitchen of Mirabai's apartment in a converted chicken coop, while Mirabai, just back from meditation, makes breakfast for them. "Don't look now," Corey says, "but that very sleazy young man is right outside the window, with his hat pulled down and his legs stretched out on your garden table." "Do you mind if I invite him to breakfast?" Mirabai asks. "He's my maintenance supervisor, and if he gets any madder at me this week, I'm afraid I'll lose him." "Lord, Peggy, what a thankless job you have. I still can't believe that you run this whole outfit, or would want to." Mirabai smiles and sets a cup of strong-smelling coffee on the deal table in front of Corey, then walks behind her and starts to knead her shoulders. Wonderful massage they do here. Wonderful. My old bones do love it. It's a great seduction. She reaches a hand up to her shoulder to pat Peggy's hand. Mirabai's hand opens to Corey's, and they touch lovingly. "Ask him in, love," Corey says. "These young men are all in love with you, aren't they? They don't even notice you're well into your 50s. You should have stayed in the theater." "I am in the theater," says Mirabai. "Did you ever see such drama in your life as you find here?" She taps on the window. "Yogi Ram, want some breakfast with us?" He slouches in, bearded, scowling, and nods at Corey like a cowpoke to a schoolmarm. Might at least say, "Howdy, ma'am," thinks Corey, as he sits down and takes the proffered mug in a barely civil manner. No pineapple of politeness, he. Most of the young people here are quite clean and attractive in their Indian gauzes and their shining faces. This disgruntled one must be an awfully good worker. "Got to talk to you about the tents down by the lake," he says. Mirabai, in her pale orange sari that hangs so gracefully on her tall, slender frame, sits down to her own coffee, and gives him the attentiveness of her deep-set blue eyes, so much like Geoffrey's. "We have 12 people signed up to stay in them, and now it looks like they're leaking. And speaking of leaking," he offers a wry grin, "the shower still leaks all over the floor in the main house dormitory. Also, we haven't got enough lighting equipment for the Ramayana. How am I supposed to get it by Saturday when I can't even find Uma Devi to write out a check for me? You've got to get people to be more reliable." "Well, young man, I think I can help with the lighting," Corey breaks in, "and you won't need anyone to write a check for it." He lifts an eyebrow in her direction. "I have an attic full of old stage equipment," she says, "left over from the period when my husband and I had our own summer theater." "Corey," breathes Mirabai hungrily, "you still have all that stuff?" "Some of it," says Corey. "I'll trade you some for a bit part in this epic of yours. I've always wanted to be a demon." "Thank you, Miss Meadows," the young man says with a grace she hadn't thought him capable of. "I am going to find Jyoti right now. He's going to be thrilled." "About me or the lighting?" Corey asks. "Both." He flashes a quick smile. He might even be handsome if he trimmed that beard and combed some of the debris out of it. "First time I ever had to buy a part," Corey says. Don't tease, says Mirabai. You know we've been dying to ask you. 4. Opening night, Corey in demon costume, stage right. Rama and Sita, center stage. The stage is actually a lakeside platform, the surrounding lawn and hillside, and the lake. Nothing claustrophobic about this play. The late August night is chilly. Underneath the red, black, and green demon outfit, with its witchy flowing sleeves, Corey is wearing long underwear, too big, that Mirabai has lent her. Still her bones are cold as the epic unfolds slowly under the slowly rising moon. But she is huddled together with loving young people. At one point, as the demons wait for their turn, 3 little children in monkey costumes, long multicolored feathers for tails, rush up to give her a blanket. Adorably, they do their best to wrap it around her as she laughingly accepts. From his spot in the center of the lower lawn, where he directs in full sight, like a symphony conductor with a flashlight instead of a baton, Jyoti Akbar sends an endearing smile to her. An audience of 50 or 60 is sprawled on sleeping bags and blankets on the higher slopes of the lawn, oohing and eyeing over special effects, like Sita's Dance of Temptation with the enchanting golden deer, a young woman in gold tights and antlers who moves so delicately and wittily that you forget entirely who she is. And Corey's favorite moment, when the young god Rama and his faithful brother set forth for the island of Lanka to rescue their beloved Sita. This amazing Jyoti Akbar has enlisted the ashram rowboat and the actual lake for them to glide away on, under perfect lighting, from Corey's attic over the dark, gleaming waters until they disappear. And such gasps from audience and players alike at the astonishing moment when Hanuman, the monkey god, sets fire to Lanka. It is done with such cleverness and grace, torches along the lakeside reflecting in the water, that even the actors believe they are seeing a city in flames. And now, oh, what a rush, comes the battle between demons and the monkey army, made up so endearingly of little children. Corey lifts her wooden scimitar and rushes into battle with her fellow demons, some of them the real-life mothers and fathers of the monkey children. Fiercely they battle, but the tiny monkeys vanquish them. Colorful tails waving behind their wiry little bodies, the brave little children seem to her not part of an Indian epic, but of one of the beloved Narnia books that she used to read to Peggy and Jill. One by one the demons fall, and the happy monkeys gather round their general, the monkey god Hanuman, son of the wind. Corey is blissful as she lies fallen, vanquished in the dewy grass, sharing with her fellow demons the sweet comfort of body warmth and smothered, joyous little laughs. 5. It was the very pineapple of delightfulness, says Mrs. M., no matter if our bones do ache with the rheumatiz now. Yes, it was. I haven't been so warmed, so cuddled and joyed since Geoffrey died. They are conversing quite spiritedly in the silence of the evening meditation. Occasional coughs and delicate sounds of shifting hips, of fabrics sliding as legs uncross and recross themselves here, there, in this converted living room of an old mansion that has been a meditation room for 20 years now, since the heyday of such things in the 60s. Corey lifts her eyes to look around the room from her old person's chair in the corner. Soft blue rug, blue curtains, and Tibetan paintings, pictures of Indian gods, candlelight. A warm and strangely foreign place. The bright orange figure of the guru facing his students. Peggy swaying in the front row, her deep meditation marked by an odd little frown. Now why that frown if it's all so peaceful? Corey has always wanted to ask, but she likes it. Besides, Peg always had that frown whenever she concentrated, from the earliest childhood days that Corey knew her. Serious little thing with her sweet mouth and that firm little vertical line between her eyes. The others in the room are no longer strangers, but people Corey has come to love, many of them with Sanskrit names that she finds easier to accept than her own Peggy's name, of course, and some with the names they were born with. Durga of the steady, abundant motherhood, who sits in with a white sari, with a thumb-sucking 3-year-old leaning on one hip and a 1-year-old sprawled in the circle of her crossed legs. Jyoti Akbar, in his nimble, shining, eyes closed and body still, yet he seems to be dancing even then. He has become her good friend. They talk of theater in the afternoons, and she has ideas of getting him into a house off Broadway. Among all the delicately balanced straight backs, attentive heads straight up, and gazing inward, there is the surly Yogi Ram in jeans and a flannel shirt, bent over a bit, as if with heavy responsibility, humming a bit, like, oh, the name escapes her, like that great cellist she loves like her own brother. All these sweet, attentive minds attuned to, or seeking, something Corey can't quite get. What do they feel? What do they listen to? Not to the likes of me, I'll wager, says Mrs. Malaprop. Their life is quite delirious, I'm sure, but in the end, it's not for us, you know. If we sit so piously one day longer, I think I'll get the hydrostatics. You old dragon, says Corey, what about all those years in wheelchairs and rocking chairs on stage? Now you can't take a little loving quiet in this gentle place? Oh, we'll come back, says Mrs. M. Of course we'll come back. They'll stir us up and we'll stir them. But now I want to go home. I miss the stage, the lascivious stage. After the meditation, a big baking tray of dark, healthy-looking cake is brought in, and cups of peppermint tea are poured and passed about the room. Durga's sleeping 1-year-old still lies sprawled, rosy-lipped, one flushed cheek against the blue carpet, his mother's shawl thrown over him. Bare feet step gently around him as people hand out the cake or greet each other. The guru, such a tiny, bright orange figure, is passing by now, tired from the long evening, yet with a friendly word or a chuckle for everyone he sees along the way. He stops by Corey, gives her a searching look with those brilliant eyes in the dark, strangely transparent, bearded face. "How long you stay with us?" he says in his awkward post-stroke Indian-accented English. Still, Corey understands him. "I'm leaving soon," she says. "No, stay," he says. "We need you." "I'll come back," she says. "I like your theater here. I'd like to work some more with Jyoti Akbar." "Ah, good," he says. He rests his warm hand on top of her head a moment, then walks on. And now Mirabai pulls herself away from the circle of ashram friendliness and ashram problems that surrounds her after each program. She comes smiling to Corey's chair in the corner and folds up childlike at Corey's feet. Usually she stands behind Corey to rub her shoulders for her, knowing just where the bones and muscles ache. But this time she leans her head against Corey's knee confidingly and rests there a moment. "Just like old times," laughs Corey, putting her fingers a bit hesitantly into Mirabai's lovely soft gray curls. "Oh, yes," says Mirabai. "You can't imagine what a blessing it is to have you here, dear Corey, dearie. I'm so busy mothering this whole place, and then you come along and mother me a little bit, without being the least bit motherly. I mean, there you were, of all things, a demon. Oh, my father would have loved it." Corey is in danger of crying. She knows it's quite okay here, yet she'd rather not. But the mountain lakes are filling with spring rain, with melting snows, with... "Wouldn't he," she says, "wouldn't he have loved it?" Oil and Water by Millicent Dillon. Copyright 1990 by Millicent Dillon. It was January something, 1946, and I was in the bus station, waiting to go to the oil field. Though it was 5 months since the end of the war, there were still a number of servicemen about, some standing, some milling, some on benches, asleep and awake. When my bus was called, only a few passengers boarded. I went to the back seat and stretched out full length. I had been up too late the night before, and I needed sleep badly. I fell asleep and woke up and fell asleep again, the bus making its droning sound, putting me to sleep in the way I don't like to sleep. You try to come out of it, but you can't. You're in and out of the noise, you're in and out of the sleep. I don't know how long I was lying there, my purse near my head, when suddenly I felt a thing on my leg, and I was awake. I saw a guy in a dark jacket beside me on the seat. "Take your goddamn hand off of me," I yelled, though he had already taken it off. One passenger turned around, then another, but he had put himself into the corner and was pretending to be asleep. I was so mad at the nerve of this guy putting his hand on me, I wasn't able to sleep any more. Shaking, I sat upright. A whole journey like that, no leaning, no nodding, looking in front of me. The creep in the corner must have got off at some stop in the valley, though I never noticed. By then it was dark, and the bus had filled up. It was almost 11 at night when we got into Averill, the valley town west of the oil field. At the bus stop, a parking lot beside a diner, a station wagon was waiting, marked with the company name and logo, a series of jagged peaks in a circle on a dusty green ground. The driver, a lean man wearing a greasy cap, threw my suitcase into the front seat and motioned to me to get in back. He remained silent as we drove out of town, along a straight, unlit road. After about 20 minutes, we began to climb into the hills. He took the curves very fast in the darkness. I felt myself growing car-sick. I tried to stop the nausea by fixing firmly on something outside. I saw lights gleaming on the tops of high, still derricks. Around them and beneath them, rows of squat metal beams moved in shadow through semicircular arcs, looking like a herd of blind horses rocking in the night. I don't know what I would have done, where I would have thrown up. I was beginning to feel desperate, but finally we came to a stop. Before us, a group of one-story buildings were huddled together in the dark. "Women's bunkhouse," the driver announced loudly, as if he were addressing a carload of people. He jumped out and took my bag out of the front and set it on the railed porch. Then he got back in the car. "Which is my room?" I whispered to him, worried that I might wake somebody up, since there wasn't a single other sound I could hear. "Fourth door to the left. Bathroom's at the end, and the cookhouse is over there." He pointed vaguely left. "Whistle blows at 6. I dragged my suitcase into number 4 and turned on the overhead light. A single bed with a white chenille cover, an unpainted wooden table with a metal lamp, a bare floor, a bureau, a small closet curtained off from the rest of the room by material marked with those jagged peaks. It was the idea of the desert that had appealed to me when I had heard about the job. Just the words, "the desert," and "an oil field," had sounded like adventure. And then, too, I had figured I could save some money if I could just make myself stay a little while. I thought of that road winding down to the valley, then straight as a shot back to where I had just come from, and then further back. Who needed that? I was finished with that. I fell back on the bed without taking my clothes off. I wasn't even sleepy. My stomach was gurgling, empty. I hadn't brought any food with me. I hadn't thought things out well, but then I hadn't known what to expect. At least I was here. I'd gotten on the bus. I'd gotten off the bus. There was a beginning, a middle, and an end. That's what I liked about journeys. At the middle, or close to the beginning, was that creep who put his hand on my leg. What did he think when I yelled? He had jumped away, backed away. He cowered in that corner, pretending that he'd been sleeping all along. Did he even know why he did what he did? He saw a leg laying there. Was it my fault that I had good legs? It was there, to be touched. Is that what he thought? It had nothing to do with thinking, probably. He saw it. His hand moved to it. It went. It was going. It was touching. He thought. He did not think. That this person, myself, was asleep, did that excite him? What was he on his way to? What had he been? He was no soldier. He looked too young, didn't look as though he could have been a soldier. It was still dark when the cookhouse whistle blew and woke me up. At first I didn't know where I was. Then I remembered. I lay for a few minutes listening to the sounds around me, someone going past the window, the footsteps heavy on the wooden porch, a door slamming, a radio on, loud. New sounds, new day. Come on, get up. For some reason I was filled with hope, as I almost always was in the morning. People are getting up. A whistle has blown. In a way, it's a little like the army, I told myself. I dressed and went outside. The building next door with all the lights had to be the cookhouse. I crossed the path and entered a large room with many rows of long tables and straight chairs, a steam table along one wall, and behind it the kitchen, partially enclosed. There were only a few men sitting at the tables. As I walked over to the serving line, several of the men turned and looked at me. They didn't smile, they only stared, then turned back again and said something in low voices to each other. The food at the steam table was overwhelming. Great huge slabs of ham covered with a dark, thick raisin sauce, mounds of bacon, more mounds of scrambled eggs, boxes of cereal, loaves and loaves of white bread, containers full of milk, coffee, more milk, enough for a regiment. Next to me in line was a small, neat woman with a braid wrapped around her head. She was wearing a sensible dress and sensible shoes. She had on her tray a bowl of cereal and milk, a glass of orange juice, and coffee. I took the same. After I got out of the serving line, I looked around. I didn't feel like just going over to the men's table and barging in. I had the feeling those men wouldn't like it. Instead, I went over to where the sensible woman was sitting by herself. I introduced myself. I said I was new here. I said, "They certainly give you a lot of food." "They sure do. Too much. Maybe if you're a roughneck, but for someone working in the office, it's ridiculous. So just don't eat it." She held out her hand. "My name is Udell Banks Henry. It was plain Udell Banks until last year when I married Frank Henry. I always call myself Udell Banks Henry. Do you think that's peculiar?" she asked belligerently. "Not at all," I said. "I think it's admirable." Mollified, she went on. "Frank Henry lives in Fresno, where he works in a clothing store. I go there every weekend. I don't much care for all the driving, but I'd be nuts to give up my job here as a bookkeeper. I save a lot, and there's no rent and no expenses for food. I figure a couple more years of this, and I'll have a real nest egg socked away. Frank Henry agrees with me. A good thing, too, because if he didn't, it wouldn't matter. I am very independent in my thinking." She finished off her glass of milk. "So you're new here. How do you like it? Did you meet anybody yet?" "The driver. He picked me up at the bus station last night. He wasn't very talkative," I added. "Talkative? Are you kidding? They're all sphinxes. None of them talk." She turned around and looked around the room. All the men were gone now. "Those men, what a weird bunch they are. They stay on in this God-forsaken place that's already beginning to run out of oil, when they could be making 3 times as much doing the same thing in Saudi Arabia. I think they're afraid, that's what I think." She circled her coffee cup with both palms. "I'll tell you one thing, they are definitely afraid of women. Oh, sure, they'll get drunk and go to a whore for a quickie, but a real woman, a long-term woman, they want nothing to do with her. I went out a couple of times with some of them before I met Frank Henry. What a drag. You ask them how they feel about something, anything, and they say, 'What do you want to know for?' I mean, you're not asking them for their most intimate private business. I'd ask them, 'Do you have a brother?' or 'What is your hobby?' You know what this one guy said to me? He said, 'I don't ask you anything about yourself. You don't need to ask me anything.' What have they got to hide? But who cares? I quit asking. I mean, who needs it? Who needs them? Anonymous jerks. My advice to you is to do like I do. Keep to yourself. Keep your nose to the grindstone, when you're grinding, that is. I do my real living in Fresno. If you want to go there any weekend, just let me know. I'll give you a ride." "Thanks," I said. "I'll keep that in mind." I only said that out of politeness. I had just arrived. I couldn't even think of leaving yet. At 7:25, as I came out of the women's bunkhouse, the sun was already well up. Across the valley to the east, a great dry plain extended as far as I could see. In the far distance, I could just make out a range of snow-topped mountains. At the north end of the valley, a body of water glistened in the slanting light. It looked as if it were a square lake. How could a lake be square? In the air was an odd smell, as if something heavy and invisible had oozed in on the night air. Some men came out of a nearby building in their tan work outfits and got into a company car. They sped off, the dust circling behind them. From another building across the way, I heard men's voices calling out to each other. I felt as if I were a fly on a wall, watching, listening, in a space permeated by maleness. Had these men been in the war? I wondered. Maybe that accounted for their silence, for their being what Udell had called weird. I found Mr. Redfern, my supervisor, in his office, seated behind a long, narrow table. On each side of him and opposite him were a number of chairs, all unoccupied. There was something very pale and pinched-looking about Mr. Redfern. How did he stay so pale in the desert? He did not ask me to sit down. His first words were not welcoming words. "We didn't expect you so early." "But I thought we were supposed to start at 7:30. "I mean so early in the week, in the month. We're not ready for you." What does he expect me to do, go back? I wondered. "Well," he went on with asperity, I suppose now that you're here, we'll have to find something for you to do. Your predecessor was working on depth pressure readings. I suppose you can do that? Depth pressure? You don't know what depth pressure is? No, but I'm eager to learn. What is the matter with those people at the central office? Do they think I'm running a school here? Have you ever been in an oil field before? Have you? No, but I thought not. At least you do know how to measure and plot, don't you? You do know how to do that. Yes, I think so. She thinks so, he said loudly, as if he were addressing an audience seated in the empty chairs. Either you do or you don't. There's no halfway about it. Yes, I do. I hope so. Grumbling again about the central office, he led me out of his office into a small cubicle with a desk in it. Sit there. He went away and came back with a stack of small pieces of metallic paper, each with a staggered line engraved on it. He placed before me a wooden holder. The paper was to be slipped into it and then tightened into position with two small wing nuts. When everything was firmly in place, I was to measure the deviation of the jagged line from the center line every quarter of an inch and then plot the readings on a chart. Think exactness, Mr. Redfern said. I watched him go out of the cubicle, amazed at how even his back looked pinched. Okay, I instructed myself. No and, if, or but. Start and start right. I did like exactitude. I liked to see things fit, to see disorder vanish. I loved to be in the grip of sudden intuition going toward, reaching, discovery. Many beginnings, how many middles, one end. I began, but to my dismay, each time I took a reading and then went back to check it, for I was thinking exactness, I found the second reading was different from the first, not by a lot, but enough to cause anxiety. Something was out of whack. Maybe the paper was slipping in the holder. I tightened the wing nuts. Again, each measurement of the distance from the center line from a particular point was slightly different from the previous measurement at that point. I began to despair of exactness as a fundamental principle. I kept tightening and measuring till I was in a sweat. I began to fear that the uncertainty principle had taken hold in a big, an impossibly big way, that by the act of measuring itself I had caused, a change in the universe. Stop that. Just write down what you get, I told myself. Write down all the different answers, then you'll have a set of answers for each point. It's better than nothing. I wondered if Mr. Redfern would buy the idea of multiple answers, with its implication that the world was a maze of possibilities. I myself wasn't sure I could buy it. The need for precision, for the precision of singleness, of single, right answers, had come on me like a fever. I had the feeling that the slightest inaccuracy would count against me, that it would blemish my record irrevocably, even though, especially because, this was my first day on the job. Mr. Redfern appeared at my elbow. This is all you have done? And what are those extra figures you have written down? I'm having a little problem, I said. In my agitation, the words tumbled out about the slipping and sliding of the paper. Your predecessor never mentioned that problem. Maybe it didn't happen before. Nothing has changed. It was always very stable before, and it should be now. He bent over the holder, tugged lightly on the metallic paper, and it slipped. He tightened the wing nuts and tugged on the paper again. That's very peculiar. Did you tighten the nuts too tight? No, that's the way they were from the beginning. I didn't do anything. You're sure? I'm pretty sure. They look stripped to me. You know I didn't need this. I've got enough on my mind without this. But what do you want me to do? What do I want you to do? I want you to be careful. As far as these wing nuts are concerned, you'd better draw up some specifications for new wing nuts and take them over to the shop foreman. And what should I do about the different measurements? Average them. Mr. Redfern started toward his office, stopped, and returned to my desk. He cleared his throat. There is something I think it is my responsibility to say to you, since you have never been in an oil field before. There are certain things that, as a young woman, in this unfamiliar setting, you ought to— He stopped, bit his lips, and started again. My wife and I go to church in Averill every Sunday morning at 11. Would you like to accompany us this Sunday?" "Thank you very much," I blurted out, "but I don't go to church." "I see," he said. Just that and nothing more. He went into his office and closed the door. I felt like an idiot. I felt like a gorilla. I felt it was all my fault. Why did I turn him down so quickly without even thinking? It was a kind offer. Wasn't it kind? I could have just said that I was agnostic. Would that have been better? But that wasn't the truth either. I didn't know what I believed, except that God was as inscrutable to me as man, or men. But on the other hand, I certainly didn't mean any refusal of Mr. Redfern's religion by my not going. Only it had come upon me so quickly. First, all that business about being too early, and then about not being exact, and then his telling me to average. I hated averaging. Was this an acceptable way for a supervisor to act, or wasn't it? Who was this man? I didn't know a thing about him, except that he looked pinched. And what did that mean, after all? Had he been in the war? I looked at the metallic pieces of paper before me, with their jagged lines. I began to feel something akin to dread. It was as if my skin had become porous to the uncertainty of the entire universe, and that trying to know, like trying to measure, only increased that uncertainty, made the world a pool of uncertainty. And I, an insect suspended through surface tension alone, at any moment might drown. Looking out the window beside my desk, I saw that the snow-clad peaks across the valley were no longer visible because of a gathering haze. Out there were derricks and pumps and oil in the ground, black oil made by the disintegration of carbon and whatever over the centuries. I had to take a longer view of things. I had to look at the world the way it was. I had to stop making such a fuss about slipping papers and slipping words. Coming out of the bathroom of the women's bunkhouse was Udell, a towel with the company insignia wrapped around her head. "Aren't you coming to dinner at the cookhouse?" I asked. "Nah, I don't have dinner there every night. Lots of times I just have cottage cheese and fruit in the kitchen. Want to join me?" "I didn't know we had a kitchen." "It's right through the living room. How could you miss it?" "I haven't seen the living room yet." Udell led me around to the other side of the building, opened a door, and there was a living room with 5 overstuffed green chairs, very large, unoccupied, one standing lamp with a faded shade, and a number of torn issues of the Saturday Evening Post on a wooden table in the corner. "They certainly keep it messy," Udell said. I didn't know who she meant by they. She led me through the living room, out another door to the kitchen, painted the dusty green of the company logo. In the center of the room was a battered wooden table with 6 chairs. Had a lot more people once been here, or were they expecting a lot more to arrive? Udell got the cottage cheese and fruit, apples and pears out of the refrigerator, and took 2 pale green glass plates from the rusty metal cabinet. She heaped the cottage cheese and fruit on the plates. "Do the other women eat here too?" I asked. "Don't ask me what they do," Udell said with irritation. She munched on a pear and then put it down. "I'll tell you what the trouble with the women around here is. There are so many men it makes them greedy. I mean, you'd think they'd want a share, but no, the more they have, the more they want. Take Francine, who's the office manager, and Mattie, who's a pumper." "What's a pumper?" "A pumper goes out to the wells and reads the numbers on the pumps. I wouldn't like to have that job, I'll tell you. Going out and checking at night, God knows how many snakes there are just hiding and waiting. Not for me. I'm glad I've got an office job." "How old is Mattie?" "Young. My age. But Francine, have you seen her?" "No, I haven't seen any of the women." "Francine's 45 if she's a day, but she gets herself all dolled up in frilly dresses meant for kids." "What did you say Francine does?" "She's supposed to manage the office. Some manager. She spends most of her time chasing after the younger guys. In fact," and here Udell leaned closer, "I wouldn't be surprised if Francine and Mattie both had a thriving business going on here. All I know is that she'd better not approach me to be part of her business. I'd spit in her eye. My favors are my own favors. They're not for sale to anyone. I care about my reputation. Don't you?" Was this what Mr. Redfern had had in mind when he asked me to go to church? Was he really only watching out for me? Why didn't he speak more directly? How was I supposed to know what was going on? "Don't you?" Udell repeated louder. Yes, yes, of course. I'm independent-minded, like I told you, but that doesn't mean I don't give a damn about what other people think. That's just plain common, Udell said, as she cleared away the food and began washing up. Her way of washing dishes, I noticed, was to use hot water and no soap. Will the dishes get clean that way, with just water? If the water's hot enough, they'll get clean. But, I said, thinking of germs, and that surely there are germs in the desert like anywhere else, maybe even more, but I didn't say anything about them. Instead, I asked her what she usually did in the evening. Usually? Usually I go to sleep. I save myself for Fresno. I used to go up to the employees' clubhouse before I was married. They have pool tables and cards there and a soda fountain. Good malts, the best I've ever had. But that's good reason for me to stay away. Frank Henry doesn't like it if I put on weight. Besides, I go up there now, and it's just plain boring. The same thing over and over, those guys feeding you a line. The way I look at it, there's more to life than that. Don't misunderstand me. I like sex. Frank Henry likes sex, too. I don't have any complaints in that department. But after all, let's face it, there are more important things in life than sex. Just don't ask me what, right this moment. I went into my room and shut the door and sat on the bed to read. There wasn't any other place to sit. I thought of going into the living room. In fact, I went into the living room. I even sat in one of those large chairs. But after a while it depressed me, just those large, empty chairs and me. I went outside. The night was very dark. There wasn't any moon. It was eerie, even frightening. But I didn't want to go back to my room. The depression, if that's what it was wearing off, and had left me anxious to move. I started walking up the road. From inside the clubhouse, I heard men's voices and sharp clicking noises. I went on, past the men's bunkhouses, past the storage areas, until finally I was at the end of the camp. Peering out, I could not penetrate the darkness. There were no pumps or derricks visible from here. It was as if I had come to the edge of the world. I thought of vast distances, cold, silent, and uninhabited. I thought of the snow-covered peaks I had seen that morning that had vanished in the later haze. Only that morning? I felt in some way as if I had always been here, that there was no other place but here. The world, all there was of it, ended here, and I had better come to terms with it, take it for what it was, because there was no other, because one could fall into darkness as if into a chasm, if one refused it. I retraced my steps, but instead of passing by the employee clubhouse, I went inside. At one end of the huge room were a number of men standing around the pool tables, talking and playing. The clicking noises I had heard before, I now realized, were from the pool balls hitting each other as they shot out on the green surfaces. In front of me was a group of small tables with men playing cards, slamming them down, gathering them up, some laughing, some frowning. A rack with magazines lined another wall, and to my right was the snack bar and some empty round tables and chairs. I ordered a chocolate malted at the snack bar and took it to one of the round tables. The malted was certainly creamy and rich, just as Udell had said. It was also huge, and I wondered if I'd be able to finish the whole thing. Looking up, I caught several of the men at the card tables looking at me. Again that wary look, again that turning away and saying something to each other. I felt I had invaded a sanctuary. "Would you like to play a game of pool?" A short, stocky man stood in front of me. He had an open, honest face and a friendly grin. "I don't know how to play," I said. "I can show you." "That would be very nice indeed." Even as I said the words, they sounded affected to me, but he didn't seem to notice. He led me to an empty pool table and took a cue down from the wall. "This one looks about the right size for you." He stood it on end on the floor next to me. "Yep, it's fine." He showed me how to grip the cue with the thumb and first finger of my right hand, and how to place my left hand on the table to make a bridge with my fingers. "Don't hold it so tight. It's not a death grip. Not too loose, either. You have to do it just right. Light with your right hand here, at the butt end, and tighter where the bridge is. Okay, now what you want to do is try to hit the ball with the cue in this small area at the center. You're going to be aiming for that corner pocket." I did as he said. I hit the ball, and it went straight into the pocket. He took out another ball. I aimed, and I got it into the corner pocket again. I felt my luck had turned. No, more than that. I felt I had discovered an unknown talent in myself. No, more than that. There was something about the game, the estimation of the impact, and then the actuality of the ball's passage through space and into the proper hole, that touched and excited me. 2 other men came over, one heavy-set and middle-aged, the other somewhat younger and very thin. "Why don't you teach her about English, Shorty?" said the heavier one. "Kelly, just leave me do it my way. I don't want her to get completely confused the first time." "Why don't we play a game, you and her against me and Al?" "All right with you?" Shorty asked. "As long as nobody minds a beginner." "It's just a game," said Kelly. Though it was just a game, they played with great seriousness, taking a long time to estimate, to judge, to aim. As for my own shots, now and then I would hit a good one, and they praised me. When I missed completely, Shorty said, "Never mind. What do you expect the first time? You're doing real good." The air in the clubhouse was warm and comforting, and no one said a word to me that was at all out of the way. Udell had been wrong about that, at least. It's not that they weren't treating me as if I were a woman. They were, but somehow they acted as if I'd been admitted to their fraternity, and I was experiencing a reciprocal sense of comradeship with them. It did pass through my mind that I was not attracted to Shorty or Al or Kelly. In its own way, that was a kind of relief. It came to me that there were, after all, different kinds of maleness, or perhaps different feelings that maleness evoked. This friendly maleness, then the maleness of sexuality. That wasn't friendly. And then there was the third kind of maleness, the one that was all mixed up with death. Had these men been in the war, I wondered? First thing the next morning, I began to draw up the specifications for the new wing nuts. I had never drawn a specification before, so I had delayed doing it when Mr. Redfern told me to. But today I decided it must not be that difficult. I did a drawing of the old wing nut, then made the wing section larger, then larger again. The important thing, I decided, is to be able to get a good purchase on it, so I can really screw it down tight. I felt as if I were making substantial progress toward accuracy. I even began to look at averaging with less distaste. As the day went by, I felt myself falling into place, into my own proper niche. Though I had only the haziest idea of what was involved in depth pressure measurements, I was convinced that what needed to be revealed would be revealed in its own good time. Whatever secrecy there was seemed a natural secrecy, appropriate to this time and place, to these circumstances. I was, after all, a student in the school of learning how to wait. I felt I was being released from all those questions that had been nagging at me so persistently in the recent past, about what I must or should find. The sense of desire itself was altering in me. Even as I felt this way, I noted that I was becoming a little weird, nun-like almost. But at the same time, I was convinced that while I was being helped to wait, I was also being helped over some hump of loathsome vulnerability within myself. Soon I fell into a comforting and comfortable routine, getting up, having breakfast at the cookhouse, working in the morning, having lunch at the cookhouse, working in the afternoon, then dinner at the bunkhouse with Udell, and to cap off the day playing pool at night. Shorty was teaching me how to sight along the cue, how to gauge the proper angle and English for a carom shot. After playing, I would sit at one of the small round tables with Shorty and Al and Kelly, listening to them talk about the old days at the camp. All that other history out there, my own family's history, which I'd just as well not think of, why else did I leave home but to get away from it? And even the history of the war seemed to be giving way to another kind of history that I began to identify as my own. Once Shorty said something about the field already beginning to play out. Kelly said that the engineers were damn smart. They'd find a way to extract more oil. In some places, they were already forcing water at high pressure into the wells to drive up the oil still left in the rock. "Still," said Shorty, "there's a limit to what you can do. There's only so much oil in the ground." "So if it plays out here, I'll go somewhere else," said Al. "If there is a somewhere else." "There's always a somewhere else." Shorty shrugged. "For you, maybe." They were silent for a while. Then Al got up to get another beer. Al's a driller, one of the best, said Kelly. One of the best, said Shorty. You ought to go see him work some day. It's an art the way he guides that block, the way he can tell when the drilling mud is just right. For a moment I felt a spasm of envy. I couldn't say there was any art to what I was doing on the job, but at least, I reassured myself, you're getting accurate readings. The shop had made the wing nuts exactly to my specifications. The flange of each nut was almost 2 inches in width, and when I tightened them down on the paper, it never slipped. Now that it was March, there were dust storms every afternoon at the camp. The wind blew relentlessly, and the sun, when it shone, was filtered through grit. One night I was awakened by the sound of rain on the metal roof of the bunkhouse. The water thundered so loud I wondered if the roof would hold. Finally, toward morning, without any tapering off, the rain stopped. Coming out of the cookhouse into the brilliant washed light, I smelled the unfamiliar moisture over and under the smell of oil. I was afflicted with a vague sense of loss, as if a memory, or more accurately, a memory of a memory, were slipping from my grasp. But I haven't lost anything, I assured myself. I saw in the wash behind the camp a roaring stream, but elsewhere there was dryness as before. In the evening, after an early dinner, Udell and I went for a walk. We'd better keep to the road, said Udell as we passed beyond the end of the camp. This is snake weather. Snakes? Poisonous snakes? Nah, I don't think so, but I steer clear of them anyhow. Like I told you, I don't like snakes. Once I saw a cobra in a zoo. It was all wrapped around itself, and one end started to move, but the other end hadn't gotten the message yet. Weird. In the next cage was this frog or toad, the ugliest thing I have ever seen. It lay there in this tiny cage like a blob of shit. I'll tell you, God makes plenty of mistakes. Well, maybe not mistakes, exactly. Uncertain as I was about the nature of my own beliefs, I did not want to share in the complicity of this judgment. Yes, mistakes, Udell went on doggedly. Plenty of them. What's the matter? You afraid God will punish me for saying he makes mistakes? Mistakes! She yelled. You make plenty of mistakes, she grinned. You see? He doesn't strike me dead. Frank Henry, he's a Baptist, always trying to get me to go and be dunked into the church. Not me, I say not me. I had enough of that fire and brimstone when I was a kid. Meekness, kid, does not inherit the earth. What it does do is turn you into a poor fucked-up toad in a cage. At that moment I heard a terrible sound behind me, as if the earth were rumbling and the air roaring. Can this be punishment? I thought in a panic. I turned around and saw a riderless horse in full gallop coming toward us. I stared in wonder. I couldn't move. I couldn't believe the power of that horse in motion. Udell yanked my arm and pulled me off the road. The horse went thundering by and disappeared round a bend in the road. What's the matter with you, standing there like you were paralyzed? Haven't you ever seen a horse before? I have, but not one like that. I worry about you, kid. Sometimes I think you need a keeper. She shook her head. Let's go back. I've had enough walking for today. A pickup truck drove up with Shorty at the wheel. You see my gray mare? We sure did, Udell said. What the hell is it doing running loose like that? She got out of the corral when I wasn't looking, Shorty said sheepishly. She's only feeling her oats. Some oats? You better keep that horse corralled, or I'll complain to the management. We could have been killed just walking. Mean, stupid beasts, she said as he drove away. You can't trust them. That night I had a dream. I was climbing a steep pass at a great height. At a turn in the path, I looked up and saw that a man had grabbed the woman next to him and with a violent gesture was flinging her over the edge of the cliff. I watched in terror as the woman plummeted to earth and finally dropped into a small pool of water. After a long wait, the woman surfaced, safe. In the dream, I wondered how it was possible for that man to have so accurately directed his throw, for I didn't doubt that he had intended what had happened. There was something admirable as well as frightening about the sureness of his gesture. The leftover feelings of the dream stayed with me after I woke up, and fastened themselves somehow onto the image of that horse, galloping. 2 feelings, vague and grave, rode in and out of my brain. First, I felt a sense of awe at the horse, at her thundering motion, at its mane that in retrospect seemed to be like flame, at its quivering nostrils. Then there was the sense of shame at the thought of how I stood so paralyzed until Udell pulled me out of its path. As I worked in my cubicle that morning, tightening the wing nuts, I saw that they were like two misshapen beings, animals with huge shoulders, too big for their small bodies, clutching at the metallic paper as if it were a matter of life and death. Why had I come here, and why was I staying? I was a coward, staying on here like a lump, wasting away my youth, losing the main chance, throwing it away, being bypassed forever. Stop it, I told myself. But I was saddled with a burden of regret that I could not shake off. Looking out the window, I felt that even the landscape was putting something over on me. There was the square lake, another cause for shame. I'd asked Kelly about the lake one evening. "What?" he'd said to me in surprise. "You've never seen a square lake before? That's the only kind we have around here." "You're kidding," I said, but he insisted so soberly that he was serious. I was about to believe him. After all, what did I know about the desert? But finally, Shorty had taken pity of me and said it was man-made, a storage lake for irrigation, and they'd had a good laugh at me. Good-naturedly, I'd thought at the time. But now I felt differently. They were in the know in this, their world, and I wasn't. They had their secrets that weren't secrets to them, but were to me, and they would not be revealed, except piecemeal and grudgingly, only at that point when they didn't matter anymore. All the assumptions I had made about camaraderie were incorrect, I now saw. Oh, come on, I said to myself, all this because of a riderless horse? I made myself go to the clubhouse that night, as if habit could rectify existence. I found Shorty alone playing solitaire. He seemed distant, unfamiliar. He put the queen of diamonds on the king of clubs. He didn't say anything about the horse. I felt I ought to say something. "How's your horse?" "Okay." "You got her back all right?" "Yeah." He put the jack of clubs on the queen of diamonds. "What's her name?" "Tiny." "Tiny?" I began to laugh hysterically. "That's her name," he said stubbornly. "Sorry," I said, trying to control myself. "I hope I didn't hurt your feelings. I mean, she seems like a very nice horse." He smiled, old, familiar, decent, friendly Shorty. "Would you like to ride her?" "I'd love to, but I don't know how to ride." "I'll teach you. We could go out on rides together." "Both on one horse?" "No," he laughed. "I've got two horses, Tiny and a gelding named Curly. Would you like to go on a moonlight ride sometime?" "A moonlight ride?" "Sure, riding with the moon shining and the stars out and the sagebrush and the—" Right then Al and Kelly came in and the usual pool game started, but I had a hard time concentrating. "What's the matter with you tonight?" Kelly asked. He and I were partners. "You're missing everything." "Nothing's the matter," I said. But I was upset that Shorty had asked me that question. Maybe at first, for an instant, I was pleased, flattered. I had felt that small, sly leap, that inner grin at the proof of my power to attract. But almost at once it had been replaced, covered over, by my conviction that now things were going to be muddier. As I sighted along the queue for the next shot, I was afraid I was going to miss that one too. I felt I'd lost any ability I'd ever had to judge, to estimate, to aim. "I wondered how long it was going to take before you had to get away," Udell said, as we drove into the outskirts of Fresno. "You can only stand it so long, and then you have to get out. It happens to everybody." "It's certainly nice here," I said, admiring the wide streets and the green trees and the neat small houses. "It is nice, if I say so myself. Clean, they keep it clean. I get so damned tired of all that dust at the camp. It gets in your nose and your eyes and your mouth. I feel like spitting out all the time." "Grit," she said with disgust, then added, "We'll go by the house first. Frank Henry will be wondering what happened to me if I'm late, and I don't like him to worry." She pulled into the driveway of a small white house on a tree-lined street. The front of the house had a picture window looking out onto a green cement front edged by a low wire fence. Frank Henry covered the front over with cement. He hates mowing lawns. He made the cement green so it would look like lawn. Don't you think that was a cute idea? Udell got out of the car, unloaded her things from the back, and went up on the porch. "Frank Henry," she called out. "I'm here. Come and help me." There was no answer. "Don't tell me he's not here yet. Damn! After all that rushing." I followed her into the living room. I noticed multicolored Afghans everywhere, over the back of the couch and on the backs of the big chairs. I noticed the white frilly curtains pulled back from the picture window by an even frillier sash. Udell, who had gone out into the kitchen, came back and said nervously, "Frank Henry didn't even leave me a note. That's not like him. It's after 5. It's almost dinner time. He has a fit if he doesn't have his food right at 6. He's like a kid that way." She smiled fondly, then added, "I hope nothing has happened to him. The first thing I always think about is an automobile accident." Her voice tapered off anxiously. "I'll go ahead and start dinner. You'll be here any moment, I'm sure. Can I help you?" "You can keep me company if you want to. I'm just going to make a big pot of spaghetti." I leaned against the kitchen counter and watched her get out an enormous pot and fill it with water. "How much spaghetti are you going to make?" "I make up a big pot for the week. That way he doesn't have to cook when I'm gone." "He must love spaghetti." "He's not that particular. Frank Henry eats whatever I give him," she said proudly. When 6 o'clock came, the spaghetti and the tomato sauce were done, but Frank Henry had not yet arrived. "Where the devil is he? He couldn't have stopped off at Charlie's bar, could he have? Frank Henry doesn't like me to call to see if he's there, but I don't care. I'm going to call anyhow." "No, he's not there," she said, hanging up the receiver. "Wait till I get hold of him. At that moment the door between the kitchen and the living room swung open, and Frank Henry came in. He was small and thin and bald. He was carrying a large paper bag. "Where have you been, Frank Henry?" Udell asked, her hands on her hips. "I've been fishing. I took the afternoon off." "You took the afternoon off, and you didn't let me know? We've been waiting around for hours, keeping the dinner warm." "You don't have to make a federal case of it." He put the paper bag on the counter. "I brought you some nice fish." He started out the kitchen door. "I don't want any fish. What am I going to do with fish? I've already made spaghetti," Udell yelled, following him into the living room. Even with the kitchen door closed, I could hear them yelling. I tried not to listen to what was being said. I looked at the spaghetti. It seemed to be agglutinating before my eyes. I looked at the window over the counter. More frilly curtains. Udell shoved open the swinging door. She sat at the table and started spooning out spaghetti on my plate. "Can you imagine the nerve? He says it's my fault that I wasn't here earlier. What good would it have done if I'd been here earlier?" "That's enough, thank you," I said. The mound before me was intimidating. "Let him starve. What do I care?" Udell said. "Are you coming in to eat, Frank Henry?" she yelled. There was no answer. "I asked you if you are coming in to eat." There was a muffled, "No." "God damn it, after I've been to all this trouble!" She got up and went into the living room and slammed the door behind her. I heard a thud and then some yelling, a murmur, a yell, another murmur, and then some knocking sounds. I wondered if I should just go ahead and eat, but I wasn't hungry. The smell of the fish was overpowering. Should I put it in the refrigerator? Would it go bad sitting there on the counter? How long does fresh fish stay fresh? Udell came back into the kitchen, her face red, her lipstick smeared. "He'll be in a minute," she said primly. At the end of the meal, eaten in silence except for Udell inquiring at frequent intervals if everything was okay for Frank Henry, he sat back and yawned. "This girl is a real big city girl," Udell said, as if now were the appointed time for conversation. "She's never even seen a lamb before. Can you imagine? She wanted to get out and touch one." "Did she touch one?" "No, I didn't have time to stop, but I guess I could have stopped, as it turns out," she added darkly. "I think I'll lie down," Frank Henry said. "We'll do the dishes while you're resting." "Quietly, I hope," Frank Henry said as he went out. "Frank Henry is a maniac about peace and quiet. If there's the slightest sound, he can't sleep. and once he's up for the rest of the night. Me, I could sleep through an earthquake." "Are there earthquakes around here?" "Sure, all over the state. But you're not going to start worrying about that now, are you? You're really a worrier, aren't you?" "Well—" Udell lapsed into silence as she washed the dishes, without soap. "Don't bother drying. Air drying is better. It's cleaner." "Can we go to the hotel now, to make sure I have a room?" "Stop worrying. I'll get you there. Let's go wake up Frank Henry from his beauty sleep." In the living room, Udell leaned over Frank Henry, who was lying on the couch, covered with an afghan in orange and purple and green and red. "Time to go out on the town," she sang out cheerily. He opened one eye. "I don't want to go out. I'm tired." "Can you beat it?" Udell turned to me. "He's tired. From fishing." She leaned over Frank Henry again. "I didn't come home to sit around while you sleep. What am I supposed to do? Listen to the radio? Saturday night is my night for excitement. I spend all week at the camp, busting my ass while I work on the accounts, and—" "You don't have to stay there." "I stay there because I choose to stay there, and I get away from there when I choose to get away from there, and I can get away from here when I choose to get away from here. Come on, Frank Henry," she said coyly. "Everybody needs a change. Everybody needs to get out of the old daily routine." "I've had enough excitement to last me for a lifetime," said Frank Henry, and closed his eye. "Okay, Mr. Filled Up with Excitement, if that's the way you feel." She yanked open the front door. "Come on, let's go," she summoned me. "What about the fish?" I asked. "Let him take care of the goddamn fish," she said, and slammed out. Frank Henry pulled the afghan up over his head. He looked like a camouflaged mound. I was going to say something to him, but then I decided not to. "What's Frank Henry doing now?" Udell asked as I climbed into the front seat. "He's got the afghan over his head. Does that mean he's depressed or something?" "Why should he be depressed? He's doing what he wants to do, and we're going to do what we want to do, right?" The Fresno Hotel was 6 stories high, with a blinking electric sign on the roof. A canopy over the entrance repeated the name in movie marquee letters. To the left of the entrance was a door with a sign, Coffee Shop, and to the right another door with a sign, Tavern. The desk in the lobby was unattended. Udell banged a little metal bell on the counter. Waiting for someone to come, I read the announcement behind the desk. "The Fresno Hotel is absolutely fireproof. George R. Edwards, owner, and Edwin C. White, owner." An elderly clerk with a green nightshade appeared, and I registered. "You take your things on up," Udell said. "I'll wait here." Room 604 was a narrow, dark room, almost completely filled by a single bed and a large, dark wardrobe. The window looked out onto a court. In one of the rooms, opposite people, mostly men, were moving back and forth in front of the window. I looked up and saw the sign, Fresno Hotel, blinking on and off, and I pulled the shade down. When I got back down to the lobby, Udell wasn't anywhere in sight. Maybe I thought she went to the bathroom. I waited a while, but she still didn't appear. I went into the coffee shop. No Udell. I went into the tavern. There she was, sitting at the bar, a drink in front of her, deep in conversation with a man to her right. "Oh, there you are, kid. What took you so long? Sit right here." She patted the stool to her left. "Would you like to meet a lion? They're having a convention right at the hotel, and this fellow is one of the chief lions. What'll you have? Whiskey sour? Bring the young lady a whiskey sour," she said to the barman. "Of course she's over 21, can't you tell? Show him your ID, kid. How's your room?" "It's okay, a little small. In fact, it's very small, and it's got this enormous wardrobe in it." I made a sweeping gesture to the left with my hand, and before I could catch it, I had knocked over a drink. Not my drink, the drink of the person next to me. The liquid spilled onto the bar and began to leak over the edge. "Sloppy, sloppy," Udell called out. I vainly tried to wipe up the liquid with a cocktail napkin. "Here, bring us a rag," Udell said to the bartender. "Bring me another scotch," said the man next to me, as the bartender wiped up the spill. "I'll be glad to pay for it," I said. "No need." Embarrassed by my awkwardness, yes, I was getting sloppier all the time, moving without thinking, doing just what my parents always warned me against, I put my purse down and put both hands around my drink. I heard Udell say to the lion, "Do you have a hobby?" In the mirror above the bar, I saw the man next to me finish his drink and set it down. He was wearing a suit jacket of a shiny blue material and a khaki army shirt. I stole a glance at him from the side. He was wearing khaki army pants. He had brown hair and a rather sharp nose. I felt I ought to say something, but I didn't know what to say. I thought of asking him if he had a hobby, but he didn't look like a man who had a hobby. "I'm sorry about the drink," I said. "No need to be sorry. It happens all the time, in millions of bars all over the world." He smiled. Emboldened, I asked, "Are you a lion?" "A what?" "A lion. They're having a convention here." "No, I'm not a lion." "What are you?" I wanted to ask, but how can you ask anybody that? Instead, I said, "I don't know anything about lions, do you?" "Not much." "Except that they meet." "You from around here? You live here?" he asked. "That lion is a dope," Udell whispered loudly in my ear. "Come on, let's get out of here." I picked up my purse and got off the stool. I turned back to the man. "Goodbye. Sorry about your drink. It was very nice talking to you." "Do you have to go now? We were just getting acquainted." "Yes, when you gotta go, Udell said grimly. "I've been thinking about Frank Henry," Udell said as we walked into the lobby. "I've been thinking of him lying there. I feel terrible that I went off and left him." "Do you want to go home?" "I don't know what to do. I can't decide. I told him I was going out, and I don't like to go back on my word. It's not a good thing if you don't stand up for what you say. Otherwise you end up being a patsy, and one thing I don't want to be is a patsy. Still," she shrugged, "still I have such a sweet need of that man, I don't know." "You could call him." "That's a good idea. Let's go on up to your room, and I'll call him from there, where it's private." In room 604, Udell sat at the head of the bed and picked up the receiver. Since there wasn't a chair in the room, I sat at the foot of the bed, turned away from her. I tried not to listen. "I was just thinking, Frank Henry," Udell said. I tried to concentrate on the outlines of the monstrous wardrobe. It was dark brown, almost black. It looked to be about 10 feet tall, looming there. When you looked up at its top, you saw 2 round humps, decorations with curlicues and spirals. I heard Udell giggle and say, "Of course I do. You know what I mean." At that moment there was a knock on the door. Udell motioned to me to answer. "Of course I want to." I went to the door and opened it. Standing there was the man, half in and half out of uniform. He was carrying a glass. "How about having a drink with me?" he asked. I was so taken aback by the sight of him with the glass in his hand, the reminder of my moving without thinking, that I felt my old terrible awkwardness making havoc with my throat and my tongue. Words spilled out. "Well, actually, I was just about to go to bed. I was just about to retire. I know it's still early, but my friend and I drove down from the desert after working all day, and thank you very much, but—" "Just one drink. What's the harm in that? It'll help you to fall asleep. Besides, tomorrow's Sunday. You can sleep late. Come on," he pleaded. "It will only take a few minutes. I just got my discharge, and I felt something jerk on me and pull me back into the room. It was Udell, who in the same motion shut the door in the man's face. "What's the matter with you, girl? You just say no and shut the goddamn door. Don't you know how to say no? You didn't ask him up, did you?" "Of course not. I don't even know how he got my room number." "He slipped the clerk $2, that's how. Boy, you sure are some innocent. Is it safe to leave you alone?" She picked up her purse. "Frank Henry and me had a good talk. He actually asked me to come home. He even said he was missing me. I should have been more understanding. After all, he had enough excitement during the war. No wonder he—" "Was Frank Henry in the service?" "Sure he was. What do you think he was, a draft dodger?" Not everybody who wasn't in the service was a draft dodger. There were people in essential positions, essential to the war effort. "Yeah, I know. 4F. Not just—" "Well, kid," Udell said briskly, "I am on my way. You look as if you could use a rest anyhow. Maybe the big city's too much for you." She grinned and went to the door. Her hand on the knob, she turned. "There's something I feel I ought to say to you. I've noticed something about you. You know what you do. You let people ride all over you." "No, I don't." Then why didn't you shut the door in that guy's face? It seemed— What? It seemed impolite. Impolite? Udell scoffed. What was he being? Coming up when he wasn't asked? Not going away when you said no? That's politeness? That wasn't exactly what I meant. It's exactly number one that you ought to be paying attention to. Otherwise, guys like that will wipe up the floor with you. She opened the door and looked out. The creep's gone, thank goodness. You know what the trouble with you is? You're all over the place. One moment you're going this way, the next moment you're going that way. The next thing you can't move at all. You can't make up your mind about anything. That's the trouble. Oh, you've got a good brain. I've no doubt about that. But you don't use it. Now me, I don't have that good a brain. Oh, no, that's the truth. I don't pretend to be what I'm not. But I make up for it by using what I have. Like the turtle, I get where I'm going, even though I get there slowly. I look at what's ahead of me in the road. I don't waste my energy wondering about the big picture. Let the world take care of itself. You can't do anything about the world anyway. So keep your eye on your goal. It's the same way with men. If it's somebody that I'm not interested in, I don't give them the time of day. But if it's somebody I like, I mean they couldn't get rid of me if they tried. You've got to decide what you want, kid. That's what life is really about. Deciding. There's always somebody doing the choosing. I figure it'd better be me than someone else. But Udell was already out the door. Downstairs in the tavern, the bar was crowded almost to bursting with lions. I made my way to a small round table in the corner. Sitting there alone, I thought of the camp. I hadn't really been ready to leave it. Why had I been so stupid, hasty, judging? So Shorty had asked me to go with him on a moonlight ride. Was that so terrible? I could have just said no, or maybe even gone. Well, so you're here after all. It was the man half in and half out of uniform. He raised his glass to me. Welcome. He pointed to the chair opposite me. Do you mind? Where's the dragon lady? He asked as he sat down. She left. She went home. She your sister or something? No, she's a friend. We work in the same place. What's that? In the valley, in an oil field. Not many women there, I'll bet, he said admiringly. A few. What do you do there? I measure things, and plot them. Oh, he said. A waitress appeared. Scotch on the rocks, he said. And you? The same, I said, though I had never liked Scotch before. But I was going to get what I hadn't gotten. I was going to ask what I wanted to, needed to ask, but not yet. I couldn't ask him here. All around us, the lions were laughing and drinking. I was drinking my Scotch. Would I learn to like it? He was talking about a trip he was planning to take to the mountains. He was going to go fishing and hunting, things I didn't know anything about. In fact, I always hated the thought of killing an animal for no reason. Looking at him intently, I saw that his eyes were blue and that they were delicately fringed with long lashes. I don't know your name. What's your name? I gave him my name. I thought, what will happen next? Will I ask him up to my room? No, not to that room. We could go out. We could go to his place. He was looking down at his drink now. He was smiling. When he finished his drink, he said, Let's go. When we walked out together, I looked surreptitiously to the side. For some reason, I thought perhaps he is limping. But he was not limping. We got into his car. It was a Studebaker. An old Studebaker, the upholstery all torn, 2 side windows covered over with cloth where there was no glass. We drove through the quiet streets, with houses with lights on in them. He, too, was a silent driver. He pulled me over to him, closer. I felt his knee against my knee. I felt the thickness, the lubricity of desire multiplying. We came to a dark place where there were no houses. He pulled off onto a side road. He came to a stop in a place that looked like a field. He turned the headlights off. He sat there, not saying anything, not moving, just sitting there, though now his hand was on my knee. Maybe right then I was thinking of that guy on the bus, the one who had touched my leg, without my choosing. Yes, it was all about choosing, as Udell had said. Let's just sit here and talk for a minute. I heard the hesitancy in his voice. After all, he was shy. That made me feel surer. I had noticed this often about myself before. If the other person was very sure, I was unsure. But if they were unsure, I somehow grew bolder. "Where were you in the war?" I asked. He was silent for a moment. I prepared myself to listen. I thought about what I'd read and what I'd seen in the movies, about men having to walk for days in mud in the jungle, about how they had to keep looking and looking for anything that moved around them or overhead, how they had to throw themselves into ditches to save themselves, how some were caught and some escaped and some were left behind. "I was on Attu, in the Aleutians." He stopped. "A cold place," I said. "A very cold place. 20, 30, 40 degrees below zero most of the time. In summer it warms up, then it's almost up to freezing. Some summer." He laughed nervously. I waited. "But inside it wasn't like that, was it?" "No. Inside in the huts it was warm enough. But there was nothing going on. There was nothing to do. We just waited and waited. It drove me nuts. I applied for a transfer to the infantry. I didn't care anything to be out of there. But it didn't come, and it didn't come, and then finally when it did come and I was shipped to Fort Benning, the war was over." "I don't usually talk about it," he added. "But I asked you." "Yes, you asked." Yes, I had asked him, but what he had said was not what I had wanted to know. I had wanted to hear about the fighting, about what it meant to risk death and injury, to be on that edge, to believe that at any minute you could die. I had wanted to know what it meant to have to kill someone, to be ordered to kill someone. But he hadn't told me that. He didn't know that. All that snow and ice got to me. It got to my eyes, inside my eyes. Everything looked and felt white. It scared me. I thought it was never going to change, that I was always going to be in that white my whole life. I still think about it sometimes. Then I'm inside that white all over again. The way he said it, the edge of panic in his voice, it was the kind of talk that makes you wobble, that makes you feel there's nothing firm anywhere, that makes you distrust the one talking, that makes you fearful about your own judgment, that makes you feel you have to say something to save the situation, him, yourself, even if that saying comes out of your own hide, or wherever it's been hidden. Once at the camp, the first night I was there, I told him about looking out into the empty dark and thinking of cold, uninhabited places. I told him how then I'd gone in to play pool with the men, and how then everything was okay. "Where are you from?" he asked. "Philadelphia." "Born there?" "Yes." "Any sisters?" "One." "Any brothers?" "No." Do you believe in God?" "That's a very personal question. It's not the kind of question you can ask someone and expect them to be able to answer just like that." "Sorry," he mumbled. He took his hand from my knee. "Where are we?" I asked desperately. "We're in a field. If it was light, you could see that there's a lake in front of us. Not a lake exactly. It used to be a lake when I was a kid, but now it's mostly dried up and it's more like a pond." There I was, in a ridiculous car with shreds hanging, looking out over a pond that I couldn't even see, with a man half in and half out of uniform. Something fluid began to rise in me. Was it rage? It came up and up, starting down in me where I never even knew down was, forcing out the embedded, driving up the viscous, till I was flung. No, I threw myself down, precisely, into grief. Ecco, by Ronald Sukenick. Copyright 1990 by Ronald Sukenick. First published in Boulevard No. 12 and 13, Spring 1990. Reprinted by permission. What a privilege it is to wake up in the morning in Venice and know you can do anything you want. I see the egg boat is passing, and have enough money to do it. And to be neither tourist, they throng on the bridges and embankments below in legions, following their various tour generals holding aloft banners of scarf, ribbon, chapeau on umbrella or cane. And, starting toward evening on the canal in the gleaming gondolas, black as death, accompanied by some old third-rater singing his tonsils out to the lit candle or the single rose in the holder in the bow. And certainly not Venetian, sitting in your apartment overlooking canal, quay-like fondamenta, bridges, tourists, and Venetians, your life an absence from your life, and from that of Venetians and tourists, invisible, a nobody afloat like the gondolas drifting by with no idea of what will happen next. Your invisibility, in fact, is simply an extension of your normal situation, the consequence of obscure critical esteem for your literary work, varied by myopic media hype for your more journalistic, if profitable, output as writer, an invisibility recently more painful as a result of deaths, divorce, and geographical circumstance, by the removal, in short, of all those who had been closest. It is a condition to which Venice, however mistakenly, is meant to help you reconcile, or at least to ballast, the kind of rapidly progressive instability that isolation can breed. The vegetable boat scuds around the corner full speed, the man on the high bow doing some drastic ducking so his head doesn't get knocked off by the bridge. The grocery boat pulls up to the store downstairs. Its pilot has a long discussion with the storekeeper about accounts. Pulls out. A garbage boat goes by, loaded high with trash. A cat licks itself in the sun, across the canal, beyond the blue, the red, the teak boats, tied up to plain wooden poles, at the fondamenta beneath the tall windows, with the flowers on the balconies, on the walls faded maroon, green, ochre, plaster scaling off to exposed salmon-hued brick, that I look at over my own flowers in my own tall windows. A city so full of theirsness your presence isn't necessary, allowing you to vacate, hopefully reach for a tonic vacancy. Somebody's house full of furniture floats by on a moving van boat. A teak water taxi churns through, cabin lined with white sofas. You go down to pick up your shoes from the blind shoemaker around the corner, down the fondamenta, across the wooden bridge, to the right, where they were supposed to be ready yesterday and weren't. Today the little man in the store looks alarmed. After lunch, he says. No, you need them now. You'll come back in 15 minutes. No, a half an hour. Okay, a half an hour. A sweet little old man. Yesterday he gave you a shine, refused money. You come back in half an hour. He's working away at them. Okay, you'll go get a haircut you've been meaning to. You come back after haircut, he's just starting second shoe. You go get bread, come back, he's got the heel on and fixing sole. You stand in doorway watching people come down the narrow street. A tourist asks for directions in broken Italian. You give them in broken Italian. Now he's back on first shoe, perfecting his work. His meticulousness is becoming fascinating. Your impatience gives way to absorption in his unbelievable perfectionism, with awl, glue, and nail. As he works, he talks. He grew up in Toronto, taken there by his anti-fascist father. Mussolini niente. Still working away from within a different sense of time, out of another world. When he's finally done, he gives a big smile. He's very pleased with himself, showing you the shoes. Here comes the gelati boat squeezing around the corner of the bridge. I live at the top of a T-shaped canal intersection, and each arm of the T has a bridge making tricky turning for the local shipping sometimes, with a lot of backing and maneuvering for the biggest boats, though the best of them scud around the blind corner full speed with the help of a mirror on one of the bridges and some loud honking. There seems to be an otherworldly concern here for the spirit. It is a practical town, but the unworldly, not the pragmatic, seems fundamental. And the pragmatic, in any case, is founded on the visible ongoing decay of this world, the moldering canals, the crumbling masonry. If something is a headache, there's always a remedy. If you feel bad, stop for a gelati. Or, more to the point, there's the example of the man who ran into the hotel and asked the desk clerk, "Where's the nearest church?" The Pope was just here with much hullabaloo, and among other things visited a woman's prison on Giudecca, across the lagoon. Don't get demoralized, he told the inmates. Don't underestimate this advice. One day you wander into the Hotel Foucheux, around the corner and down the fondamenta. You don't know why exactly, a sudden impulse of curiosity about that class of hotel, third probably, in this kind of slightly decaying lower middle-class neighborhood. Or maybe the vaguest mental tide, like the tidal current that seems to run through the canals, slowly flushing out all the trash tossed into them. This is the floating world. not in the Japanese sense of a world of pleasure, though that too in a more subtle way, but as world adrift from the mainstream, eddying, insular, isolate, labyrinthine, intestinal, encoiled, amnesiac, amniotic, curled into itself like a fetus or a brain. Why else does my friend John Teitel, who did his doctoral thesis on Henry James, end up by coincidence in James's old hotel room when he comes to the city, a city that generates resonances like an echo chamber? A large launch now seems to be stuck in the T, can't fit under the bridge after 10 minutes of maneuvering, finally goes off down the canal, then 3 minutes later reappears backing up, must be cut off in that direction too. Maybe it's high tide? Finally moves off under the left-hand bridge. In the Hotel Foucheux, a young man is talking to the desk clerk in pidgin Italian, a very thin young man with very black hair and water-green eyes reminiscent of a certain Titian, an anonymous portrait of a young man called simply the man with the green eyes. He's trying to explain to the clerk that he wants to give up his room in the Hotel Foucheux because there's now a place for him in the youth hostel on Giudecca. There's a very nice youth hostel on Giudecca, with a great view of the lagoon, very cheap, but always full. It seems the young man, he's a kid really, you see, on a closer look, has prepaid his room in the Hotel Foucheux, and now is having trouble getting his money back. You notice all this in about 5 seconds, and finding the situation oddly painful, you immediately walk back out to the Fondamenta, remembering suddenly your own first visit to Venice almost 30 years ago, arriving as a kid in a vaporetto from the train station to the same hostel on Giudecca, with a painful injured eye and no money to have it cared for, but so super excited you weren't worried about it, sensing with a certain amount of accuracy the invulnerability of youth. When, without preamble, a large, muscular, golden-haired, handsome young man, somewhat older than yourself, with a strange accent, on his way to the same hostel, begins to inquire about your plight, and on hearing it, offers you the loan of a, for you, large sum of money, so you can go to the clinic. He claims to be from New Zealand, and gives you an address where you can send the money after you get back to the States, no matter when, an address that seems totally inadequate for international transactions, but, he assures you, there aren't many people in New Zealand. And then, curiously, you never see him again, even at the hostel, and though you later send him the money, never hear from him. You don't even see him get off the boat, as if he'd evaporated into the mist-bright air as abruptly as he'd appeared. You go to the clinic, and the doctor probes your eye, finally removing an embedded cinder from the locomotive pulling the train from Paris. "Ecco," he says, and you experience an immediate sensation of relief. That is how you learn the meaning of the word ecco. A dead kitten floats by, its 4 little legs stiff and reaching straight up to heaven. You consider the amusing possibility now that the opportune appearance of the supposed New Zealander represented an intervention by the gods, the kind of gods we don't have any more, especially not in the secular states, who used to go among men and women too, and talk with them, and help them out or punish them, and love them. This used to be their territory. Maybe now they live in New Zealand. Ecco. The next day you go to the ghetto, speaking of old gods, the Jewish ghetto having the distinction of being the first in the world, established in the 16th century, giving its name, from the word for the foundries that were originally there, giving its name to all subsequent versions. A boat jam at the bridges. 4 boats almost crashing into one another, but none of the pilots seem worried, yelling, honking, pulling at their throttles, long single oars and rudders. The ghetto is way over to one side of the railroad station, where off a lesser canal an alley-like viale begins. You turn to the right into it, and you notice on the left-hand wall a marble plaque above the doorway of number 48, not as you first think an apologetic memorial to the miseries of the ghetto, but an edict establishing the ghetto itself, fierce with warnings about Jews being prohibited from leaving, threats of prosecution and provision for informers contacting the authorities about violations. Then you penetrate the old ghetto square, surrounded by shabby buildings very tall in terms of Venetian architecture, very plain, with none of the lacy decoration of the Venetian style. The ghetto still another world, and not in good repair, a picture so oppressive you can't get yourself to take a photo as planned. The tall buildings, no doubt to increase population capacity of compressed space, look like the predecessor of New York's old Lower East Side at its worst. Then past a bakery featuring Mazza's Italian style, our bread contains only flour, water, and olive oil, baked in a beautiful latticed, lacy, open-work shape, into the new ghetto, more spacious, houses in better condition, a series of monumental plaques to the Holocaust, and still oppressive, claustrophobic. You go into a little synagogue museum in the Ghetto Nuovo, against your better judgment, because now all you want to do is get out, and discover that while the museum isn't much, the interior of the actual synagogue is an architectural gem, a Baroque oval surrounded by a railed balcony, no doubt for women worshippers. And there you discover, engaged in conversation, the dark, green-eyed boy from the Hotel Foucheux, and seeing him, feel a sudden tug of attraction, an inexplicable, spontaneous, almost embarrassing pang of feeling, like an evocative but isolated musical note implying a phrase, a composition whose sense hangs in the air. The boy is listening to a middle-aged man telling him, in broken phrases and bad grammar, with an ancient mariner urgency, how he came to be here, in this synagogue, through a twist of absurdity, an absurdity emphasized, you note, by what looks like a folded dish-towel or large handkerchief perched on the man's head as an improvised yarmulke. He had been brought up completely secular in South Africa, the older man is saying, gone there as an infant with his mother, an old atheistic Italian socialist, when she had remarried. One day, after he had grown up and his mother long since died, he received notice from Italy that the cemetery in which his family was buried had been hit by an earthquake, and the graves had to be moved. On coming to Italy to see about the situation, he was told by the authorities that the graves had to be moved to the Jewish cemetery. The Jewish cemetery! Why? Why? Because they're Jewish, of course. He was astonished, but on reflection realized he had always suspected something. The man pauses. "And you?" he asks the boy. "Yes," he answers, "but not a believer." Nor are you. Short of an earthquake, you again feel an urgent desire to get out of the synagogue, get out of the ghetto itself. You leave the synagogue, take one of the bridges out of the isolation of the Campo de Ghetto Nuovo, and head for the vivacity and color of the Rialto and the world as quickly as possible. You walk for about 5 minutes. You turn a corner and with a shock realize you are once again in the Campo de Ghetto Nuovo. Dumbfounded. You have no memory of heading back here. You would have had to return on some of the same streets, the same bridges on which you came. You were walking directly out of the ghetto, and then suddenly you are back in it. How was it possible? It is not that you have lost your way. It's that a certain period of duration has disappeared, unaccounted for, during which you were transported back here in a wink of time. And you are not so much back where you started, as back when you started. And it occurs to you that the real meaning of labyrinth is time warp. Conversely, ghosts are not creatures that have returned after their time, but those that have lost their way. So this mystery is your little ambiguous miracle of the day, as if some magic rabbi had waved his hand and conjured an angel to fly you back, its wing veiling your consciousness, to make you aware of something consciousness itself renders invisible. What? The train is about to pull out of Venice Santa Lucia. The train is pulling out. Goodbye. I glide across Italy eating cherries. The Eugenian Hills, I think, off to the right. The next day it's raining, the drops pocking the canals. Venetians go about their business in bright overall slickers and high rubber boots. Boatmen bail rainwater from boat bottoms, so you go to the Scuola San Rocco, which is near where you live. The Scuola San Rocco is where you go if you want to see Tintorettos. They're on the walls and on the ceilings, especially one immense crucifixion covering a whole wall to the ceiling. Crucifixions give you the creeps, barbarous and masochistic, spiritually tacky, and yet an effective way to evoke empathy for suffering. The Holocaust, for example. Too big. It cannot be imagined. The crucifixion provides a human focus. As you approach the huge painting, you notice a slim silhouette of a male figure, almost swallowed by the vast canvas, shoulders up, head and neck thrust forward, mouth sagging open, eyes slightly popped and staring intensely at the painting in total empathy, as if he sought to absorb it completely, an impression so striking you actually check back to the painting to make sure it's still on the canvas. This striking figure is, of course, the green-eyed kid again. By this time you're not surprised to encounter him. You've begun to accept these intersections. It's as though you're programmed for the same itinerary. It's not that unusual when you're touring. There are just so many sights to see, so many tour books. But you've become intensely curious about the boy, and you have to admit, more than curious, definitely attracted. And you would like to strike up a conversation, find out what he's about, except that the strength of his scrutiny, his attention to the painting in front of him, definitely forbids it. For you, once so avid an explorer of the cultural heritage, coming back here yet again is more like an exploration of your own past, what you had originally sought in the classics, evidently already found, or perhaps not there, not ever there. Now, as you turn at a right angle to gaze, a little absently, at the beautiful, small Christ carrying the cross, kept behind glass on an easel, the one attributed indecisively to Titian or Giorgione, you've always thought Titian, you sense to your right the boy turning also to look at the same painting, turning quite simultaneously along with you, and you decide this time, after a minute's hesitation, to breach his privacy. You know, you say, in the 16th century it was thought to have miraculous powers. The boy, the young man, his age is actually not clear to you, or rather he seems to look different ages at different times, as if he's not quite in focus, turns his head toward you with a slight, ambiguous smile, not totally unlike a sacred subject by the great Venetian Giovanni Bellini, gazing into another spiritual dimension, and seems to stare past you actually, without the slightest acknowledgment of your remark. And then you realize, and it's a little scary, that he's looking through, not past you, that he literally doesn't take in that you are there, and this with such an absolute quality, that for a second you have to wonder yourself. You look back to the Titian Giorgione, the shrewd secular face of the man focusing on the God whose gaze scans eternity. Now floating over blue, cloud-plumed, wave-dimpled, white-specked Atlantic, in the opposite direction to the turning earth, which I see from the stillness of the sky on the top side of the ornamental, lavish clouds, just as Tiepolo might have envisioned them from heaven. Is he, by force of youth and innocence, staring into another spiritual dimension, one in which you no longer exist, lacking the purity and disinterestedness of the shoemaker, unconcerned with production, obsessed with essentials like good work, like truth? Essentials are of the other world, maybe a better one. But you can't walk around without shoes these days on the fondamenta. There's much to be said for the crumbling perfection of Venice, but Italy is moving quickly into high-tech. It's true, the ghetto blasters are beginning to move in along with it, even into Venice. But then who needs the ghetto? You move down to the first floor of the scuola, leaving the kid at peace in dream time, and go take a look at the various religious articles exhibited, among them a reliquary from within which a dead saint's shriveled finger beckons. When you leave the scuola, the rain stopped, and the sun breaks loose, causing all the birds threading the air to join with the city's innumerable caged canaries, which, like the gondoliers, are always singing. Now in the New World, from a high condo, I gaze at the heavy shipping of New York Harbor as it slides through the Narrows under Verrazano Bridge. Toward the tip of Manhattan, along the East River, one massive building goes up as, almost next to it, another comes down. Back in the stream of history now, I lose myself staring at the brutal skyline, and with a shock realize I am once again in Venice, its stone embroidery and domes. I'm looking at the flashing tableau of harbor and skyscraper, and at the same time I'm eddying in a lagoon of internal exile, apart from all that, in another world I thought I'd left behind. Why? Along the river I can see the Lower East Side, once the Jewish ghetto of New York, and beyond, Ellis Island, where my ancestors emerged into modern time, now a museum. In the Piazza San Rocco, across from the Scuola, 6 or 10 cats lounge near a fence, one of the packs of street cats fed here and there through the city, outside restaurants, churches, sometimes even by citizens lowering food in baskets from upper-story windows to keep the rats at bay, you suppose. They look at you out of their timeless world and remind you that Venice is a city of 1,000 years that has, like an eddy in a river, evolved its own rhythm of time, interned, reflexive, self-referential, a reflecting pool in which a traveler may reflect. It isn't for some days that you catch your next image of the boy, though you had expected it sooner than the evening when from some unexpected back street pool of silence, where you stopped to reflect on the chat of Aqua with Fondamenta, a twist in the Viale brings you suddenly into the uproar of Piazza San Marco, harmonized by the whining violins and old tangos of the small orchestras playing on the terrazzi of the cafes. There, in one of the cafes, Florian, the most famous one, you spot the object of what you may by now call your fascination. At a table, eating gelati, with a wide-eyed brunette young woman whose half-smile and constant glancing about the piazza imply a frank reach of wonder. She's arrived in Venice only recently for the first time, you speculate, still overwhelmed with the first impact of the city. Her long, full brown hair, thigh-length skirt, according to the once-again new style for kids, and a generally unbound look under loose cloth that, or maybe some openness to experience that she projects like an invitation, creates for the observer an immediate aura around her. This is just the right place for her, just the right moment, at just the right age, for a flowering presumably offered to her companion that gives you a shot of envy, even jealousy, though for exactly what it's hard to say. You want to be in his shoes, but then again, you don't want her, however attractive, between him and your growing, maybe even unhealthy, you have to admit, obsession with him. But she, like the fresh breeze now blowing off the lagoon, it being unusually cool here for the start of the tourist season, serves to distract you from the somewhat fevered solipsism of your concern for an unknown boy who is really little more than an artifact of your imagination. Her quivering sexuality, even as she moves in her seat, inspires you to take a table in good view of her, and even in hearing of their amazed conversation about the scene around them, from which several things become apparent. First, that they are lovers, or are about to become lovers, or, most likely, have just become lovers, almost purring at one another, on a honeymoon perhaps, and that part of their wonder, and especially hers, over the city is an extension of their own sensuality, which Venice, certainly, helps to arouse. "This is the sexiest place I've ever been," she remarks. "It's like all the buildings are wearing lace nightgowns." "When are you going to call the guy in Rome?" he asks. "I called him. I forgot to tell you." "What did he want?" "He said he liked the pieces and wants to do a show if I can get some more done in the next few months." "Can you?" "Sure, but I don't want to." "Why not?" "Because I don't feel like doing them anymore. I don't feel like working. Not now. For the time being. I used it up. I'd just be repeating myself. There's nothing there." "I see. Too bad. It would be a real coup. We'd be able to stay. Besides, I think he may want something else." "What?" "You know." "Would you consider giving it to him?" "Are you kidding?" He leans over and gives her a kiss. "On the other hand," he says, "the time seems right to stay in Europe." "Well, we can't." The crazy thought immediately comes to you of offering them a room in your apartment. There's plenty of space, even a quasi-independent section in the back. But just then, their lira already on the table, they get up and slip into the stream of pedestrians in the crowded piazza, and are quickly lost to your view. In the 747 heading west through a cloudless sky, the airplane seems still while the earth flows beneath. And from the point of view of relativity, it strikes me, this impression is not so absurd, since we know the truth of motion is not earthbound. As in ancient days, essentials, if not exactly lodged in another world, are hardly in the exclusive province of this one. So that in some elusive but palpable way, to be suspended at 30,000 feet is to be partly in this world and partly in another realm, less clearly understood. But you are soon to have another opportunity. The next day, as you thread your way through the narrow alleys leading to the Rialto, you stop to look into a shop window, showing an impressive array of genuine badger shaving brushes, when the unmistakable accents, female, of an American trying to speak Italian strike from close range over your shoulder, and it's almost certainly the young woman from Florian's last night. "Scusi, signor, dove ca d'oro?" "Do you speak English?" "Yes." "American?" "Yes." "I happen to be heading in that direction. Why don't you come with me?" Certainly it's the same young woman, though it's true that couples under a certain age are starting to look the same to you, young people in general starting to resolve into types rather than individuals, a situation that has resulted in more than one embarrassing confusion. As you head off with her by your side, toward the Grand Canal, you can't help thinking that it's a perfect pick-up situation, although you know, of course, that she's not on the market for being picked up in that sense. Still, she's just as appealing at close range as she was at the table last night, just as sexy, yet different. Now it seems she's no mouth-gaping tourist, the somewhat gawking quality you noticed last night deriving rather, it soon becomes evident, from a fine sensibility and a quick sense of wonder. Now, looking up at the front range of the Rockies, rising almost out of the backyard, false image of permanence, geology no less than history a kind of fluid. The old cat, gradually dying, grave already dug against coming frost, stares calmly at a changing world that, despite differences, has always been, is always going to be, the same in his unique, changeless gaze. Indifferent to the blackboard of history, he lives in our world, but is not of it. A guest from where? "Are you staying at the Hotel Foucheux, you ask?" "You mean as opposed to the Hotel Success? Is there such a place?" "I thought I saw you there. With a young man?" "Oh, is that how you pronounce it? I started there. I guess that was an inauspicious place to start." "I don't know. The United Nations started at a place called Lake Success. You're a tourist?" "I wouldn't think of it. I'm a collagist." "In what sense?" "I like to put things together. Words, images, pictures. Kurt Schwitters is my ideal. You know Schwitters?" "Of course. And your companion?" "At the hotel? He's a writer." "Published?" "Not yet." "This is your first time in Venice?" "For me, yes. For him, no. But the first time he was here, he was having some sort of eye trouble and couldn't see as much as he wanted." "Isn't that always the case?" "Maybe. But that's not because of eye trouble." "True. They say that people believe what they see, but in fact most people see only what they believe. The second time I came here was with my ex-wife, but though I could see, I still couldn't see." She doesn't respond to this, probably losing interest in view of the flood of new and beautiful things to see. You, however, are starting to feel the pull of a magnetism, as powerful as it is apparently baseless, since its source is a girl about whom you know nothing, and yet with whom you feel an immediate coincidence of rhythm, an empathy, an intimacy almost, so that it would seem the most natural thing in the world to ask her up to your apartment, to sit with her on the chaise, to put your arm around her as you talk together effortlessly and luminously. And moreover, you intuit, though surely she has no intention of acting on it, that she is feeling the same thing. So that by the time you climb the steps up to the summit of the Rialto Bridge, the various vaporetti and motor barges and long-oared vessels weaving wakes below on the Grand Canal, and you stop to point out the Cadoro to her, you haven't the slightest idea of what you might say, and she, with a look in her large, soft brown eyes of both expectancy and prohibition, no idea, certainly, of what she might hear. You turn to point up the canal to her goal, explaining the route, and when you turn again to her the space she occupied just a few seconds ago is vacant, and in fact she is nowhere in view. You quickly look around the other side of the line of shops, down both sides of the bridge, behind the shops on the other side, and she is nowhere. Disappeared in a wink of time. You saw it, but you don't believe it. More mystified than insulted, you wander down the other side of the bridge, invaded by a wholly disproportionate sense of loss, of roads not taken, and of roads taken that wind back on themselves, that lead nowhere, that lead through marvelous landscapes, yet themselves are lost. So the sense of loss includes a feeling of escape. Stumbling among the shoppers and vendors on the other side of the bridge, you wonder what it is of which you feel the loss, and you think it is that, from her wonder over the spectacle of the city, she is, as you once were, a believer, not a believer in anything particular, but one credulous about belief itself, a faculty hard to come by, but without which, as now, there is little but empty air inhabiting your dreams. But having come to Venice for vacation, for the pleasure of vacancy, and not for work or thought, you are content to let the whole episode drift by without further analysis. Besides, you have the intimation that though there is something doing here, for you, other than the mere pleasure of doing, it will emerge only if you let your normal analytic habits of mind become undone, giving yourself up to the apparently aimless drift and eddy of incident, the course of event which, faithful to nothing, comprises nonetheless a kind of language, if you know how to read it. In the mail today a royalty statement for a book I worked on 3 years, after charges for copies purchased by author, $3.03. On the other hand, I remember the spontaneous reaction of an old friend when I tell him the tidy sum I made on one of my books. "Gee, are you smart?" Money is not the point, but neither is smart. Maybe our confusion is the point. What follows then is unpredictable, once you decide to give in to the natural flow of things. An overwhelming tide of hopelessness catches you and sweeps you along, pulling you helplessly like drifting garbage without destination, a surge of despair denoting the final uselessness of all effort. Why keep going? Why not die? It's like being hit by a vacuum that leaves you breathless and staggering. You stagger to a table in a cafe and sit down abruptly. The waiter comes, you order a cafe macchiato. When you begin to look around, you see that the cafe is quite singular, in that it is populated largely by old people. Old, but animated, vivacious, talking and gesturing and calling from one table to another and bantering with the waiter. The vigor, the good humor of the old people, some of them obviously quite handicapped, illumines your melancholy, relativizes your dark humor. One ancient gent in particular, sporting a beret, lively but with a thoughtful eye, you see wishfully as yourself in the labyrinth of time. Whether it's the tonic effect of the jocular septuagenarians, or simply the rhythm of your own psyche, you recall yourself at a happier time in this city, sitting at a cafe table with your young wife. In particular, you remember sitting at a table bordering the lagoon at night. It's a celebration of sorts. You've just sold your first story, and you feel rather smart. Success, whatever that means to you, is almost palpable, in view of which you seem to yourself quite worldly wise. At a certain point in the evening, you literally see yourself as a successful author 20 years in the future. Whether you project this apparition onto another client sitting in a dark corner of the cafe, or whether it's a materialization of intuition, hardly matters. Whatever the case, in your innocence, this vision of yourself gives you a shock, because it is not what you thought it would be, success. It looks more like obscurity, like failure, something you are willing to accept but reluctant to understand. Now, remembering that apparition, you recognize yourself. In remembering who you are going to be, you begin to remember who you are. Energized by the recollection that once upon a time you had a vision of yourself, and that, however ambiguous, it is still you, you decide that a little sun and exercise will do wonders, and when you leave the cafe you've already plotted an afternoon on the beach of the Lido. That afternoon, having taken a beach cabana at the Hotel Excelsior, you're walking down the Strand, past the domes and minarets of that pseudo-Arabian monument, along the endless line of cabanas with their colorful striped poles. when you spot the young man who has become the subject of your Venetian meander, in a swimsuit, walking toward you down the beach. This time you resolve instantly to engage him, hoping to illuminate, through conversation, the source and reason for your fascination. As he approaches, you note his dreaming gaze out to sea. Thinking if he is a writer, it is indeed the look of one better able to deal with a landscape of imagination rather than of reality. Before he reaches you, he stops on the beach, looks down, smiles, and speaks, presumably to his young wife, his body turned in profile. Thin. It's hard to believe he's so thin. It's a leanness you immediately associate with spiritual purity, which, if anything, increases your desire to interrogate him. But as you approach his now stationary figure, he looks up at the sky, and, since in following his gaze you spot nothing, you look down and realize that he's suddenly grown taller, and then looking down at his feet, you see that's not it at all. It's that there is an undeniable and growing space under the soles of his feet relative to the sand. Stunned, you continue toward him, knowing this couldn't be happening, but too dazed to pause and take stock. And the closer you come to him, the higher he rises, like a kite or a balloon. Already his knees are at the level of your head, and as he ascends, his arms stretch out to the sides, his ankles cross, his head rolls against his shoulder, his eyes look up from under his lids, levitating more quickly, soaring, then evaporates against the blue-white sky, gone. For some reason equally confused and embarrassed, you look around to see if anyone else has witnessed this prodigy, and seeing nothing but cabana life as usual, look down to seek the young man's wife on the beach, and discover that, yes, she is there, but only in effigy, her seeming likeness spread comfortably on the beach, but sculpted from, or turned to, sand. You hardly know what to think about this episode if, that is, stunned as you are capable of thinking anything at all. But the first thing that occurs to you, however absurdly, is that since such a singularity could only be a caprice of visual imagination, the young man has been looking at too many Tintorettos. Then, of course, it occurs to you that maybe you've been looking at too many Assumptions, Resurrections, Ascensions, Annunciations, Transfigurations, and other magical subjects. And then the true reading of these events comes to you, which is that whatever their presumable source, they signify expanding contact with the other world so aptly signified by Venice, and that this rapidly growing contact might be as much cause for alarm as for, how would you put it, anticipation. And if you are, as you begin to suspect, on the brink of insight, it is one that brings you also, perhaps, to the brink of sanity. Next day, hoping to understand the effect on you of the city and its culture, and so get your feet back on the ground, you go once more to the Accademia, which contains the essence of Venetian painting, if any single place can be said to do so. There, in a room dominated by Giovanni Bellini, standing in front of The Tempest, one of the few certain works by Giorgione, your contemplation is invaded by a tour group, whose guide, lecturing in poor English, is giving a florid and undoubtedly cribbed interpretation of the achievement of the Venetian school. The Venetian of early Cinquecento founded harmony between the form and the color, and so in various vibration of light the fervid intensity of life, reasons, and principle, which is why her painting was flourished amidst our lagoons will shine eternal. The one whose intimate contemplative desire founded the inspiration in every living thing in color, in man and her plants, as if the other world is all we have, and it is this one, the first to see. This, the first essentially modern painter, rose to being universal art. Ecco, Giorgione. The tour moves on, leaving you with this new information to contemplate by way of getting your feet on the ground. The other world is all we have, and it is this one. Maybe he was talking about Venice itself, which exists largely in the other world, apart from the eroding undertow of history. History defeats itself. You look back at the Giorgione canvas, beautiful but cryptic in its imagery, which your guidebook refers to as a fine nude woman and a young man calm and serene, against crumbling towers and stormy sky, all of which conveys a lofty expression of universal beauty. Ecco, Giorgione. Paying bills at my desk, I remember how years ago as a kid I unquestioningly avoided all sure avenues to solvency as detours from the nerve-patterned pathways of the unpredictable, which is predictably the unpredictable territory where I now, as a writer, reside. Lately, I think I know why. I can't live without miracles that intensify the landscape, like lightning in a Giorgione sky. I never know when they're going to happen. They come effortlessly, annunciations. And if I'm not attentive, the carrier pigeon is gone before I know it's there. The message is adrift in the bottle. Where are you in the riptide of history? The next encounter, and by now your Venetian odyssey has clearly taken its measure from these encounters, is at night in a spectacular canal-side café extending out from one of the luxe hotels, with the shiny, black coffin-like gondolas sliding by on the glinting wavelets, reflecting artificial light beyond the flowered border of the balustrade edging the terrazzo. Way off to the left on the lagoon an illuminated cruise ship, at its mooring, lights strung along its masts and cordage, marks the perpetual holiday in which the city lives, set apart from the normalcy of the quotidian, and across the mouth of the Grand Canal, the ornate, improbable, flood-lit mass of the Church of the Salute marks the occasion of yet another miracle. Here, as you huddle in a corner of the nearly empty terrazzo, the two of them come in together, with a conspiratorial air of taking a big splurge, as the student guidebooks categorize visits to more expensive establishments. "A step up from the Hotel Foucheux," she remarks as they take a table beside the water, close to yours but less in the shadows. "Yes," he answers, "but if preferable in the long run is another question." "Maybe not, but good for a celebration." "I suppose it can't hurt," he says. "For an evening, visiting the rich is like going to the zoo to see the animals." "I like the zoo." "The animals can't hurt, while in the real world they do, every chance." "Then I appreciate your preference for the other world," she says, "the one you can't see." "Can't see what?" She shrugs. "Can't see what? That's the question." "Anyway," she says, their drinks had come, "here's to the sale of your first story, your first move into the world." "I'm not sure that's reason for congratulation." "As long as you don't forget that, it's okay." You would be charmed by their innocence if you were not anxious for their fate, and find yourself musing over speculations as to why that, in fact, should be the case, when you are shocked to attention by the sound of one of your own titles, an early piece you had written long ago on the subject of the visionary, and then, as if continuing from previous discussion, "So that was why you didn't see much the first time you were here?" "Right." "And what did you do?" "I went to the emergency room of the clinic. Some young doctor simply put anesthetic in, probed around, and pulled out this large cinder. 'Ecco,' he said as it came out, and I felt an immediate relief. I'll never forget it, because the eye had been very painful for days. I'd almost gotten used to it, in fact. And then, of course, there'd been another kind of pain, the pain of being in a wonderfully visual place and not being able to understand it properly. I was lucky." "You're always lucky." "Practical. Everything depends on that. You have to be smart. You can't live entirely in another world, if you want to survive in this one." By this time you are almost standing in your dark corner, trembling in a half-comprehending panic, impelled to say something though you have no idea what, while they, totally unaware, gaze across the lagoon. Finally, almost choking, you manage to articulate a strangled warning. "The other world is all you have." And then you see they haven't heard. You haven't articulated after all. Probably they are aware of nothing more than someone coughing in the corner. Besides, you know that he won't see through the false sophistication of his innocence, the worldly-wise pose of one gifted with an opening to the unworldly in a world that won't honor it, sees it only as failure. In desperation you approach their table, trying to speak, gesticulating, yet they see nothing. The girl looking out across the water, the boy staring right through you. Suddenly he focuses, pales as if he sees an apparition, and looking into your eyes, green as his own, goes rigid. His glass shatters on the terrazzo. "What?" cries the girl. "I just dreamed I saw myself 20 years from now. But you weren't asleep. Right. But having looked at your reflection in his eyes for that instant, you at last understand without innocence that you yourself are it, for him, now as 20 years ago, that ghost and warning of another world you once merely intuited. Ecco. Blinded by this vision, you finally see your own invisibility, as he, miraculously, fades and disappears into passing time. Earthquake Damage by Alice Adams. Copyright 1990 by Alice Adams. First appeared in The New Yorker. Reprinted by permission. Stretching long legs to brace her boots against the bulkhead as the plane heads upward from Toronto into gray mid-October air, Lila Lewison, a very tall, exhausted psychiatrist, a week of meetings has almost done her in, she feels, takes note of the advantages of this seat. Enough leg room, and somewhat out of the crush. Also, the seat next to hers is vacant. At least, she thinks, the trip will be comfortable. Maybe I can sleep. But a few minutes into the air, the plane is gripped and shaken. Turbulence rattles everything, as passengers clutch their armrests or neighboring human arms, if they are traveling with friends or lovers. Lila, for whom this is a rather isolated period, instead grips her own knees, and grits her teeth, and prays, to no one, or perhaps to a very odd bunch, to God, in whom she does not believe, to Freud, about whom she has serious doubts, to her old shrink, who is dead, to her mother, also dead, and whom she mostly did not like, and to her former, she supposes it now is former, lover, Julian Brownfield, also a shrink. Lila and Julian, in training together in Boston, plunged more or less inadvertently from a collegial friendship into heady adulterous love, a love and a friendship that for many years worked, sustaining them both through problematic marriages. But in the 5 or 6 years since the dissolutions of those marriages, a certain troubled imbalance has set in. Most recently, Julian has taken back his ex-wife, Karen, an alcoholic pianist who is not doing well with recovery, and has just violently separated from another husband. Sheltering might be Julian's word for what he is doing for Karen. Lila would call it harboring, or worse. If Karen behaved well, she might stay on forever there with Julian, Lila at least half believes. She has so far refused to see Julian with Karen there. In any case, Lila now prays to all those on her list, and especially to Julian, to whom she says, "I'm just not up to all this. I'm really running on empty. Please." Her meetings, held in the new harborfront section of Toronto, in an excellent hotel with lovely wide lake views, were no more than routinely tiring, actually. Lila was forced to admit to herself that it was the theme of the conference that afflicted her with a variety of troubling feelings. It was a psychiatric conference on the contemporary state of being single, though of course certain newspaper articles vulgarized it into a new look at singles. Singles, shrinks say the new minority. Whereas, in fact, the hours of papers and discussion had ranged about, had included the guilt that many people feel over their single state, social ostracism, subtle and overt, myths of singleness, the couple as conspiracy, plus practical problems, demographics, and perceived changes over the last several generations. And Lila found that she overreacted. She was reached, touched, shaken by much that was said. She had trouble sleeping, despite long lap swims in the hotel's glassed-in pool, with its views of Canadian skies across Lake Ontario. Now, very tired, she braces herself against the turbulence, and against certain strong old demons in her mind. And then, as though one of those to whom she has prayed were indeed in charge, the turbulence ends. The huge plane zooms peacefully through a clear gray dusk, westward, toward San Francisco. A direct flight. Lila must have fallen asleep, for she is startled awake by the too loud voice of the pilot over the intercom. "Sorry, folks. We've just had news of a very mild earthquake in the San Francisco area. Very mild, but a little damage to the airport, so we'll be heading back to Toronto." An instant of silence is followed by loud groans from the rows and rows of seats behind Lila's bulkhead. Groans and exclamations. "Oh, no, Jesus Christ, all we need, an earthquake!" Turning, she sees that a great many people are standing up, moving about, as if there were anything to do. One man, though, trench-coated, lean, dark blonde, almost handsome, makes for the telephone up on the wall near Lila's seat. Seizing it, he begins to dial, and dial, and dial. Lila gestures that he can sit down in the empty seat, and he does so, with a twisting grimace. Then, "Can't get through, damn," he says. "My family's down on the peninsula." He dials again, says "damn" again, then asks Lila, "Yours?" "Oh, San Francisco." "Well, San Francisco's better. Guy with the radio said the epicenter's in Hollister." "I wonder about that mild." Lila leans toward him to whisper. "No way it could be mild. They're not closing down the airport for any mild earthquake," which is pretty much what Lila had already thought. "Well, I guess I'd better let someone else try to phone." "There's one on the other side," Lila tells him, having noticed this symmetrical arrangement on entering the plane. "Oh, well then." But after a few minutes muttering, he gets up and goes back to his seat, as Lila realizes that she wishes he had stuck around. Not that she was especially drawn to him, she simply wanted someone there. People are by now crowding around the two phones, pressing into the passageway between the aisles. A man has managed to get through to his sister-in-law in Sacramento, and soon everyone has his news. It is a major quake, many dead, the bridge down. At that last piece of news about the bridge, Lila's tired heart is drenched with cold as she thinks, Julian. Julian, who lives in Mill Valley and practices in San Francisco, could be on the bridge at any time, especially now, just after 5 in San Francisco, commuter time. On the other hand, almost anyone could have been on the bridge, especially anyone who lives in Marin County. Fighting panic, Lila says this firmly to herself. Anyone does not mean Julian, necessarily. A major disaster involving the bridge does not necessarily involve Julian Brownfield. Not necessarily. She is gripping her knees, as during the turbulence. With an effort, she unclenches her fingers and clasps her hands together on her lap, too tightly. "How about the game?" someone near her is saying. "No stadium damage, I heard. Lucky it wasn't a little later, people leaving, going back to Oakland." As, very slowly, these sentences penetrate Lila's miasma of anxiety, she understands. They are talking about the Bay Bridge. The Bay Bridge was damaged, not the Golden Gate. Traffic to the East Bay, not to Marin, Mill Valley. What Lila feels, then, along with extreme relief, is an increase of exhaustion. Her nerves sag. And she has, too, the cold new thought that Julian, an unlikely fan, could well have gone to the game. Taken Karen to the game? Could have left early, and been overtaken by the earthquake, anywhere at all. Rising from her seat, intending to walk about, she sees that everyone else is also trying to move. They all seem to protest the event, and their situation, with restless, random motion. Strangers confront and query each other along the packed aisles. "Where are you from? Remember the quake last August? The one in 72? In 57? How long were you in Toronto? Like it there? But not enough to make you want to go back right away, right?" At last they begin the descent into Toronto, strapped in, looking down, and no one notices the turbulence that they pass through. In Julian's house, high up on the wooded crest above Mill Valley, there is total chaos. In the front hall 2 large suitcases lie open and overflowing, a crazy tangle of dresses and blouses, sweaters, silk nightgowns, pantyhose, and shoes thrown all over. "Anyone coming in," Julian comments from a doorway, "anyone would think the earthquake, whereas actually—" "Well, in a way it is the fucking earthquake," Karen unnecessarily tells him in her furious, choppy way. "Closing the fucking airport." "Whereas really we were lucky," Julian continues, more or less to himself. He is tall and too thin, gray-haired. His skin, too, now looks gray. 3 weeks of Karen have almost done him in, he thinks. In character, she has alternated her wish to leave with a passionate desire to stay with Julian, forever. Only a day ago she had decided firmly, it seemed, to leave. And now, on the verge of her departure, an earthquake. The airport might open in a couple of hours, Julian tells Karen, and he is thinking of Lila, the exact hour of whose return he is uncertain about. Perhaps she is already here? Or tomorrow, he says to Karen, hopefully. But how would we know, with the phone out? Karen complains. It might be a couple of weeks. She is visibly at the end of her rope, which is short at the best of times. A couple of weeks with no lights or electricity. It is clear to Julian that whatever controls Karen has managed to place on herself for the course of her stay are now wavering, if not completely gone. She has not behaved badly. She has not, that is, got drunk. He himself, at this moment, acutely longs for a drink. An odd longing. Julian is generally abstemious, a tennis player, always in shape. And he wonders, is he catching Karen's own longing, her alcoholic impulse? Karen, opposing AA, she did not like it there, believes that alcoholics can cut down, citing herself as an example. Every night she has one, and only one, vodka martini. Karen is very beautiful, still. All that booze has in no way afflicted the fine white skin. Her face shows no tracks of pain, nor shadows. Her wide, dark blue eyes are clear. Looking into those eyes, one might imagine that her head resounds only with Mozart or Brahms, and perhaps in a way it still does. Well, come on, Julian, let's find some candles. You know perfectly well that this is the cocktail hour, she says to her former husband, and she laughs. Down on the ground in Toronto, disembarked, all the passengers from the flight to San Francisco are herded into a room where they are assured they will be given instructions. And in that large, bare room rumors quickly begin to circulate, as people gather and mutter questions to each other. No one is sitting or standing alone, Lila notices, although surely there were other solitary travelers on that plane, and she finds that she too begins to attach herself to groups, one after another. Is she seeking information, or simple creature comfort, animal reassurance? She is not sure. 3 businessmen in overcoats with lavish attaché cases, having spoken to the pilot, inform Lila that it may be several days before the San Francisco airport opens, and that the reason for not going to L.A., or even to Reno or Salt Lake City, has to do with flight regulations. Since theirs was a Canadian carrier, they had to return to Canada. In an automatic way, she looks across to the man in the trench coat, at the same time wondering why. Why has she more or less chosen him to lead her? She very much doubts that it is because he is almost handsome, and she hopes that it is not simply that he is a man. He looks decisive, she more or less concludes, and then is shaken by a powerful memory of Julian, who is neither handsome nor decisive, and whom she has loved for all those years. The trench-coated man seems indeed to have a definite group of his own, of which he is in charge. Lila reads this from the postures of the 4 people whom she now approaches, leaving the didactic businessman. But before Lila can ask anything, the loudspeaker comes on, and a voice says that they are all to be housed in the Toronto Hilton, which is very near, and that the airline will do everything possible to get them to their destination tomorrow. A van will pick them up downstairs to take them to the hotel. Names will be called, vouchers given. Lila has barely joined her chosen group when she hears her name called. They must be doing it by rows, she decides. She is instructed to go through a hall and down some stairs, go outside, and meet the Hilton van there. And after a couple of wrong turns, Lila indeed finds herself outside in the semi-dark, next to a dimly lit, low-ceilinged traffic tunnel, where a van soon does arrive. But it is for the Ramada Inn, not the Hilton. And that is the last vehicle of any nature to show up for the next 10 or 12 minutes, during which time no people show up either. No one. Several taxis are parked some yards down from where Lila has been standing, pacing in her boots by her carry-on bag. Drivers are lounging on the seats inside. Should she take a cab to the Hilton? On the other hand, maybe by now everything has been changed, and no one is going to the Hilton after all. It is very cold standing there in the dark tunnel, and seemingly darker and dingier all the time. Across the black, wide car lanes are some glassed-in offices, closed and black, reflecting nothing. Behind Lila is the last room through which she came. It is still lit, and empty. Something clearly is wrong. Things cannot be going as planned. Or she is in the wrong place. Then, dimly at the end of the tunnel, she sees a van moving toward her. It will not be a Hilton van, she thinks, and she is right. Holiday Inn, its sign reads. It passes her slowly, an empty van, its driver barely looking out. Lila is later to think of this period of time as the worst of the earthquake for her, a time in which she feels most utterly alone, quite possibly abandoned. It is so bad that she has forgotten about the earthquake itself almost entirely. She is too immediately frightened and uncomfortable to think of distant disaster. After perhaps another 5 minutes, during which everything gets worse, the cold and the darkness, Lila's anxiety, and her growing hunger, she hears voices from the room behind her. Turning, she sees what she thinks of as her group, the trench-coated man and his charges, followed by the other passengers, all coming out to where Lila stands, shifting her feet in boots that no longer seem to fit. As though they were old friends, Lila hurries toward him. "Where have you been? What happened?" "Bureaucratic foul-up," he tells her. "Some stuff about whether or not the airline would spring for the hotel. Who cares? And some confusion about whose flights originated in Toronto." With a semi-smile, he adds, "You were really lucky to get out first." "Was I? I don't know. Anyway, look, there's our van, Toronto Hilton." In the candle-lit kitchen of Julian's house, Julian and Karen are drinking vodka and orange juice, Karen's idea being that they have to use up the orange juice before it goes to waste in the powerless refrigerator. "Besides, the sea makes it good for you." She laughs, and Julian hears a sad echo of her old flirtatiousness, as she adds, "But why am I telling a doctor anything like that?" He sighs. "Yes, I am a doctor." This is not a room designed for such romantic illumination. The shadows on the giant steel refrigerator are severe, menacing, and the flickering candlelight on the black-tiled floor looks evil. They could be in jail. Julian feels nothing of the vodka, and Karen's face across the round, white, high-gloss table shows mostly fatigue. She looks vague, distracted. In a sober, conversational voice, she remarks, "Funny to think back to old times in this kitchen, with Lila and old Garrett." Garrett, Lila's former husband, a mean and somber lawyer. "This kitchen?" asks Julian. "I don't remember." "Sure you do. We were all drinking champagne, and later I broke a glass." "I think it's Lila's kitchen we were in." The whole scene has indeed come back to Julian, a flash immobilized. The other kitchen, so unlike this one, all soft wood, some copper bowls, blue pillows on a bench. Prim, pale Garrett, and Lila, her gray hair bright, brushed upward. Lila laughing and talking. He, Julian, talking. Each of them, as always, excited by the other's sheer proximity. "It was somebody's birthday," he tells Karen, knowing perfectly well that it was Lila's. "You had on a green dress." "Well, you sure do have a great memory for details." "I have to. It's my job." "And you always broke glasses," he does not say. "You mean my green dress is what you might call a professional memory? Holy shit, Julian, holy shit, you're... She begins to cough, unable to tell Julian what he is. He gets up and moves to pat her back, but Karen gestures him away. "Don't! I'm okay! Don't hit me!" She laughs a little hysterically, as Julian, too late, realizes that she is getting drunk. Is drunk. "You know what the earthquake was like for me?" She is looking blearily across at him, tears pooled in those great dark blue eyes. "Fun. The most fun in the world. I loved it." "Good, Karen. I'm glad." It no longer matters what he says, Julian knows, as long as it is fairly neutral. "I thought it was more like turbulence in an airplane," he mutters more or less to himself. At which Karen giggles. "I like turbulence," she tells him. "Remember? I think it's a kick." And then, quite suddenly, she bursts into tears. "Julian, I've never loved anyone but you," she sobs, reaching out to him, blindly. Descending from the van at the Toronto Hilton, Lila and her new friends see that the lobby inside is very crowded. Everyone is gathered around a single small television screen, and in a room beyond there is a coffee shop, apparently open. "Hundreds killed," the announcer is saying. "Devastation." "The restaurant's out of food," someone says. There is a line at the reception desk, but it seems to move quickly. Within minutes, Lila is being assigned a room. "I wonder about phoning," she says to the man in the trench coat, Mark. They have all introduced themselves. Lila's room at the top of the Toronto Hilton is actually a small suite, to which she pays no attention as she heads for the phone. Without considering consequences, Karen could easily answer, she dials the familiar Mill Valley number. Dialing directly, not bothering with credit cards or operators, she gets at first a busy signal, and then an operator saying that she is sorry, all the circuits are busy. Lila dials again, gets more operators who are sorry, more busy signals. She goes into the bathroom to wash up, comes back and dials the number again and again. She orders a sandwich from room service and continues to try to phone. A couple of hours later, in Mill Valley, Julian awakes with a sudden jolt. He is in the kitchen, still, and every brilliant light in the room is on, as is the television. Bottles and sticky glasses on the table. Gradually, he remembers carrying Karen into the guest room. She was light enough in his arms, but a total dead weight. His back feels strained. And then he came back into this room. Surely not, he hopes, for another drink? The TV screen shows a very large, white apartment building that has buckled and is rent with cracks and gaps. A background of black night sky and a cordon of police. Cars, flashing lights. Dazed people standing around in clumps. Julian gets up to turn it off when, at that moment, the phone rings. In his confusion, he stumbles, just catches it on the third ring. Lila? My darling, my Lila, wherever... We're here. I'm here. No damage, really. Well, I imagine I do sound odd, but no, of course I'm not drunk. Karen was just on the point of leaving, actually packed, then the damn thing hit. I guess she'll go tomorrow. By now, I suppose I mean today. And you? You'll be back today. For sure? Smiling, still breathing hard with the effort of so much futile dialing before at last getting through, Lila offers a silent prayer to all those on her curious private list. She prays that she can fly out of Toronto tomorrow, or whatever day this now is, and that Karen can fly, finally, out of San Francisco. She sleeps fitfully and wakes early, knowing that she is awake for good. She thinks of telephoning Julian again, but does not. She showers and dresses as hurriedly as possible and goes down to the hotel lobby. There people are sitting around or milling about aimlessly. The TV seems still to be showing the news from the night before. Lila glimpses the same bridge shots, fire shots, the broken apartment house. All around her in the lobby the faces are pale, clothes a little disheveled, as hers must be. From a small, plump woman who is sitting near the front desk, she hears, "They say we're getting out today, but I don't believe it." Lila, too, has trouble believing that they will escape. As she looks around at the tired clusters of people, no one, she observes, again is going it alone. She imagines that they will be there for months, that they are in fact refugees from some much larger disaster. In the coffee shop, she finds Mark and another man and joins them. Mark got through to his wife in Saratoga, who said that their chimney had fallen off and that everything in the house that could break was broken. "But she's okay," says Mark with a grin. "And the kids. You should have seen the waves in the swimming pool," she told me. "You wouldn't believe it. Tidal." From the lobby, then, at first indistinctly, they hear an announcement. "Vans will begin to leave this hotel at 9:45. Repeat, the San Francisco airport is clear." Lila's seat on the morning plane is not nearly as good as the one the day before. Pushing her way down the aisle with her carry-on, she takes note of this fact, though today it seems extremely unimportant, and she does have a window seat. Everyone on the plane is in a festive mood. People smile a lot, though many faces show considerable fatigue, the ravages of a long and anxious night. But an almost manic mood prevails. The airport is clear. We're going home. The city has more or less survived. To all of which Lila adds to herself, and Karen is going back east. Probably. Everyone is seated, buckled in. The pilot's voice is telling the flight attendants to prepare for departure. The engines start their roar. They roar, and nothing happens. This goes on for some time, 10 minutes, 15, until the engines are turned off, and they are simply sitting there on the runway, in the October Canadian sunlight. But the atmosphere on the plane is less impatient than might be imagined. It is felt that at least they are on their way. There may even be a certain unacknowledged, unconscious relief at the delay. San Francisco and whatever lies ahead do not have to be faced quite so soon. The pilot announces a small mechanical glitch, which will be taken care of right away, and perhaps 20 minutes later, the engines start again. And they are off, almost. The plane starts down the runway, gathering speed, and then, quite suddenly, it slows and stops. Jesus Christ, now really, what now? What in hell is going on? These sentiments echo around the cabin, where patience has worn audibly thin, until apparently, starting at the front row, where a smiling stewardess is standing, the rumor spreads. A dog has somehow got loose on the field. It will be a minute more. They have already been cleared for takeoff. And then, with a motion that seems to be decisive, the plane moves forward again. Glancing from her window, quite suddenly, Lila sees, indeed, a dog running in the opposite direction, running back to Toronto. A large, lean, yellowish dog, whose gallop is purposeful, determined. He will get back to his place, but in the meantime he enjoys the run, the freedom of the forbidden field. His long nose swings up and down. His tail streams backward, a pennant, as Lila, watching from her window, headed at last back to San Francisco, probably, begins in a quiet, controlled, and private way to laugh. "It was just so funny," she will say to Julian later. "The final thing, that dog. And he looked so proud, as though instead of getting in our way, he had come to our rescue." Moscow Nights by Marley Swick. Copyright 1990 by Marley Swick. This story was first published in The Atlantic. Sitting in the waiting room at Planned Parenthood, Jonathan and his mother made an odd couple. He could feel everyone's eyes on him, wondering. The young punk couple with his and hers studded motorcycle jackets, the stylish black woman with her gold leather attaché case, two overweight, semi-comatose teenage girls, a yuppie-ish couple huddled over the New York Times Sunday crossword puzzle. Jonathan wondered if they had made a point of saving the puzzle all week for this purpose. He wanted to be a good son, but he couldn't help feeling that this was asking too much. Beyond the pale. Last week his mother had called and left a message on his machine. Could he possibly give her a ride to the doctor the following Friday afternoon? When he'd called her back to say okay, she'd sounded weird. "What's wrong?" he'd asked her, against his better judgment, not really wanting to get into anything. During the past year or so, since his parents' divorce, his mother had started confiding in him things he did not particularly want to hear. Intimate things, private feelings, details of her sex life, things he preferred not to think about or picture. He had tried hinting that his sister, Deborah, would be a more appropriate confidant, but his mother ignored the hints. His mother and sister had never really hit it off. "I wasn't going to tell you," his mother had said with a sigh, "but since you ask—" "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to," he'd interjected, "really." But of course she had told him. And just as he had feared, what she had to tell him was something he did not want to hear. On the phone he had been shocked into silence for a moment. Then his automatic sympathy reflex had kicked in, and he had mumbled all the appropriate comforting responses. Or at least, he'd given it his best shot. But after he had hung up, he found himself stalking around his living room, muttering curses and slamming drawers. Then he calmed down and called Farrell. Since Farrell had moved out, Jonathan had been rationing his calls to her, no more than one a week. He and Farrell were trying to be friends. Farrell had been skeptical at first, arguing that both of them would be better off if they quit the relationship cold turkey. But he had finally persuaded her to give peace a chance. Although he had sworn up and down that he harbored no secret hopes of a rapprochement, he still could not believe that their relationship was over. He had been in love with Farrell most of his adult life. They had met back east in college, in Intro to Film Noir, and had moved to L.A. to pursue film careers together. That was 3 years ago. Now Farrell was in UCLA Law School, and he was still writing screenplays during the day and driving an airport shuttle bus at night. They were moving in different directions, she'd said to him gently one night after dinner. Then when he'd argued and balked, she'd said she was moving in a different direction. He was standing still, going nowhere. He was stunned. He hadn't had the faintest idea that that was how she saw things. He said that he'd change, but she didn't want to negotiate. She had rented a one-room bedroom apartment in Palms, she informed him. Wait a minute, he'd said. But she was already packed and out the door. That was Farrell. Once she even so much as thought about leaving, she was as good as gone. "Bitch!" he'd shouted, running alongside her old VW. "Bitch!" But she'd turned onto the highway and sped away. Still, he loved her. He wanted her back. When Farrell answered on the second ring, he was surprised. "It's Saturday night," he said. "I didn't think you'd be home." "In law school, there's no such thing as Saturday night," she sounded impatient. "I'm in the middle of Palscraft versus Long Island Railroad. This better be good." "It's good," he said. "In a bad way. It's my mother. I'm taking her to Planned Parenthood next Friday to get an abortion. This is a 47-year-old woman we're talking about. Can you believe this?" "Wow," Farrell said. "Your mother." He could tell she was picturing his mother, with her matching handbag and shoes, and the hairdo that looked as if it had never been slept on. "I don't think she should tell me these things. I'm her son, for Christ's sake." He walked over to the tape player and inserted one of Farrell's favorite cassettes. "It gives me the creeps." "Is that my Stefan Grappelli tape?" Farrell asked. "I don't know, maybe." He turned the volume up a notch. "So why doesn't the guy go with her?" She was starting to sound impatient again, and he imagined her flipping the pages of her casebook, neatly highlighting in yellow as they talked. "You mean refill? Ha, what a joke. The guy is a total loser, not to mention physically repulsive. She says he couldn't handle it. She says he's, quote, emotionally fragile, unquote. She refuses to tell him. Can you believe this?" "Well," Farrell said, "I think it's nice she's so open and that she trusts you. She's treating you like an adult." "I'm not an adult. I'm her kid. No matter how old I am, she's still my mother." "She's also a woman." "I don't want to think of her as a woman." Farrell was quiet, and he could see her suit-yourself shrug. He didn't want to push it. Just these past couple of weeks he thought he'd detected a gradual warming trend on her part. "Well, I'll let you go," he said, half hoping she'd say it was all right. She'd rather talk to him than study. "Okay," she said. "Hang in there." "Right, will do." He forced himself to hang up before he blew it by saying something insistently personal or pathetically sentimental. He marked a red F on his calendar and counted back, adding up all the other little red and blue Fs. The blue Fs were the times that Farrell had called him. The red Fs were the times he had called her. Over the past 2.5 months, since she'd moved out, he'd marked only 5 blue Fs, as opposed to 11 red ones, not counting the times he'd gotten her answering machine and hung up. This depressed him. He looked at his watch. Lately, since Farrell had moved out, he was always looking at his watch. Time moved more slowly, sluggishly. He felt like an old 45 being played at 33. "They're already half an hour behind schedule," his mother said fretfully, blindly flipping the pages of a much-handled Newsweek. "I'm sorry," he said. He remembered Farrell's once pointing out to him that when he was nervous he tended to speak in non-sequiturs. He got up and paced over to the window, waited a minute for the receptionist to get off the phone, and then gave up and gravitated back to where his mother sat. "It can't be much longer." "Oh, well, it's all experience, grist for the mill." As if to illustrate the point, she pulled a fancy notebook from her handbag and jotted down a couple of phrases. Peering over her shoulder, he read, "Like patient fish waiting to be gutted." A year or so before the divorce, his mother had enrolled in an evening poetry workshop at Los Angeles City College. The instructor, no doubt thrilled to find someone who knew how to use an apostrophe, had encouraged her to send out her work. The day after she received her first acceptance, she announced she wanted a divorce. His father had been stunned. Whenever Jonathan had visited him in his new studio apartment in the marina, his father had seemed bewildered and woebegone, like a dog banished for bad behavior. Jonathan and his sister had held long, worried telephone powwows about him until he surprised them by falling in love with a young woman in his building, a pretty divorcee with a 6-year-old daughter. By Hanukkah, he had himself a whole new family. So Jonathan and his sister shifted the focus of their worry back to their mother, who had joined a singles book lovers club and struck up a thing with some unprepossessing loser named Phil Kapishki, or Refill, as Deborah immediately dubbed him because their father's name was also Phil. "What on earth do you see in him?" Deborah had protested while Kopischke was in the men's room. They had come together for their mother's birthday dinner, the first time they had all met. Insulted, their mother had leaped to his defense, ranting on about how he had earned a doctorate from Harvard and had been a Russian lit professor at USC before he retired, how cultured and refined he was. To drive home her point, she said that they were reading Anna Karenina aloud to each other in bed, a chapter a night. "Jesus," Deborah had said, "spare me the gory details." Their father had at least been tanned and fit, a weekend tennis player. "Anna Karenina," Jonathan had said, groaning, picturing the thick paperback with its thin pages and microscopic print. "You really think this thing's going to last that long?" His mother was still busy scribbling in her little notebook when the nurse practitioner called her name off the chart. "Evelyn Levitov." When she didn't respond, Jonathan poked her gently in the ribs. "That's you," he said. She dropped her pen and clutched his arm. "I'm scared, Jono." She squeezed her eyelids shut, damming the tears. His heart pounded. Even now, as an adult, he was unnerved when one of his parents showed any sign of weakness. "Come on now." He put his arm around her shoulders and steered her back toward the nurse. "It'll be over within half an hour." "She'll be just fine," the nurse smiled reassuringly. His mother attempted a smile and handed him her alligator handbag. She was dressed in a gray knit suit and looked as if she were on her way to some ladies' luncheon. "Keep an eye on this," she said. "Buy yourself some lunch." Listening to the forlorn click-click of her high heels down the ugly corridor, Jonathan suddenly wondered what Refill was doing at that very moment. He imagined him hunched contentedly over a large bowl of steaming borscht. Stupid bastard, selfish wimp. Jonathan stormed back through the waiting room and out onto the sidewalk and across the bright, busy street to a phone booth at a corner gas station. The phone book had been ripped off its chain, so he had to call information. K as in kangaroo, APISCHKEY. Philip. He scribbled the number on the back page of his mother's fancy little notebook, dropped in a quarter, and dialed. Refill's "hello" sounded simultaneously suspicious and hopeful. For a moment, imagining his mother's possible outrage, Jonathan was tempted to hang up. "Who is this?" Refill demanded. "Speak up." The voice, professorial and testy, goaded Jonathan into speech. "This is Jonathan Levitov," he said. "There's something I thought you might like to know." His fury partly spent, Jonathan suddenly realized what he must look like, walking down the sidewalk with his mother's alligator handbag. He tucked it under his arm and crossed the street to the coffee shop where he'd told Refill he would meet him in 30 minutes. Refill was taking medication for a nervous condition and could no longer drive, but he said he'd call a cab. He lived about 20 minutes away, near La Brea and Wilshire. Jonathan ordered a cup of coffee and waited. Ever since Farrell had left him, he felt conspicuous and pathetic sitting alone in restaurants, conspicuously pathetic, as if everyone were looking at him, knowing he'd been dumped. He checked his watch again and glanced around for a discarded newspaper, a flyer, anything to make him look busy and to distract him from wondering if he'd done a stupid thing calling Refill. Maybe he should have minded his own business, which he would have done, happily, if his mother hadn't dragged him into this mess. All this new openness was highly overrated. When Deborah had had an abortion, her sophomore year in college, she had at least been considerate enough to keep it a secret from their parents. He recognized one of the pudgy space cadets from the clinic sitting at a nearby table, staring at him. She was gurgling the last inch of her Diet Pepsi, and he had a terrible intuition that any second now she was going to come over and talk to him. Hurriedly, fumbling with the clasp, he tore open his mother's handbag, fished out the little notebook, and started furiously jotting down notes, his brow furrowed in mock concentration, as if he were trying to remember some complex mathematical equation. The girl got up and left. He relaxed and put down his pen. The notebook fell open to a poem in progress, with lines crossed out and cramped phrases squeezed in above them. His mother's handwriting was difficult to read, but the word Kotex leaped out at him. He sighed and slammed the notebook shut, signaling the waitress for a refill. 2 or 3 months after his father had moved out, his mother had dragged him to a group poetry reading in a little bookstore on Westwood Boulevard. The poetry was amateurish, and he fidgeted in boredom until, at last, his mother got up there and started to read. Then his boredom turned to appalled embarrassment as she read one long confessional poem after another in an Amazonian voice he didn't even recognize. He'd expected maybe bad Emily Dickinson, but this was more like bad Allen Ginsberg. She might as well have been standing naked at the podium. He wanted to stick his fingers in his ears. All manner of disgusting personal details, sagging breasts, hemorrhoids, flaccid penises, stretch marks, semen, tears, menstrual blood. She even read a poem about his birth, which she made a point of dedicating to him, smiling out at him in the second row. She described the wine-dark slug of placenta, and the obstetrician neatly darning the hole in the old worn sock of her vagina, until he was afraid he was going to be sick or faint. When the reading was over, at last, everyone flocked around her, flapping excitedly, chirping their praise. Her cheeks were flushed, her dark eyes bright, as she looked over at him as if to say, "Well, so?" He had intended to tell her just what he thought, to really let her have it. But somehow, with all her admiring fans standing there awaiting his proud response, he had found himself smiling wanly and giving her the thumbs-up sign. From across the restaurant, Jonathan caught sight of Refill heading toward him, breathless and unkempt, hair uncombed and shirt misbuttoned. In his white shirt and slacks, and with his thatch of bristly white hair, he looked like an old polar bear, not so much fat as massive. Jonathan looked pointedly at his watch. "Sorry," Refill wheezed. "The cab was late." Jonathan plunked a dollar bill on the table and said, "Let's go. She might be done by now." A tender, stricken expression flitted across Refill's face as he noticed the alligator handbag. "She didn't tell me," he said. "I didn't know a thing." "Ignorance is bliss." Jonathan held the door open and waited for Refill to pass through into the bright dazzle of sunshine. He felt like a bounty hunter bringing his man to justice. The waiting room was more crowded than when he had left. Jonathan had to elbow his way to the front desk, where he was told that his mother was in the recovery room. "She's feeling a bit woozy," the nurse practitioner said. "It's not uncommon. We'll just let her rest a few minutes." Jonathan squeezed himself between Refill and the yuppie husband, and repeated what he had been told. Craning his neck, Jonathan could see that only one corner of the Sunday crossword puzzle was still partly blank. On the table next to the vinyl couch were wire racks full of pamphlets on various birth control methods and diseases: herpes, gonorrhea, AIDS. Refill was engrossed in a pamphlet on the cervical cap. Jonathan suddenly remembered the time their apartment in Boston had been broken into. Predictably, the thief had stolen a brand-new tape recorder, the stereo turntable, a broken Nikon, and some junk jewelry. But the thief had also taken Farrell's diaphragm out of its blue plastic case and had stuck it to the bedroom wall with a hatpin from one of her vintage hats. Farrell, relatively calm and stoic up to that point, had screamed when she'd discovered it later that night, and Jonathan had felt the hairs rising on the back of his neck as she pointed speechlessly to the dead diaphragm, skewered there like a voodoo sacrifice. Refill stood up abruptly, clumsily knocking over one of the pamphlet racks. "Here she is," he said. "I see her." Jonathan looked up. From the other end of the hall his mother gave him a limp wave and a pale smile. Then she noticed Refill. Her step faltered. The nurse gripped her arm more firmly. His mother looked confused for a moment, and then angry. She shot Jonathan a dirty look. The nurse handed her a small vial of pills. "Just in case you feel any discomfort." The nurse patted her on the shoulder. "Be sure to call if you have any problem or question." The moment the nurse turned to go, Jonathan and Refill both rushed up and claimed an arm. Evelyn shook them off. "I'm all right," she said irritably. "I can walk." She smiled at Refill, pointedly ignoring Jonathan. "I'm sorry about this. You were sweet to come, Phil." "Sweet," Jonathan fumed. "Here." He handed Refill the handbag. "I'll go bring the car around." On the drive home, his mother and Refill huddled in the back seat. Jonathan felt like he was at work, driving the shuttle bus. He cranked up the radio and pretended to ignore them. In the rearview mirror, he could see the top of his mother's silvery blonde head resting against Refill's bearish shoulder. His huge hand cradled her skull, his fingertips tapping out the tempo of the music on her forehead. She didn't seem to mind. Jonathan remembered a game he had played with his parents when he was little, just learning to read. The three of them would lie in bed together and trace letters on one another's backs, underneath their pajamas, and the tracee would have to guess the word. They called it ticklegrams. He had tried it years later with Farrell, but she was too ticklish. She could never hold still long enough. They dropped Refill off at his apartment on Sycamore, at Evelyn's insistence and over Refill's protests. He wanted, he said, to come fuss over her, fluff her pillows and serve her hot soup and read aloud to her. Jonathan thought it was the least he could do, considering, but his mother held firm. "Not today," she said. "Maybe tomorrow." "Promise?" She nodded wearily. He kissed the back of her hand. Who does he think he is, Jonathan thought. Count Vronsky? After Refill got out, Jonathan turned to the back seat and said, "You want to come up front?" His mother shook her head frostily. He shrugged and turned the radio back up. They rode the rest of the way in noisy silence. At his mother's house, his old house, Jonathan busied himself making a pot of tea while his mother futzed around in the bathroom. When she emerged, after an alarmingly long interval, during which he'd imagined her hemorrhaging to death on the tile floor, she walked silently past him into the den and flipped the TV on to Oprah. He set the pot of tea on the end table next to the sofa and trotted off to the bedroom for a blanket and pillow. He was gone only a second, but when he returned her eyes were closed and she appeared to be asleep. He tiptoed over and turned the volume down and then collapsed into his father's old lazy boy. Oprah was talking to obsessive-compulsives. One middle-aged Japanese man was explaining that he couldn't seal an envelope without first checking and rechecking to make sure that his 4-year-old daughter was not inside. Jonathan sighed. People were so crazy. He didn't know one person you could call really well-adjusted. It was all just a matter of degree, a continuum. Today it was red and blue Fs on his calendar. Tomorrow, who knows? He got up and paced restlessly around the house. The hallway leading to the bedrooms was lined with framed family photographs, mostly of him and Deborah, declining in cuteness with each passing year. There were a couple of group portraits with his father, but his mother had removed their wedding picture, exposing an ugly nail hole surrounded by chipped plaster. In the dim light of the hallway he peered at his watch. When he returned to the den, his mother's eyes were open. She had removed her suit jacket and was sitting up, sipping a cup of tea. Her hair was mussed, and it occurred to him that in her satiny black slip she exuded the mature sex appeal of, say, Lee Remick. "You feeling okay? You want anything?" he asked. "I'll be all right. You don't need to hang around." "That's okay. I want to," he said, wiping up some spilled tea with a potholder. This wasn't strictly true. What he wanted was to feel virtuous, beyond reproach. "Anyway, I don't have anything better to do." He meant to strike a jocular note, but didn't quite make it. His mother reached over and patted his hand, and then modestly adjusted her slip straps. "You really need to let Farrell go," she said gently. He shrugged. "She's gone." He swiped an old New Yorker off the coffee table and leafed through the cartoons. "We're just friends." "Your father and I tried that, the friends bit." She paused to slosh more tea into her cup. "It didn't work. But then maybe your generation can handle these things better. Do you think?" Jonathan shrugged. For some reason he was irritated whenever his mother tried to engage him in a discussion about men and women, although he was equally irritated whenever his father refused to discuss such personal issues, which was always. "In our generation an X was an X," she said, "completely out of the picture. Of course we expected things to last forever, whereas I don't suppose your generation ever really expects anything to last." His mother blew on the hot tea, musing. "There's some corollary or something there, although I can't quite think what it is." If X equals expectation and Y equals degree of friendliness with X, then more X results in less Y, he said, pleased with himself. His mother laughed, spilling some tea on the blanket. Hearing her laugh, Jonathan suddenly felt something inside him relax and expand. For the first time all day, he didn't feel like picking a fight with someone. Hey, he tossed the magazine aside. I've got a great idea. How about some canasta? He leaped up and grabbed the cards from the cupboard. Jesus, I don't believe you still have these. He smiled at the worn faces of Lady Di and Prince Charles on the dog-eared cards that he'd brought back as a joke from his junior year abroad. The summer of the royal wedding. He hummed as he dealt the cards, transported back to a simpler, more light-hearted time in his life, the summer he was 12, with a broken leg, and his mother had sat by his bed playing canasta with him by the hour. The last time he'd played was right after he and Farrell had started sleeping together. She had come down with mono, and to help pass the time, he'd taught her how to play canasta. But she thought it was a stupid game and insisted he learn how to play chess instead. Farrell was an impatient teacher, and he was a slow pupil. They fought so much that he finally flushed the chess pieces down the toilet. The evening of the ill-fated birthday dinner, his mother had bragged that Refill was a world-class chess champion, which was just one more black mark against him, as far as Jonathan was concerned. As if she had read his mind, it wouldn't be the first time, his mother suddenly stopped arranging her cards and said, "You know, you really shouldn't have called Phil. He had nothing to do with it. You've just created an embarrassing situation for everybody." "What are you talking about?" He squinted at his cards, the setting sun shining directly into his eyes. "It takes two, you know. In my generation, we males take responsibility. 50-50. He discarded the jack of clubs. "What I'm talking about is that Phil Kopishki and I have a platonic relationship, more or less. Prostate problems. And this medication he's on, well—" She shrugged and waved her free hand vaguely. "If you must know, your father was the one who—" "Stop. Just stop right there. I don't want to hear this. Jesus!" He slapped his cards down on the tabletop, rattling the teacups. "You don't have to tell me this." "And you don't have to shout." Frowning, lips pursed, his mother focused intently on her cards, fussily tweaking them into a perfectly symmetrical fan. Tweak, tweak, tweak. His arm shot out and knocked the cards from her hand. She sighed and glared at him, a cool, dispassionate, unmaternal glare. "Just what are you so angry about?" The question surprised him, caught him off guard. He bent down and started picking the cards up off the floor. Lady Di's and Charles's royal smiles seemed to have frozen into aloof reproach. Hunched over in his chair, he could feel the blood rising to his face, his heart pounding in his ears, as if he were back in high school geometry and the teacher had asked him a question he didn't know the answer to. The loud silence. All those eyes trained on him. Then he heard Farrell's voice. He had broken down and called her in the middle of the night shortly after she had moved out. "You know what your problem is?" she'd asked. Lying there in the dark, alone, his heart pounding, he had said, "No, do you?" And she had said, "Yes," and then heaved a big sigh and said, "Never mind," and hung up on him. His first response was a sort of dizzying relief. Then, lying there in the dark silence, alone, he could hear the bees buzzing inside his brain. Curiosity propelled his arm out toward the phone, and cowardice yanked it back under the covers. What you don't know won't hurt you, his mother always used to tell him. He dumped the cards on the coffee table, looked at his watch, and stood up. "Deborah will be home in half an hour. If you need anything, you can call her." He zipped up his windbreaker. "Okay?" "Fine," she shrugged. At the door, he hesitated. "Did he know about this? Your father?" He nodded. "I thought you didn't want to know." He walked back into the room and perched edgily on the arm of the sofa opposite his mother. "Just this one thing." "It hurts," she said, picking up the vial of painkillers and prying off the lid. "Get me some water, would you?" As he shut off the faucet in the kitchen, the phone rang. It was Refill. "How's she doing?" he whispered, as if he were in the same room. Fine, Jonathan said. Then, after an awkward pause, Look, I'm sorry about all this. I shouldn't have called you. No, I'm glad you did. You did the right thing. Jonathan could hear a piano rhapsodizing away in the background, something tragically romantic, Russian, full of doomed yearning, Rachmaninoff or Tchaikovsky. Do you think she feels like talking to me? Not right now, Jonathan said. Now's not the right time. I understand. He cleared his throat. You must wonder, about your mother and me. And I just wanted to say, Please, Jonathan cut in, please don't explain anything. He hung up and returned to the living room with the glass of water. As he set the glass on the table, he suddenly recognized the piano piece. Moscow Nights. His sister had driven them all crazy, practicing it over and over again for a recital. Who was that? Count Vronsky at your service. He clicked his heels. I thought you were leaving. She turned up the volume on the television set, tuning him out. I am. He had to raise his voice to compete with the local newscasters. But first, I want to know. Did he know? Your father? Yes! He stomped his foot in frustration. It's really none of your business, you know. I know it's none of my business. That's what I've been telling you all along. But since you've chosen to make it my business— No, she said. The answer to your question is no. No? He didn't know? She nodded. It was just a silly accident. We had some financial stuff to discuss, and we decided, why not try to make it pleasant for a change? Why not do it over dinner? Try to be friends. After all, 26 years. She shrugged. So it was pleasant enough. Kind of comforting, really, you know. Jonathan nodded. She paused for a sip of water. Afterward, he brought me back. I'd mentioned that the sliding glass door was off the track again, and he volunteered to see if he could fix it. We had a couple of brandies. She sat up straighter and pressed her knees together primly. Your father and I, sex was never our problem. You know what your problem is? He could hear Farrell's voice again. He balled his fists in the pockets of his windbreaker and shook his head as if to knock out her voice. You okay? His mother asked. He nodded. You can imagine how foolish I felt when I found out, like some silly teenager at my age. Your father has his own life now, with Jennifer. The name of his father's new significant other rolled off her lips effortlessly, no sign of jealousy. I didn't want to stir up trouble. Trouble, Jonathan repeated tonelessly, suddenly recalling his father's one feeble attempt at a father-son talk. They had been in the car. His father was giving him a ride home after a high school wrestling match. It was pouring rain, and Jonathan was depressed and silent, having lost the match. His father, never noted for his sensitivity to mood, chose that occasion to caution his son about the risk of getting some girl into trouble. He painted a gloomy scenario in which Jonathan dropped out of high school, married, moved in with the girl's parents, worked at a car wash during the day, took classes at a vocational school at night, and crawled home exhausted to a squalling baby and an even more exhausted wife. By the time the Lincoln had sailed into the garage, Jonathan felt like shooting himself to put himself out of this mythical misery. For months after that little chat, he couldn't even unhook a girl's bra without seeing himself dressed in sudsy coveralls, hosing down a car. The painkiller must have contained some sort of sedative. His mother's head had fallen back onto the pillow, and her eyelids drooped and fluttered. He tiptoed over, turned off the television, and shut the blinds. It was just getting dark out. He knelt down beside the sofa and whispered, I'm going to take off now. I've got to go to work. Do you know why you're angry? She murmured. Why? He felt his pulse start to race. He held himself very still. You were always like this, always. A dreamy smile floated on her face. Like what? He said. But she was gone, out like a light, as his parents used to say. Outside it was cool and misty. The clouds had moved in. He drove around aimlessly for a while, trying to figure out what he felt like doing. He had lied to his mother about having to work. He had arranged for the night off just in case of any complications. His stomach rumbled. All he knew was that he didn't want to go home. He ran through a mental menu: hamburger, Thai, sushi, pizza, waiting for a nod from his belly. He was hungry, but not really in the mood. Finally, he pulled into a Taco Bell. A newspaper was lying on the table next to him. As he crunched on his taco, he skimmed through the movie listings, although he wasn't really in the mood for that either. In the booth opposite him, a fat, bright-eyed baby held court, propped up in a carrier contraption on top of the table. A little boy about 5 or 6 tore off tiny pieces of tortilla and handed them to his baby brother, who squashed them in his fist and rammed them clumsily into his mouth. The boy's older sister was making a chain out of straw wrappers, and the mother stared out the window dreamily as bits of shredded cheese and lettuce oozed out the end of her burrito. She was very pregnant. For the first time, Jonathan thought about the aborted fetus and wondered if it had been a boy or a girl. Growing up, he had lobbied tirelessly for a brother, a younger brother who couldn't run as fast or read as many big words. He had even had the name picked out: Duke Levetov. Finally, they had bought him off with a dog, a German shepherd. His mother had automatically started calling the puppy Duke, but he had said no. The dog's name was Major, just to let them know that he knew a dog was a poor substitute for a brother. The baby started to cry. The pregnant woman continued eating her burrito and staring out the window, as if she were just a stranger who happened to be sitting at that table. The baby cried harder. Jonathan got up and left. Instead of getting back on the freeway and heading for home, Jonathan cruised along Olympic Boulevard, listening to the radio, pretending he didn't know that he was just stalling, just seeing how long he could put off giving in to his worst instincts. He looked at his watch. Only 6:30. He wished it were later, after midnight. For some reason, he had this notion, fantasy, that things would go better if he woke Farrell up. Her defenses would be down, and she would answer the door in her flannel nightgown, all warm and fuzzy from sleep, a tender smile hovering on her lips, from some pleasant dream, preferably about him, although he knew this was really pushing it. He also knew that Farrell was generally cold and crabby upon being awakened. By the time he pulled up in front of her building, it was nearly 7. He had been to Farrell's place only once before, and he had taken a wrong turn. He slumped in his seat and looked up at her lighted window for a few minutes, trying to divine whether or not she was alone. Lights were burning in the front room. The bedroom was dark. He took this as a good sign, but as he walked up the front steps it suddenly occurred to him that maybe it was actually a bad sign. Twice he stretched his hand out to ring the bell and then snatched it back. His heart beat like a conga drum in his chest, a crazy, savage arrhythmia, and he thought maybe he was going to have a heart attack right there on Farrell's front stoop. Then, just as he was about to turn and flee, the front door flew open and there she was. In the momentary confusion, he thought that she must have heard his heart pounding, like a knock at the door. But in the next instant he noticed that she was dressed up, dressed to go out. "What are you doing here?" she said. "You nearly gave me a heart attack." She was wearing the dangly silverfish earrings he had bought for her in Tosco. As she spoke, the earrings leaped and shimmied impatiently. "I was just driving by and thought maybe you'd like to take a study break, go out for a cappuccino or something." Standing there in the dark, Farrell smelled sweet and familiar. He had a sudden intense desire to lick her face, the way Major used to greet him after a long absence. "I've had sort of a rough day." "I'm sorry," she said. "One of my professors is having a party. I've got to go. In fact, I'm already late. I promised him I'd be there early." "No problem." He shrugged. "Just an impulse." He turned to go. "You look very pretty, by the way." "Thanks." Farrell's voice softened a bit, relief that he wasn't going to create a scene, and she slipped her arm through his as they walked down the flagstone path toward the street. "So what's this guy teach?" he asked. "Torts," she said casually, but somehow the words sounded sweet and gooey on her lips. At his car they paused. It was cooler now. The marine layer. "How's your mother?" Farrell fished a Kleenex out of her jacket and wiped the thick film of moisture off the windshield so that he would be able to see. The gesture touched him. "I don't know," he said and sighed. "Okay, I guess, considering." "Frankly, I never knew your mother was up to it." "You don't know the half of it, believe me." He was hoping she would ask him what he meant and invite him to come in and tell the whole story, but he knew she wouldn't. Somehow he knew that this torts professor was the one he'd been dreading, and the reason Farrell was being halfway warm and affectionate was that she was happy. "Let's have lunch sometime," she said as he opened the door of his car. "Give me a call." "Sure, okay." He nodded pleasantly. Lunch. It felt unreal. As she turned to go, his brain translated the action into screenplay directions, a little technique he had developed years ago during a bad acid trip to take the edge off reality, or unreality, depending on how you looked at it. He was comforted by the illusion that all this chaos was really under his direction. She leans over, through the open window, gives him a tender peck on the cheek, and runs off. He sits for a moment, watching her in the rearview mirror until she disappears out of his line of vision, and then, slowly, he turns the key in the ignition. Backing up cautiously, he maneuvers his beat-up car out of the tight parking space. Then suddenly, as if possessed, close-up, of foot on accelerator, he floors it, and the car lunges backward. Medium shot of Farrell's crushed body. Something glimmers in the car's headlights, near her outstretched arm. Camera zooms in. We recognize one of her silverfish earrings, lying there on the dark pavement, like a beached mackerel. Cut to exterior. Mother's house. Night. Jonathan did not know how long he had been sitting there in the driveway. The house was dark except for a light in the bedroom. He didn't know what he was doing here. He had been tempted to follow Farrell to the party and to— do what? Punch the guy out? Kidnap her? He hadn't known where he was heading until he was almost here. In the dim light of the car's interior, he peered at his watch, surprised by how early it still was, surprised that the night was still young when he felt so old and tired, and at the same time young, a small, very old, very tired child in need of comfort. He opened the car door and got out. The next-door neighbor's dog barked as he walked across the lawn toward the house. At the door he hesitated, wondering whether he should ring the bell so as not to startle his mother, or whether that might only wake her up. He knocked softly. When he didn't hear anything, he opened the door with his key. It was pitch black in the entryway. He flicked on the light and kicked off his loafers. In his stocking feet, he tiptoed down the hall and paused outside his mother's room. She was awake, lying in bed, watching an old movie on television, her hands resting lightly on her breasts in the flimsy nightgown. In the moment before she sensed his presence, he caught a private glimpse of her that made him catch his breath. A glimpse of her as a woman, a self, apart from him. But in the next instant, she looked up and smiled, and was his mother again. "Hi, Mom. What are you watching?" he asked, even though he had recognized the film at first glance. "Strangers on a Train." She yawned and patted the empty side of the bed. "Join me?" He was surprised that she didn't seem more surprised to see him, almost as if she'd been expecting him. He padded across the room and stretched out on the other side of the king-size bed. "How you feeling?" "Not bad, considering." She tugged her conversational French grammar book out from underneath him and slid it under the bed. Shortly after the divorce, she had begun planning a trip to Paris. A commercial came on and she muted the sound. "How about yourself?" "Okay, I guess, considering." He rolled over his back to her and sighed into the pillow. She picked up his hand and gave it a maternal squeeze. "I'm sorry I behaved like such a jerk," he said. His voice sounded small and wobbly. "I don't know what my problem was. Is. There are plenty of other fish in the sea." She slipped her cool, soft hand underneath his t-shirt. "Il y a beaucoup des autres poissons dans la mer." He flashed on a tight shot of Farrell's hand reaching up to unhook her dangly earrings and dropping them, plink, plink, onto the night table beside the professor's bed. Outside it had begun to rain lightly, a gentle rat-a-tat-tat against the glass. He kept his eyes shut tight. His mother's feathery fingertips tickled as she traced the letters on his naked skin. He guessed the words aloud one by one. Sad, mad, bad, dad, glad. The soft touch and simple words were soothing. Hog, bog, dog, log, fog. So soothing, like rain, like heartbeats. Joy, toy, coy, boy. Her fingers froze. It was a boy, she whispered. You always wanted a brother. No, I didn't, he lied. Not really. She started to cry. Hey, he said. Hey, it's not so bad. He patted her hand clumsily and handed her a Kleenex from the box on the night table. Look at us. She laughed and blew her nose. Two real sad sacks, as your father used to say. It was one of his favorite expressions, remember? Jonathan nodded. On the television screen, Bruno, the psychotic, had his hand down a sewer grate, straining and stretching to touch the cigarette lighter he had dropped. Close-up of the lighter with the crossed tennis rackets embossed in gold. The murder evidence. In college, Jonathan had written a term paper on the crisscross imagery in Strangers on a Train. The professor had given him an A and said it was a thorough and very mature piece of work. You watching this? His mother said. He shook his head. Not really. Then how about some canasta? She tossed the used Kleenex into the trash basket beside the bed. Yeah, sure, why not? He picked up the remote and clicked off the television. I'll get the cards. He got up and walked through the dark house to the den. Next door, the neighbor's dog was barking again. The cards were still out, sitting on the coffee table. He grabbed them, and then made a quick detour to the kitchen, where he took a couple of beers from the refrigerator. He set the beers on the night table. His mother had put on a robe and smoothed out the bedspread. He handed her the double deck to shuffle. When he was little, he used to love to watch his mother shuffle cards, quickly and gracefully, as if she were doing a magic trick. He practiced and practiced, but never got to be much good. The barking next door had escalated into a frenzied, lovelorn howling, a canine aria of outraged loss. Jonathan leaped up, walked over to the open window, and yelled, "Quiet!" For a moment there was a stunned silence. Then the dog started up again, a tentative whimper at first, then a yelp, then a full-fledged howl. Jonathan slammed the window shut and went back to the bed. You know, his mother paused, cards in hand, I still dream about Major sometimes. Really? So do I, he confessed. He had always felt a little stupid dreaming about a dog. What do you dream? I dream he's still alive. She handed him the deck. That's what I dream, too, he said, and as he started to deal out the cards, he suddenly had an odd sensation, as if he were a ventriloquist, and that dog out there were his dummy, whimpering and howling in the night. The Apple Green Triumph by Martha Lacy Hall. Copyright 1990 by Martha Lacy Hall. Reprinted by permission of Louisiana State University Press from The Apple Green Triumph and Other Stories by Martha Lacy Hall. Before opening the car door, Lucia took a deep breath of the Louisiana night air. She was not unaware of its heaviness, its moistness, the smells of Lake Pontchartrain. Salt, seaweed, water creatures, all mixed with the sounds produced by the wind slapping water against the sea-wall, soughing in the tops of tall pines against a black sky. She pressed hard on the starter in the old Triumph. It ground, coughed, and was silent. Oh, my God, she said, and hit the steering wheel with her fist. If it wouldn't start, she would just have to have Everett paged at the New Orleans airport. Tell him to get on a Greyhound bus for Mississippi. He should have done that in the first place, or flown into Jackson. Start! She growled and pressed again, and it did. She floored the accelerator in neutral, and the engine roared underfoot, confident and, as always, a little arrogant for so small a tiger. The beam of the headlights crawled across the wall and the screened porch as she slowly backed out of the carport and turned toward the street. "I'm out of my mind," she said aloud. "I'm just out of my ever-loving mind." She had begun talking to herself after Christopher died 2 years ago. They had had such a good time talking that when he was no longer there, she just kept on talking. "I am my own best company," she sometimes said, picking figs or surveying herself at the full-length mirror ready to go out. She slowed and looked at her watch under the corner streetlight. 10 o'clock. 75-year-old fool heading to New Orleans at 10 o'clock at night. She braked, shifted the gear, and rounded the corner, leaving Lakeshore Drive. A damn fool. The lights beamed across the spray-painted command on the wall of the high school gym. "Lady of Mercy, stop Holy Ghost Friday night." Scarcely aware of thunder to the south, she drove slowly, peering intently through her glasses and the flat little windshield. She had decided not to drive at night more than a year ago, and she felt that her dear old car might be better able to make it across the 26-mile causeway than she was. Old cars can be overhauled, as this one had been recently. A big car rushed up to an intersection and slammed to a stop. Startled, she swore. "Just tell me one thing good about being old. Just one thing." She simply hadn't felt this way as long as she had Chris. Any woman who claimed she didn't need a strong man didn't know what she was talking about. She drove on toward the causeway, through a tunnel of night-darkened oaks between the streetlights of St. Marie, Louisiana. "I just have to do it," she said, tears in her voice. Everett hadn't changed a bit. She hadn't seen him for nearly 10 years and never expected him to fly down for Anne's services. And what did he do but call her at 9 o'clock tonight, out of the blue, from the New Orleans airport. "Can you pick me up?" he said, like he was down at the St. Marie bus depot and it was 20 years ago. "Do you know how old I am?" She wanted to scream at him. Brat. 60-year-old brat. He hadn't come for the other funerals, Dora's, Tom's, Margaret's. Not since their parents'. Well, Anne was his twin. Maybe there still was something special there, dormant, come to life at the incident of death. And some burst of confidence and energy had made her say, "I'll pick you up, just sit tight." The call had given her an illusion of vigor, the big sister again, always there, ready. She had to do it. When she thought of Anne, she began to cry and had to pull over to the curb and hold her face in a handful of tissues. "I thought I was through crying," she sobbed. Anne, I could kill you for leaving me high and dry like this." Then she began to laugh at what she'd said. Anne would have laughed. She took another tissue from the box on the dash and cleaned her glasses and blew her nose. As she drove back onto the wide highway, wind gusts swept overland from the lake, bringing the first raindrops. "Don't rain! Don't rain!" By the time she approached the causeway, she was in a downpour, windshield wipers working fast and noisily. She pulled up to the toll booth and handed the man $1. Reflected lights blurred on the choppy water of Lake Pontchartrain. Red lights and white lights nearby, and far ahead a smoldering luminescence in the low, heavy clouds over New Orleans. "Bad night to be headin' for Sin City," the man said. "Mission of Mercy," said Lucia, and moved forward, chin high. Chris's apple-green Triumph was in fine shape for its age. Duffy Peak had just been all over it, spent 3 days like he and Chris used to do together. She loosened her tight grip on the steering wheel, arthritis grinding out its pain in knobby knuckles, hurting like the devil. For that matter, it hurt in her shoulders, neck, back. Just a dilapidated old bag of bones. But she could quickly call up one of those lovely healing memories of Chris's voice. "Cut that out, you beautiful babe. You're in great shape, and you look like $1 million. And she saw that wide smile, white teeth, tan face, fine old face. The car seemed more cozy and safe while rain pounded the canvas top, windshield, and danced on the hood. Then Anne pushed back into Lucia's thoughts. Anne and Everett had been her real live dolls. She was 15 when they were born. She was the eldest of 6, the tallest, the child-lovingest, the chauffeur, mother pro tem, Daddy called her. She adored the twins and simply took them over, rocked 2 cribs at once, changed diapers, warmed bottles, old-fashioned bottles with rubber nipples that Everett learned to pull off in his crib. Lucia carried them around, baby legs straddling both her hips. She dressed them in their little matching clothes for Mert to roll them down to the Methodist church corner in their double stroller, where all the nurses gathered in the afternoons with their charges, little white children fresh from their bathtubs. Anne became her love, and they had remained close for the rest of Anne's life. I could never believe she grew up. How did she get to be 60 years old? She barely made that. Why did she have to die before me? Emphysema like the others. And Daddy. Anne didn't even smoke. Lucia had spent the last months going back and forth between St. Marie and Sweet Bay, sitting with Anne at home or in the hospital, at whichever place Anne lay propped up, crowding words between breaths, oxygen tank nearby, plastic tubes in her nostrils. They reviewed their whole lives. "And I made you my executor," Lucia said, accusingly, and they laughed like fools, as they always had, no matter how bad off Anne was, no matter how hard it was for Lucia, almost to the end. They weren't together when she died in her sleep. I can't believe things are ending this way. I've buried all of them, all but Everett. God knows he'd better outlive me. I'm sick of sitting on the edges of graves in that plot. She would talk to Everett about that, about his place now. Thank God for him, a good, dependable, younger family member. Perhaps he will come back home with me for a few days, and we can relax, visit, talk about the future. The wind and rain came on hard from the lake, almost blindingly. She couldn't possibly drive the minimum speed. Traffic was blessedly light. An enormous white semi was overtaking the green Triumph fast. "Slow down, idiot!" How could he see to drive that fast? The white hulk rumbled past, rocking the small car fearsomely. She remembered the day Chris drove it into her driveway, a tiny motor-roaring thing, the top down, unfolded his long legs, and rose from the brown leather seat. "Are you Mrs. Collins?" he said, and his smile was as arresting as his apple-green car. "I am," said Lucia, removing her gardening gloves and dropping the bamboo rake on the leaf pile. She took hasty note of his appearance, thatch of white hair, rumpled by the wind, well-tailored plaid shirt, good suitably faded jeans, and white deck shoes. He had a newspaper under his arm. He was the boater who had called in answer to her ad. "My name is Nielsen, Chris Nielsen. I called about your ad. Let's see, you have a lantern, Coleman stove, rope, fishing tackle. Got an anchor?" "That and more," she smiled politely. "May I see them?" "Certainly. They're right back here in the storeroom. I'll get the key." She fetched the key off the kitchen hook, and Chris Nielsen followed her to the dark green door off the carport. She switched on the light. "I have a 50-horsepower motor, some seats, life preservers, quite a few things. Go in and look them over." He stayed in the storeroom a while. She could tell what he was examining by the familiar sounds of wood, metal, canvas. When he stepped out, he smiled again and said, "You all lost interest in boating?" "My husband died several years ago, and I'm just now getting rid of some of his things." "I know how that is. Been through it. I'm going to try living on my boat." "I see. Well, do you see anything you need in there?" "I surely do. Are those 2 new deck chairs for sale? I could use them. And the lantern I could use. How about the radio?" "Any of it or all of it?" She reached in her shirt pocket and handed him a typewritten list with prices. "Good," he said. "Tell you what, I live in New Orleans, but I'll be back in a pickup this afternoon, late if that's okay." "That's fine. I'll be here." He smiled again and slid into the car. "You have an interesting car. I don't believe I ever saw a sports car that color." "Probably not. I had this one painted. Gaudy, isn't it?" "It's bright. Spring-like." She laughed like he wasn't a stranger. She was the stranger. After he left, she picked up her rake and poked it around in the leaves. What an interesting man. She hadn't noticed an interesting man since Henry died. She embarrassed herself. Lucia realized she was handling the car well despite everything. She felt a ripple of pride in her spine. The Triumph was so small, not even comfortable, really, but she couldn't part with the crazy little thing. First she sold Chris's pickup, then finally she sold her sedan. Sentiment. What made men love their cars so? She had loved the man, and the car was the most tangible thing she had left of him. Oh, Chris. She was married to Chris for 8 years, a fling and a lark for an old couple, old in birthdays. She couldn't remember either of them being sick for a day together. It was more than a fling and a lark. "You look like a smart woman. What do you do?" he said later when he dropped by with no excuse. Confronted with such a question, she blurted, "I work like a dog in this house and yard. I make fig and mayhaw preserves and green tomato pickles. I read a couple of books a week. I do book reviews." She stopped, aghast at her ready biography to a stranger. That was the beginning. He was interested. Lucia loosened her hurting hands. "What we did was laugh and talk. And live a little. A lot. Like she had not thought possible. For 8 years. Sometimes she still found it hard to believe that they had had the good fortune to find each other. "Right there in your own backyard," he would say, and put his arms around her. One night, eating their own catch on the deck of his boat, rocking ever so gently on the Chifuncty River, he said, "Marry me, and come live on my boat." "Marry you? You want to get legally hitched to a 65-year-old crone?" It was as good as yes. "I want your money." "My dowry consists of my Medicare." "I'll accept that." More seriously, "So we're 65 years old. Let's see how much fun we can have." So they were married. By a New Orleans judge, they both knew. They lived in her house on the lake, but she became a boat person, too. It was an unruffled transition, becoming a married woman again. Chris was an affectionate man. To her naive surprise, he was a tender and passionate lover. And, to her greater surprise, her pleasure with him was more intense than she had ever known. "You're some woman," Chris would say. And, "back from the dead." That was Lagniappe. They drove to New Orleans for Saints games at the Superdome and for shows at the Sanger. They dined with friends at home in the city and in restaurants around the lake. They cooked on the grill, and they played gin and sipped wine in the evening. Occasionally, Chris would have an extra evening drink or two, on the boat anchored a mile or so from the North Shore. He would tell her ribald stories and sing noisily from an endless repertoire of war songs, using his glass for a baton. Creeping along in the night through wind and rain over Lake Pontchartrain, Lucia shook her head, remembering Chris singing one night, bless 'em all, the long and the short and the tall. There'll be no promotions this side of the ocean, so cheer up, my lads, fuck 'em all." "Hush up, Chris. Your voice carries across this water like you have a microphone." She was interrupted by a baritone from a winking light a quarter-mile farther out. Fuck 'em all, the long and the short. And then they could all hear the laughter bounce over the light chop and under the sparkling stars in a blue-black sky. Lucia pulled into a turnaround area and stopped the car. She rested her head on the steering wheel. "It won't be long now. I'm doing fine. But thank the Lord Everett can take the wheel for the 2 hours to Mississippi." Their aged cousins, sisters, both in their late 80s, were putting them up. "What a treat! What a treat!" Cousin May had chirped over the phone. "Having you children with us again." Then she caught herself. "Oh, my dear, I'm forgetting myself. We are all in grief for dear little Anne. She was like a sister to me." And Lucia knew Cousin May was getting Anne mixed up with their mother, Anne. Lucia lifted her head. The last day of his life, Chris had said to her, "You're a youthful, handsome woman, Lucia. I love that thick white hair and those gorgeous legs." "You're crazy," Lucia had said, pinching his bottom as he walked past her toward the stern. A few moments later, he had a heart attack and without a word fell overboard. She went down after him with life preservers, but he was dead, his white hair washing back and forth like anemones between his fishing line and the stern. She put the Triumph in drive and moved out behind a state trooper. "Hallelujah, I've got me an escort." But the white car wove away at high speed and was lost to her. "Well, I'm on my own again." The rain had slowed to a drizzle when she turned toward the airport. The speeding cars and trucks on the 6-lane interstate unnerved her, and she addressed her Maker reverently each time she moved farther left, lane by lane. Christ," she murmured when she spied the metal sign New Orleans International Airport that directed traffic to a new overpass she didn't know about. Her heart in her mouth, she managed to move back to the far right lane, and the Triumph roared up the ramp and back over the traffic she had just left. Not daring to feel giddy, she found herself traveling parallel to jet runways. Strobe lights marked the airport drive. That keeps those huge things from thinking this is another runway. Then a sign appeared announcing a radio station on which she could be brought into a short-term parking area. She was able to park on the first level. "I made it on instruments," she gasped as she took the keys from the car. She was extremely stiff and in pain when she stood beside her car. "I'm too old for this." Two teenaged boys looked backward at the old car, its classic body glittering in a coat of raindrops under the endless rows of fluorescent tubes. They grinned but looked concerned as they saw her effort to straighten her back and walk toward the elevator. "I've never been in here unescorted." "I beg your pardon," said a young woman. "Nothing, nothing, just talking to myself. Do it all the time." She wanted to get to a restroom. Inside, she began walking and scanning the crowd, looking for her tall younger brother. She was surrounded by a shifting sea of people speaking Spanish, French, Indian, and no telling what else, all under the nasal drone of the PA speaker. Her eyes, tired, swept over young, old, babies, nuns, sailors, people in wheelchairs, obese men and women waddling to and from the concourses. One very fat, gray-haired man was bearing down on her, looking into her eyes, smiling. The smile caught her eye. Only that crooked half-smile. "Everett?" "What's the matter, Lucia? Don't you know me?" He was carrying a dark blue suit bag. "Everett, I didn't." She closed her mouth with effort. "Everett," she said again. He leaned forward and laid his cheek against hers briefly. "I reckon I have put on a little weight since you saw me last." Yes, I'm glad to see you, Everett. It's good you could come." "I hate to put you out. Hope you didn't have any trouble. Was the weather good? I've been in here so long, I don't know what it's doing outside." "The weather? Oh, yes, well, it rained a little. Nothing, let's go in here and order a cup of coffee or a Coke, maybe. I need to find a restroom. Are you hungry?" "No, I just had a couple of hamburgers and a malt. I'm ready to roll, ready to hit that interstate. Get on up to Cousin May and them's for some shut-eye. I've been here over 3 hours." "Well, I need something." And Lucia steered them into a coffee shop. She went ahead and ordered coffee and a ham sandwich before going to a restroom. "Oh, I guess I'll have one too," said Everett. "And an order of fries. Traveling makes me hungry." Bulk made sitting difficulty for him. "Have to fly first class. More room to spread out, you know." "Excuse me, Everett," she murmured. "I'll be right back." She got up painfully. "Why, you're all crippled up." He seemed surprised. Lucia pressed her lips together and walked to the restroom. Inside a booth, she sat down and began to laugh and cry. "This is hysterics. What am I going to do? I'm too tired to drive on. My God, he won't fit into the car." "Is anything wrong?" came a voice from the next booth. "Do you need help?" "No, oh no, thank you. I just talk to myself. Sometimes what I say is funny, so I laugh." Silence. The floodgates of Lucia's bladder opened, and for a moment she reveled in the greatest relief she had felt in days. She didn't say anything more aloud, but as she went out she patted her white bangs at the mirror and took a quick and satisfying look at her figure. Everett was waiting for her. "I hate to see you so crippled up." "Everett, what do you weigh, honey?" 325 right now." Then he gave one of his famous ha-ha-has. "Haven't you ever seen a fat man, Lucia?" "It's just that I've never seen a 325-pound man in this family. You know, we all have tended to be slender." She wished she hadn't asked his weight. "Well, you've seen one now," he said, steadying himself with the chair beside him. "These sure are little bitty old chairs." Lucia laughed. They ate their sandwiches. "We may have a problem, Everett," she said, blotting the corners of her mouth with the stiff paper napkin. "What's that?" "Well, I drive a very small car. I'm just not perfectly sure you can get completely comfortable. I was counting on you to drive us home." She wanted to cry. "You haven't gone and bought one of those little bitty old Jap cars, have you?" No, No, actually it's English. Belonged to my husband. It's small." Her voice trailed off. "Oh." Everett's voice boomed. "I drive a Cadillac. Have to have a heavy car. Just kills my legs and back to ride in one of—" "I really was counting on your driving. I'm not crazy about driving at night." "Looks like you made it over here all right." "Yes, well, it wasn't easy." "If I'd felt like driving, I'd have driven myself down in my Cadillac. We'll do okay. You got a pillow in it so I can stretch out?" Chris's voice loomed in her ear. "Lucia, honey, you're being a fool. Tell that son of a bitch to get a taxi to a hotel." Everett's face blanched when he saw the apple-green Triumph. "Lucia, why in hell is an old lady like you driving this thing?" Lucia was indignant. "Look, Everett, try to squeeze in. If you can't get in, we'll have to get you a room across the airline at the Hilton. This happens to be the only car I have." He put his bag in the small trunk, muttering, "Ruining my good clothes," and stuffed himself into the little bucket seat. "Goddamn, Lucia, you'll have to bury me too when we get home. I still say home even though the house is gone, and everybody is gone. Everybody but us. I can't believe Anne is gone. I kept thinking I'd come down to see her. We were close. A long time ago. Did she suffer much?" "She suffered plenty, but she died peacefully." "I'm glad to hear she went out easy." Then Everett began to wheeze. "I've got it too. We got it from Daddy. I quit smoking 2 years ago. Don't drink a drop," he added. Lucia turned toward Baton Rouge. "Here now, we're not going to Baton Rouge, are we?" "Of course not. We turn north on I-55. Lucia hurt all over. She was getting a headache, and her eyes were too tired to cry. "Lord, give me strength. What a fool I am." "How's that?" Everett shouted over the engine. She shook her head. Everett tried to shift his bulk, but it was like trying to move a grapefruit in a demitasse spoon. "My circulation is going. In my legs," he hollered. He didn't have to shout. "Mercy, Everett, let me get out of this heavy traffic, and I'll stop every little while and let you get out and walk a bit." But he grunted negatively, and she knew it was because it wasn't worth it to him trying to get out and back in. She turned north off the Spillway Interstate and drove in silence all the way to Lake Marapass. "Let's stop at Heidenreit's and get another cup of coffee. You can walk around." "Okay, Lucia." She parked the car near the door of the seafood restaurant, which had been there as long as she could remember. "Make you nostalgic?" "Yeah," said Everett, managing to extricate himself from the passenger seat. Lucia felt a terrible sadness over this baby brother she had once carried about like a rag doll, who came home tall and thin and hurt from the long battle for the hills of South Korea, and began his own battles in civilian life. A succession of jobs, 2 failed marriages, the loss of a young child. Poor boy. In the old restaurant on the shore of Marapass, Everett sat on a stool and ordered a dozen raw oysters. "Don't you want some, Lucia? My treat." "No, thank you, Everett." "Remember how Daddy used to stop here on his way home from New Orleans and pick up a gallon of oysters? He and Mama would get in the kitchen and meal 'em up and season 'em and fry 'em in that big black iron skillet. Drain 'em on brown paper. Remember that big old white platter of Mama's, heaped up hot and crisp? Woo-wee!" He began dipping crackers in catsup and horseradish while an old black man shucked the oysters. "Y'all got any boiled crawfish?" he asked the sleepy waitress. "Yeah, want some?" "Everett," said Lucia, "I'm afraid you'll be sick, and we need to be on our way pretty soon." "Okay. Lord Jesus, I hate to think of stuffing myself back into that little bitty old car. How come you're driving that thing, hon? Now tell me the truth. You having a hard time, Lucia?" "I've got some problems, Everett, but they don't have anything to do with my car or money. It was my husband's car, and I chose to keep it. Ordinarily, I just use a car to go to the post office and the A&P. "Well, you made a mistake. You ought to get yourself a good heavy sedan." "I'm sorry you're uncomfortable." "I'm not complaining. I just hate to see you in such reduced circumstances." "My circumstances are not reduced." Everett dispatched a baker's dozen large raw oysters, lifting each, dipped red in the catsup mixture, to his mouth, and uttering a sound of appreciation of the taste. They drove a long time on I-55 without talking. As they passed the Tangipahoa exit, he said, "Was Anne right with her maker?" "I beg your pardon?" "Was she saved? Was she born again?" "What in the hell are you talking about, Everett?" "Don't blaspheme. She never was religious, Lucia. I wasn't either, way back there. I'm just asking if you think my sister got right with the Lord."
Lucia was livid. "Yes," she said calmly, "I'm sure she and the Lord were on good terms."
"Well, I'm glad to hear it. After my last divorce, I turned myself over completely to Jesus Christ, and I faithfully support him."
"What church are you a member of? I know your last wife was Catholic."
"Don't belong to any. That is Church House. I support the Lord's work through several television ministries. They're saving souls like all get out all over the world. Did you ever think about how many souls are in hell, went there before the television came along, and took the gospel to the farthest corner of the planet? Some people are going to rot in hell for persecuting these dedicated servants of the Lord who pack food to all those starving little boogers in Africa and all."
Lucia took her eyes off the highway for a split second to look at her brother. "You wouldn't possibly be including Louisiana's own, would you?"
"Most particularly. The Lord has simply put that poor fellow through a baptism of fire with Satan. The man's coming back. Just listen to him on the TV.
"I ran across him one time looking for a Saints game." They crossed the state line. "You're back in Mississippi, Everett?" Lucia tried to help her backache by pressing harder against the back of her seat. Since they had turned onto I-55, they had both been aware consciously or unconsciously that they were back in the world they knew best, the marshland above New Orleans, that edge of Louisiana that slid toward the state line into the slow, gentle sweep of low hills that meant Mississippi. Oh, it was different. A few miles made all the difference in the world.
"Yeah," he said, "I do appreciate your holding Anne's body till I could get here for the funeral."
"Body? I don't think you understand, Everett."
"Don't understand what?"
"This is to be a memorial service at the church. Anne's remains were cremated."
"Cremated? Cremated? Who is responsible for that?"
Rain was falling again. Lucia turned on the wipers. "It was Anne's wish."
"So she wasn't saved. Of all the unholy pagan things to do to my sister, you mean she's already burnt up?"
"Her remains are ashes."
"Well, I'll be goddamned."
"Now who's blaspheming?"
"Why have I gone to all this trouble and expense and discomfort coming all the way down here from West Virginia? Huh? Tell me that."
"There just wasn't room in the little car for him to blow up. I assumed you wanted to attend your twin sister's memorial services. We'll have an interment of the ashes in the plot. What's the difference?"
"Difference? I thought I was going to get to see her, see how she looked."
"I'm sorry you feel cheated." Lucia's head was splitting, her eyes were cloudy, and she cursed herself for where she was and wept inside for her baby sister, and for Everett, who in no way resembled the boy or the man she remembered. She still had miles to travel. It must be nearly 2 o'clock. What's a 75-year-old fool doing on a highway this time of night? Morning.
"How's that?"
"Nothing, Everett, just talking to myself."
"How long you been doing that?"
"Doing what?"
"Talking to yourself."
"A good while now. It was a deliberate decision. To talk to myself, I mean."
"For crying out loud! Are you bonkers?"
When Lucia saw Aunt May's porch light, she moaned softly with relief.
"Listen, Lucia, I appreciate what you did, driving to New Orleans to get me. But I'll get a ride to Jackson and get a plane out of there to Charleston. Tomorrow afternoon, I guess. Late. Whenever this is all over. Whatever it is we're having. Whatever you're having. Hell, I don't care. I mean—"
Lucia opened her door. The dash light cast a weak glow in the small space of the car. Her fingers held the cool metal of the handle as she searched Everett's profile, softened by age and shadow. Her only family now, and she his. She smiled and laid her hand on his arm. "I understand. I know you'll be more comfortable in a big car. Wish I'd had a Cadillac just for tonight, because I love you, Everett. I mean that."
"I know."
They walked through the fragrant, dewy grass toward Aunt May's porch. In Aunt May's guest room, Lucia lay in the big 4-poster she had first slept in and fallen out of before she could walk. Now, 3/4 of a century later, she did her deep breathing exercise to relax. Deep, deep till her lower ribs bowed upward. The old house was quiet in the pre-dawn darkness. Listening, remembering, as old houses do, Lucia let out a long breath. Such profound silence seemed to hold out a mystical beckoning. It wasn't the first time she had quite calmly thought she might die in her sleep. She inhaled. The night after Chris died, she had gone to bed in a friend's guest room, believing the enormous weight of sorrow would stop her heart as she slept. She had carefully arranged her arms on the covers, so she would not be in disarray when they found her in the morning. But she had waked up in daylight, grateful to be alive and able to meet the day. She exhaled and whispered to the dark room. "No. 24 hours from now, I'll be sound asleep in my own bed." The mattress pressed up against her as her body grew heavier, ever heavier, then moved weightlessly into the warm, engulfing arms of sleep. Talking to the Dead by Sylvia A. Watanabe. Copyright 1989 by Sylvia A. Watanabe. First published in Bamboo Ridge, the Hawaii Writers' Quarterly, Winter 1989, number 41, and reprinted with permission of the author and her publisher, Doubleday, a division of Bantam Doubleday Dell Publishing Group, Incorporated. We spoke of her in whispers, as Auntie Talking to the Dead, the half-Hawaiian kahuna lady. But whenever there was a death in the village, she was the first to be sent for. The priest came second, for it was she who understood the wholeness of things, the significance of directions and colors. Prayers to appease the hungry ghosts, elixirs for grief. Most times she'd be out on her front porch already waiting, her boy Clinton standing behind with her basket of spells, when the messenger arrived. People said she could smell a death from clear on the other side of the island, even as the dying person breathed his last. And if she fixed her eyes on you and named a day, you were already as good as 6 feet under. I went to work as her apprentice when I was 18. That was in '48, the year Clinton graduated from mortician school on the GI Bill. It was the talk for weeks, how he returned to open the Paradise Mortuary in the very heart of the village and brought the scientific spirit of free enterprise to the doorstep of the hereafter. I remember the advertisements for the grand opening, promising to modernize the funeral trade with lifelike artistic techniques and stringent standards of sanitation. The old woman, who had waited out the war for her son's return, stoically took his defection in stride and began looking for someone else to help out with her business. At the time, I didn't have many prospects. More schooling didn't interest me, and my mother's attempts at marrying me off inevitably failed when I stood to shake hands with a prospective bridegroom and ended up towering a foot above him. "It's bad enough she has the face of a horse," I heard one of them complain. My mother dressed me in navy blue, on the theory that dark colors make everything look smaller. "Yuri, sit down," she'd hiss, tugging at my skirt, as the decisive moment approached. I'd nod, sip my tea, smile through the introductions and small talk, till the time came for sealing the bargain with handshakes all around. Then nothing on earth could keep me from getting to my feet. The go-between finally suggested that I consider taking up a trade. "After all, marriage isn't for everyone," she said. My mother said that that was a fact which remained to be proven, but meanwhile it wouldn't hurt if I took in sewing or learned to cut hair. I made up my mind to apprentice myself to Auntie Talking to the Dead. The old woman's house was on the hill behind the village, just off the road to Chicken Fight Camp. She lived in an old plantation worker's bungalow with peeling green and white paint and a large, well-tended garden out front, mostly of flowering bushes and strong-smelling herbs. "Aren't you a big one?" a voice behind me said. I started, then turned. It was the first time I had ever seen the old woman up close. "Hello, Mrs. Dead?" I stammered. She was little, way under 5 feet, and wrinkled, and everything about her seemed the same color, her skin, her lips, her dress. Everything just a slightly different shade of the same brown-gray, except her hair, which was absolutely white, and her tiny eyes, which glinted like metal. For a minute, those eyes looked me up and down. "Here," she said finally, thrusting an empty rice sack into my hands, "for collecting salt." and she started down the road to the beach. In the next few months, we walked every inch of the hills and beaches around the village. This is A'ali'i, to bring sleep. It must be dried in the shade on a hot day. Auntie was always 3 steps ahead, chanting, while I struggled behind, laden with strips of bark and leafy twigs, my head buzzing with names. This is Awa, for every kind of grief, and Uhaloa, with the deep roots. If you are like that, death cannot easily take you. Her voice came from the stones, the trees, and the earth. This is where you gather salt to preserve a corpse. I hear her still. This is where you cut to insert the salt. Her words have marked the places on my body one by one. That whole first year, not a single day passed when I didn't think of quitting. I tried to figure out a way of moving back home without making it seem like I was admitting anything. "You know what people are saying, don't you?" my mother said, lifting the lid of the bamboo steamer and setting a tray of freshly steamed meat buns on the already crowded table before me. It was one of my few visits home since my apprenticeship, though I'd never been more than a couple of miles away, and she had stayed up the whole night before, cooking. She'd prepared a canned ham with yellow sweet potatoes, wing beans with pork, sweet and sour mustard cabbage, fresh raw yellowfin, pickled eggplant, and rice with red beans. I had not seen so much food since the night she'd tried to persuade her younger brother, my Uncle Mongoose, not to volunteer for the army. He'd gone anyway, and on the last day of training, just before he was shipped to Italy, he shot himself in the head when he was cleaning his gun. "I always knew that boy would come to no good," was all Mama said when she heard the news. "What do you mean you can't eat another bite?" she fussed now. "Look at you, nothing but a bag of bones." I allowed myself to be persuaded to another helping, though I'd lost my appetite. The truth was, there didn't seem to be much of a future in my apprenticeship. In 11.5 months, I had memorized most of the minor rituals of mourning and learned to identify a couple of dozen herbs and all their medicinal uses, but I had not seen, much less gotten to practice on, a single honest-to-goodness corpse. People live longer these days, Auntie claimed. But I knew it was because everyone, even from villages across the bay, had begun taking their business to the Paradise Mortuary. The single event which had established Clinton's monopoly once and for all had been the untimely death of old Mrs. Pomadour, the plantation owner's mother-in-law, who'd choked on a fishbone during a fundraising luncheon of the Famine Relief Society. Clinton had been chosen to be in charge of the funeral. He'd taken to wearing 3-piece suits, even during the humid Kona season, as a symbol of his new respectability, and had recently been nominated as a Republican candidate to run for the village council. "So what are people saying, Mama?" I asked, finally pushing my plate away. This was the cue she had been waiting for. "They're saying that woman has gotten herself a new donkey." She paused dramatically. I began remembering things about being in my mother's house, the navy blue dresses, the humiliating weekly tea ceremony lessons at the Buddhist temple. "Give up this foolishness," she wheedled. "Mrs. Koyama tells me the barber shop lady is looking for help." "I think I'll stay right where I am," I said. My mother drew herself up. "Here, have another meat bun," she said, jabbing one through the center with her serving fork and lifting it onto my plate. A few weeks later, Auntie and I were called just outside the village to perform a laying out. It was early afternoon when Sheriff Kanoi came by to tell us that the body of Mustard Hayashi, the eldest of the Hayashi boys, had just been pulled from an irrigation ditch by a team of field workers. He had apparently fallen in the night before, stone drunk, on his way home from Hula Rose's dance emporium. I began hurrying around, assembling Auntie's tools and bottles of potions, and checking that everything was in working order, but the old woman didn't turn a hair. She just sat calmly rocking back and forth and puffing on her skinny, long-stemmed pipe. "Yuri, you stop that rattling around back there," she snapped, then turned to the sheriff. "My son Clinton could probably handle this. Why don't you ask him?" Sheriff Kanoi hesitated. "This looks like a tough case that's going to need some real expertise." The old woman stopped rocking. "It's true. It was a bad death," she mused. "Very bad," the sheriff agreed. "The spirit is going to require some talking to." "Besides, the family asked special for you," he said. No doubt because they didn't have any other choice, I thought. That morning I'd run into Chinky Malloy, the assistant mortician, at the Paradise, so I happened to know that Clinton was at a mortician's conference in the city and wouldn't be back for several days, but I didn't say a word. Mustard's remains had been laid out on a green formica table in the kitchen. It was the only room in the house with a door that faced north. Auntie claimed that you should always choose a north-facing room for a laying out so the spirit could find its way home to the land of the dead without getting lost. Mustard's mother was leaning over his corpse, wailing, and her husband stood behind her, looking white-faced and absently patting her on the back. The tiny kitchen was jammed with sobbing, nose-blowing relatives and neighbors. The air was thick with the smells of grief, perspiration, ladies' cologne, last night's cooking, and the faintest whiff of putrefying flesh. Auntie gripped me by the wrist and pushed her way to the front. The air pressed close, like someone's hot, wet breath on my face. My head reeled, and the room broke apart into dots of color. From far away I heard somebody say, "It's Auntie talking to the dead." "Make room! Make room!" another voice called. I looked down at Mustard, lying on the table in front of me, his eyes half open in that swollen purple face. The smell was much stronger close up, and there were flies everywhere. "We're going to have to get rid of some of this bloat," Auntie said, thrusting a metal object into my hand. People were leaving the room. She went around to the other side of the table. "I'll start here," she said. "You work over there. Do just like I told you." I nodded. This was the long-awaited moment. My moment. But it was already the beginning of the end. My knees buckled, and everything went dark. Auntie performed the laying out alone, and never mentioned the episode again. But it was the talk of the village for weeks. How Yuri Shimabukuro, assistant to Auntie talking to the dead, passed out under the Heieshi's kitchen table and had to be tended by the grief-stricken mother of the dead boy. My mother took to catching the bus to the plantation store 3 villages away whenever she needed to stock up on necessaries. "You're my daughter. How could I not be on your side?" was the way she put it, but the air buzzed with her unspoken recriminations. And whenever I went into the village, I was aware of the sly laughter behind my back, and Chinky Malloy smirking at me from behind the shutters of the Paradise mortuary. "She's giving the business a bad name," Clinton said, carefully removing his jacket and draping it across the back of the rickety wooden chair. He dusted the seat, looked at his hand with distaste before wiping it off on his handkerchief, then drew up the legs of his trousers and sat. Auntie picked up her pipe from the smoking tray next to her rocker and filled the tiny brass bowl from a pouch of Bull Durham. "I'm glad you found time to drop by," she said. "You still going out with that skinny white girl?" "You mean Marcia?" Clinton sounded defensive. "Sure, I see her sometimes, but I didn't come here to talk about that." He glanced over at where I was sitting on the sofa. "You think we could have some privacy?" Auntie lit her pipe and puffed. "There's nobody here but us. Yuri's my right hand. Couldn't do without her." "The Heieshis probably have their own opinion about that." Auntie waved her hand in dismissal. "There's no pleasing some people. Yuri's just young. She'll learn." She reached over and patted me on the knee, then looked him straight in the face. Like we all did. Clinton turned red. "Damn it, Mama, you're making yourself a laughingstock." His voice became soft, persuasive. "Look, you've worked hard all your life, but now I've got my business. It'll be a while before I'm really on my feet, but you don't have to do this." He gestured around the room. "I'll help you out. You'll see. I'm only thinking about you." "About the election to the village council, you mean?" I burst out. Auntie was unperturbed. "You considering going into politics, son?" "Mama, wake up!" Clinton hollered, like he'd wanted to all along. "The old spirits have had it. We're part of progress now, and the world is going to roll right over us and keep on rolling, unless we get out there and grab our share." His words rained down like stones, shattering the air around us. For a long time after he left, Auntie sat in her rocking chair next to the window, rocking and smoking, without saying a word, just rocking and smoking, as the afternoon shadows flickered beneath the trees and turned to night. Then she began to sing, quietly at first, but very sure. She sang the naming chants and the healing chants. She sang the stones and trees and stars back into their rightful places. Louder and louder she sang, making whole what had been broken. Everything changed for me after Clinton's visit. I stopped going into the village and began spending all my time with Auntie talking to the dead. I followed her everywhere, carried her loads without complaint, memorized remedies and mixed potions. I wanted to know what she knew. I wanted to make what had happened at the Hayashis go away. Not just in other people's minds, not just because I'd become a laughingstock, like Clinton said, but because I knew that I had to redeem myself for that one thing, or my moment, the single instant of glory for which I had lived my entire life, would be snatched beyond my reach forever. Meanwhile, there were other layings out. The kite-maker who hung himself, the crippled boy from chicken fight camp, the vagrant, the blind man, the blind man's dog. "Do like I told you," Auntie would say before each one. Then, "Give it time," when it was done. But it was like living the same nightmare over and over. Just one look at a body and I was done for. For 25 years people in the village joked about my indisposition. Last year, when my mother died, her funeral was held at the Paradise Mortuary. I stood outside on the cement walk for a long time, but never made it through the door. Little by little, I had given up hope that my moment would ever arrive. Then, 1 week ago, Auntie caught a chill after spending all morning out in the rain, gathering awa from the garden. The chill developed into a fever, and for the first time since I'd known her, she took to her bed. I nursed her with the remedies she'd taught me: sweat baths, eucalyptus steam, tea made from ko'oko olau, but the fever worsened. Her breathing became labored, and she grew weaker. My few hours of sleep were filled with bad dreams. In desperation, aware of my betrayal, I finally walked to a house up the road and telephoned for an ambulance. "I'm sorry, Auntie," I kept saying, as the flashing red light swept across the porch. The attendants had her on a stretcher and were carrying her out the front door. She reached up and grasped my arm, her grip still strong. "You'll do okay, Yuri," the old woman whispered hoarsely and squeezed. "Clinton used to get so scared he messed his pants." She chuckled, then began to cough. One of the attendants put an oxygen mask over her face. "Hush," he said. "There'll be plenty of time for talking later." The day of Auntie's wake, workmen were repaving the front walk and had blocked off the main entrance to the Paradise Mortuary. They had dug up the old concrete tiles and carted them away. They'd left a mound of gravel on the grass, stacked some bags of concrete next to it, and covered them with black tarps. There was an empty wheelbarrow parked on the other side of the gravel mound. The entire front lawn was roped off and a sign put up which said, "Please use the back entrance. We are making improvements in Paradise. The management." My stomach was beginning to play tricks, and I was feeling a little dizzy. The old panic was mingled with an uneasiness which had not left me ever since I had decided to call the ambulance. I kept thinking maybe I shouldn't have called it, since she had gone and died anyway. Or maybe I should have called it sooner. I almost turned back, but I thought of what Auntie had told me about Clinton and pressed ahead. Numbly, I followed the two women in front of me through the garden, along the side of the building, around to the back. "So old Auntie talking to the dead has finally passed on," one of them, whom I recognized as the dancing school teacher, said. She was with Pearlie Mukai, an old classmate of mine from high school. Pearlie had gone years ago to live in the city, but still returned to the village to visit her mother. I was having difficulty seeing. It was getting dark, and my head was spinning so. "How old do you suppose she was?" Pearlie asked. "Gosh, even when we were kids, it seemed like she was at least 100. "The undead," my brother used to call her. Pearlie laughed. "When we misbehaved," the dancing teacher said, "my mother used to threaten to send us to Auntie Talking to the Dead. She'd be giving us the licking of our lives and hollering, 'This is going to seem like nothing then.'" Auntie had been laid out in one of the rooms along the side of the house. The heavy wine-colored drapes had been drawn across the windows, and all the wall lamps turned very low, so it was darker in the room than it had been outside. Pearlie and the dancing school teacher moved off into the front row. I headed for the back. There were about 30 of us at the wake, mostly from the old days, those who had grown up on stories about Auntie, or who remembered her from before the Paradise mortuary. People were getting up and filing past the casket. For a moment I felt faint again, but I remembered about Clinton, how self-assured and prosperous he looked, standing at the door accepting condolences, and I got into line. The dancing school teacher and Pearlie slipped in front of me. I drew nearer and nearer to the casket. I hugged my sweater close. The room was air-conditioned and smelled of floor disinfectant and roses. Soft music came from speakers mounted on the walls. Now there were just 4 people ahead, now 3. I looked down on the floor, and I thought I would faint. Then Pearlie Mouquet shrieked, "Her eyes!" People behind me began to murmur. "What? Whose eyes?" the dancing school teacher demanded. Pearlie pointed to the body in the casket. The dancing school teacher peered down and cried, "My God, they're open!" My heart turned to ice. "What?" voices behind me were asking. "What about her eyes?" "She said they're open," someone said. "Auntie Talking to the Dead's eyes are open," someone else said. Now Clinton was hurrying over. "That's because she's not dead," still another voice put in. Clinton looked into the coffin, and his face turned white. He turned quickly around again and waved to his assistants across the room. "I've heard about cases like this," someone was saying. "It's because she's looking for someone." "I've heard that too. The old woman is trying to tell us something." I was the only one there who knew. Auntie was talking to me. I clasped my hands together, hard, but they wouldn't stop shaking. People began leaving the line. Others pressed in, trying to get a better look at the body. But a couple of Clinton's assistants had stationed themselves in front of the coffin, preventing anyone from getting too close. They had shut the lid, and Chinky Malloy was directing people out of the room. "I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you all for coming here this evening," Clinton was saying. "I hope you will join us at the reception down the hall." While everyone was eating, I stole back into the parlor and quietly, ever so quietly, went up to the casket, lifted the lid, and looked in. At first, I thought they had switched bodies on me and exchanged Auntie for some powdered and painted old grandmother, all pink and white, in a pink dress and clutching a white rose to her chest. But the pennies had fallen from her eyes, and there they were, open. Auntie's eyes staring up at me. Then I knew. In that instant, I stopped trembling. This was it. My moment had arrived. Auntie Talking to the Dead had come awake to bear me witness. I walked through the deserted front rooms of the mortuary and out the front door. It was night. I got the wheelbarrow, loaded it with one of the tarps covering the bags of cement, and wheeled it back to the room where Auntie was. It squeaked terribly, and I stopped often to make sure no one had heard me. From the back of the building came the clink of glassware and the buzz of voices. I had to work quickly. People would be leaving soon. But this was the hardest part. Small as she was, it was very hard to lift her out of the coffin. She was horribly heavy, and unyielding as a bag of cement. It seemed like hours, but I finally got her out and wrapped her in the tarp. I loaded her in the tray of the wheelbarrow. Most of her, anyway. There was nothing I could do about her feet sticking out the front end. Then I wheeled her through the silent rooms of the mortuary, down the front lawn, across the village square, and up the road, home. Now, in the dark, the old woman is singing. I have washed her with my own hands, and worked the salt into the hollows of her body. I have dressed her in white, and laid her in flowers. Auntie, here are the beads you like to wear, your favorite cakes, a quilt to keep away the chill. Here is noni for the heart, and awa for every kind of grief. Down the road a dog howls, and the sound of hammering echoes through the still air. Looks like a burying tomorrow, the sleepers murmur, turning in their warm beds. I bind the sandals to her feet, and put the torch to the pyre. The sky turns to light. The smoke climbs. Her ashes scatter, filling the wind, and she sings. She sings. She sings. During the 12th Summer of Elmer D. Peterson, by Thomas Fox Averill. Copyright 1990 by Thomas Fox Averill. During the 12th Summer of Elmer D. Peterson, first appeared in Farmer's Market, Spring 1990. Dedicated to Grace Henderson, Dover, Kansas. Elmer hated his name. He always had. But now he hated it even more. He hated the farm his parents had moved him to. He hated the country. He hated not being able to ride his bike. He hated not having any friends. Actually, since June 1st, he'd hated even being Elmer D. Peterson. June 1st was the day his father quit his electrician's job for good. That was the day they'd moved out into the middle of nowhere, Wabaunsee County, Kansas, for good. That was the day everything went bad. For good. Now there was nothing to do but help his parents. Out here they didn't have cable TV. They didn't have people his age to run track with. They didn't even have a track near enough to run on regularly. They didn't have a good paved road near enough to ride his touring bicycle on. They didn't have anything but sky and grass and work. "Rise and shine," his father yelled up the attic stairs every morning. "No way," he shouted back. His dad gave him time. So did his mom. It was the least they could do for a kid they'd named Elmer, and then ruin for life, moving him away from everything he'd ever known, including all the friends he'd just finished 5th grade with. Time was moving slow. His dad was like a little kid, excited and happy. "There aren't enough hours in the day," his father said every night at the supper table. Elmer thought there were way too many hours in the day. He complained that there was nothing to do. "Explore," his mother said to him every morning. Elmer thought there was nothing to explore. He'd seen the fields, and the creek, and the woods, and all the outbuildings. There wasn't anything else. There would never be anything else. His life was completely and totally ruined. Then, on July 4th, early in the morning, something happened. From his attic window, Elmer D. Peterson watched an old man with a crooked back lead a small, very thick horse down the gravel road toward his house. The two of them looked like a yo-yo. The old man would hobble out 10 feet, turn around, and then stand there, jerking on the rope until the horse ran up to him, almost attacking him, circling him, and then stand very still, only his tail twitching. The old man would travel another 10 feet and jerk so hard on the lead rope that Elmer's neck hurt just watching. Elmer ignored his mother's call to breakfast. He wanted to see what would happen. He hoped the man was bringing the horse to them. He didn't know why the old man would, but still he hoped. And then, sure enough, horse and man turned into their lane. Elmer ran downstairs. "Whoa," said his father. "What's got into you?" But Elmer was halfway down the lane before his father caught up with him. The old man stood, squinting at them, his eyes the same burnt umber as the tobacco juice running down his stubbly chin. "Well," said the old man, "do me a favor. I can't keep this no-good horse. He's busted the fence. You keep him until I can get it fixed." Elmer approached the horse. Cockleburrs tangled its black mane. Elmer reached out to touch the horse's twitching withers. The old man suddenly jerked the little horse's head down. "Don't you even think about it, you piece of glue," he snarled. Elmer backed away. The old man looked at Elmer's dad. "Just over the holiday," he said. "Your boy here can feed him." The old man spat and looked at Elmer. "Would you like that, boy?" "Sure," said Elmer. "Can we, Dad, please?" "No food," said Elmer's dad. "No equipment. No decent fence here." "You got that little corral there, I ain't blind," said the old man. He pulled the little horse close to him. "A good critter, really. Part Shetland pony, part Morgan horse. Was broke just as gentle as a rocking chair once. Had all my grandbabies up on his back. No bit, just halter broke. We all get hard times, you know." "All right," said Elmer's dad. The old man went straight back through the old gate to the corral. He tied the thick little Morgan to a post, promised to return, and limped away down the road. Elmer's dad went inside. Elmer's mom called him for breakfast. He stayed with the horse as long as he could, but didn't want his mom mad at him. "I'll feed and water him, and I'll even find an old comb and get the tangles out of his mane. I'll call him Tangler," Elmer said. "Don't name him, son," said Elmer's dad. "He's not yours." "Just for while he's here, just for a while. I'm calling him Tangler," Elmer insisted. His father frowned. His mother sighed, but neither said a word. Then they heard a terrific clatter from the corral. Elmer was the first to the kitchen door. Tangler was rearing back, arching away from the post, shaking his head and whinnying, his front hooves pawing the air. Then the rope snapped, and Tangler, tail extended, galloped in one quick circle around the corral and went straight for the gate. It was as tall as he was, but he sailed over it as if he'd sprouted wings. Elmer's father ran to the lane, but Tangler reached the road in a flurry of dust, turned in the direction he'd come, and literally hightailed it out of there. Elmer's dad picked up a rock and heaved it as far as he could. "Good riddance!" he shouted. "Don't," said Elmer's mother, and went inside. Elmer just stood in the doorway. He was sorry Tangler was gone. He was sorry his father didn't care. But he wasn't sorry he'd seen Tangler soar like an eagle over the fence, seen those powerful legs churn down the lane, seen that smooth gallop of freedom. Tangler was faster than Elmer had imagined any creature could be. After breakfast, Elmer went to his room and found his old racing flats in the back of the closet. He put them on and hurried down the stairs. "Whoa," said his father. "Where are you going?" "Scouting," Elmer said. Then, looking at his mother, he said, "Exploring." He was out the door before either could call him back. He was running faster than he remembered he could, down the lane, onto the road, and away, after Tangler. Elmer didn't return until lunch. In all that time he saw Tangler only once. He came to the top of a rise, a place where he could see 2 miles in every direction. He stopped running. He put his hands on his thin hips and bent forward slightly, breathing deeply, catching his breath. If he hadn't been leaning forward, he wouldn't have seen the horse, surprisingly close to him, almost hidden in a clump of brush in a pasture. Tangler saw him. The horse whinnied and trotted deeper into the brush that follows every draw into a creek or pond. Elmer scooted under the fence, scraping his bare knees on a jagged shelf of rock. He ran carefully cross-country into the brush and down the draw, but didn't see Tangler. He managed to fill his T-shirt with stick tights and other small seeds that take passage all through the long summer, hoping to find new homes in fresh soil. At home, he filled a quart jar with water and drank it all before he said a word. "I know where Tangler is," he said finally. "I don't care where he is," said Elmer's dad. "He's not our horse." "We said we'd keep him," Elmer insisted. "We promised to feed him. You said I could take care of him." "I'm not going to buy feed for a horse I've only seen for 5 minutes, Elmer. It just doesn't make sense." "We can catch him." "No," said Elmer's dad. He crossed his arms on his chest, something he did when he meant business. Elmer sat down, frowning. "We're going to the Andersons at 3, Elmer's dad reminded him. "Not me," said Elmer. "I'm finding Tangler." "You'll be ready at 3 o'clock, young man, or you'll never see that horse again." "Yes, sir," said Elmer. After lunch he went up to his room and looked out the attic window, first to the north, then to the south. As far as he could see all around him, miles of green hills with their rock outcroppings, the lines of trees revealing fence lines and other farms, the brown ribbons of road trailing off in the four directions. He could not see Tangler. His mother sat on his bed. "I wish I had a horse," Elmer said. "Your father and I wish you did too," she said. "Then why can't I?" "Elmer," she sighed, "we don't have the fences fixed. We don't have the time it would take to really care for a horse. We don't have a cent of extra money. You know we're taking a gamble even being out here, but it's very important to your father." "He doesn't care about me. He only pays attention to what's important." "You're important, Elmer. He's just worried. About money. About getting enough done before winter. He's just like you. He's doing things he's never done before. You know that's not easy." "Can I go look for Tangler some more?" "If you're back by 3 o'clock sharp." Elmer was tired of running. He put on long pants and walked slowly through fields in the direction he'd seen Tangler. Along the way he picked up stones to see how far he could hurl them. He followed their arc first with his eyes, then with his feet, hoping to find the exact same stones again. He never did. He had about as much chance of that as he did of seeing Tangler again. Once one of his rocks disturbed a red-tailed hawk. Elmer heard a scream, then saw the hawk slowly circle into the sky. He wished he could be up there, with a hawk's eyesight. He'd find Tangler for sure. He looked at his watch. 2:15. He'd have to run if he didn't want angry parents. He threw one more rock, high as he could. He watched it fall. There was a picnic in town, a dark drive home, a deep sleep. 2. "Rise and shine," his father called up the stairs. "We've got some errands to run." Elmer was ready to pull the sheet over his head when he remembered the day before and Tangler. He threw on his clothes and hustled to the breakfast table. "Wash your face and comb your tangles out," said his mother, patting his sleep-mussed hair. "No time," said Elmer. "Me and Dad have got to hurry." "And where are you going?" she asked him. "I don't know," he admitted. He was full of hope for this day, but he wanted his dad to say what they'd do. "Dad?" he asked. "First, we're going to find that old man. I believe his name is Crawshaw. We're going to tell him we don't have his horse. We'll drive over so we can look on the way. Then we're going to buy some fencing supplies. Might be Elmer here wouldn't mind helping, if there was a reason for him to." "You mean I might get a horse?" "Someday, son," said his dad. "But you've got to be willing to do your part." "Dear," said Elmer's mom, and she signaled Elmer's dad into their bedroom. They closed the door. It was one of their conferences. Usually they just asked Elmer to go outside for a while. Even then he could sometimes hear loud voices, angry and sharp. Once he'd gone clear out past the corral to where a stand of trees began, but he still heard their voices, amazed by how far anger could travel. This day, alone at the breakfast table, he overheard parts of what they said. His mother: "It's not fair unless you plan to." His father: "But we have to be ready first." Then later: "He has to earn it." Then his mother again: "Don't get his hopes up if we can't do it soon." His father: "Something about next spring." Then his mother making a warning and his father saying, "Spoiled." His mother: "You're not getting your way?" Elmer looked at his cereal when his mother came back into the kitchen and poured herself more coffee. She leaned against the counter. "Good things sometimes take a long time to happen," she said. Elmer nodded. When his father came out of the bedroom, Elmer left his cereal half-finished and followed, silently, to the truck. Elmer put his head out the window and searched the passing countryside for Tangler. Nothing. A mile away, his father slowed at a broken-down gate. "That's where he's been," said Elmer's dad. "Been and gone. Look at that fence." As they drove along it, the old barbed wire drooped, fell away broken from rusted staples. Posts, rotted in the ground, bent at every angle. "It'll take that old man more than a weekend to fix that," said Elmer's dad. Elmer kept his eyes open. He saw everything else in the morning blue of sky, in the pale green of dusty grass, but not Tangler. And then they were finally at Crawshaw's. The old man lived in an old shack of a house, as bent and crooked as he was, as brown with weather as the tobacco he chewed, as overgrown with weeds as his stubbly face. "You knock on the door, son," Elmer's dad joked. "If I do, it'll probably fall in." But the old man was suddenly at the door. He opened the screen, leaned out, and spat some tobacco juice into a rusty milk can on the porch. Then he limped out and sat noisily on an old sofa. The cushions were ripped. Elmer imagined it was full of 100 mice, squeaking like the sofa's tired springs. "So he ran away already," said the old man, his brown eyes gleaming. "I should have figured it. Jump a fence, did he?" Elmer nodded, but the old man wasn't looking at him. Crawshaw was looking far away, as though he were watching Tangler gallop in a circle and jump. "He jumped the gate," said Elmer's dad. "Sure, whatever." The old man brushed his arms. "You've got a magical horse there," he said. He looked at Elmer. "He's little like the Shetland in him, but he's strong and powerful like his Morgan blood. And you listen here, that little horse can do anything, if he has a mind to. Used to be in the circus, you know. He can count, climb a step-ladder up and down, jump anything in front or beside him. He can do anything, if he has a mind to. He can do everything but cook your breakfast. Why, he can run so fast in one of them little bitty circus rings you couldn't see but just a blur. One old boy told me he could get going so fast he'd disappear. That what he did to you, boy?" The man winked. "Is Tangler really magical?" asked Elmer. "Tangler?" asked the old man. "What do you mean, Tangler?" "That's his name," said Elmer, excited. "I mean, that's what I call him." "Good name. He's tangled up my fence pretty good. You like him?" "Sure," said Elmer. He looked at his dad, but his dad was looking away. "He's yours if you want him, boy," Crawshaw said suddenly. Elmer couldn't believe it. "Mine?" he asked. "He's yours if you can catch him." "Can we catch him, Dad?" Elmer asked. "I don't know," said his father. "How did you catch him?" he asked Crawshaw. "Oh, he knows me. After I bought him off the circus, he was like a pet. That was before my wife died, before all my kids moved to town. I'd catch him now, 'cept this rheumatism's got me so bad. I've been laid up in the house ever since I was at your place yesterday." "We'll think about it," said Elmer's dad, "once we get our fence fixed." Crawshaw threw his head back and laughed hard, his mouth open wide. His teeth were as black as rocks. He leaned forward. "You can't fence him in any more than you can fence in God's country air." He chuckled. "Get you some good feed and some sugar cubes. Treat him right. He'll come around, especially to the boy here." "We'll think about it," Elmer's dad said again, and he walked back toward the truck. Elmer wondered if that meant no. These days he couldn't quite tell what his dad was thinking, or just what his dad might do. "Son!" Crawshaw hissed and motioned Elmer over. Elmer went and stood in front of the ratty sofa, close enough to fill his nose with the strong smell of the old man. "Here's what you do," said Crawshaw. "You got to use color. Remember, he was in the circus. He likes bright colors. Put food color on the sugar cubes. Get you something really bright to wear, like a clown costume. Oh, yeah, and if that doesn't work, there's one other thing. The little guy was raised on beer. He might still like a nip. That might do it." He smiled. "Thanks," said Elmer. He jumped off the creaky old porch and ran to the truck. "Good luck," called Crawshaw. "We'll call you in a couple of days," Elmer's dad shouted back. "No phone," yelled the old man through cupped hands. Elmer's dad just nodded and backed the truck out of the dirt drive. It was a quiet ride home. When they reached their turnoff, Elmer's dad kept right on going toward town. "Where are we going?" asked Elmer. "Where's your memory?" asked his dad. "For fencing stuff?" Elmer asked, disappointed. "But he said that wouldn't matter. He said it wouldn't work. He told me how to catch Tangler." "He told you a lot of things," said Elmer's dad, "and you believed it all. Magic, circuses, disappearing. Elmer, you listen to me. A horse is a horse, and if you want to keep a horse, you have to build a good fence. And if you want this horse, you have to help me mend fence." "But we've got to catch him. Soon," Elmer whined. "We'll mend fence first, then try for the horse, and that's final. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," said Elmer. But he didn't want to wait very long. His horse would be wanting some sugar. They went to town, came home, unloaded, began work. Mending fence was slow. It made the day stretch longer and longer, like the barbed wire when they winched it at the corners. He didn't mean to, but Elmer kept pricking himself on the sharp barbs. "Pay attention," his dad would say. When Elmer put his fingers in his mouth, his dad told him to stop it. His dad was hard to work with all through the long afternoon. They worked and worked, winched and winched, stretched and stretched, pounded and pounded the new staples into the old cedar posts. Elmer's dad pounded his thumb several times, each time letting out a big howl, the last time throwing his hammer. They searched the tall pasture grass for 10 minutes before Elmer found it. "Thanks," said his dad, standing next to Elmer and looking back at the fence. Even with the new staples and wire, the posts sagged. Between some posts, the old wire drooped more than before. Elmer wondered if his dad wanted him to say something. He felt his dad's hand on his shoulder. "It's not easy to do brand new things, is it?" Elmer's dad asked. "No, sir," said Elmer, and moved back to the fence. Tangler could jump it no problem, no matter how well it was mended. They strung 2 new wires before his dad let Elmer go back to the house. He was supposed to tell his mom they were done for the day, but when he walked by the back porch, he saw her in a lawn chair, reading a book. He waved and hurried inside. He had work to do, and fast. He ran to the kitchen with a chair and went for the top cabinet, where his mom kept the baking supplies. The food coloring was right where he'd guessed, and he slipped the tiny red, blue, green, and yellow bottles into his back pockets, but the sugar cubes were not there. Surely they weren't all gone. He racked his brain, then remembered. One of the women his mother talked with had come to tea the month before. His mother had put the cubes into a little bowl, part of her best china set. He jumped off the chair and went to the china cupboard. He'd just dug out a handful when he heard his mother open the back door. He slipped them in his shirt pocket, then put the lid on the bowl. "What are you doing?" asked his mom. I thought I'd set the table for you. Dad says we're done for the day." "With my best china?" His mother smiled. Elmer could tell she knew he was up to something, but didn't want to challenge him. "Well," he said, "it's kind of a special occasion, since Mr. Crawshaw gave me Tangler." "Elmer," said his mother, "you've still got to mend the fence, and then see if you can catch him. Your father thinks Mr. Crawshaw is just getting your hopes up. Don't get your heart too set, okay?" "Okay," Elmer said. He stood up, his front shirt pocket bulged out, and he ran upstairs to unload the cubes. From his room he called down to her. "I'll come help you set the table in a second." "Thanks," she yelled back. At supper, his mom asked his dad how it was going with the fence. "Okay," his dad said. Elmer heard something in his dad's voice, but he couldn't tell what it was until his mom asked him the same question, and just like his dad, he said, "Okay." The way they said it was exactly the same, like it wasn't really going okay. Usually his dad said things like he knew just what he thought and just what to do. That's what he'd always been like. But now there was something new in his dad's voice, like doubt. Elmer liked that a little, but it scared him a little, too. "Can I go outside?" he asked, when he'd finished everything but the green beans on his plate. "Where to?" asked his dad. "Just out," Elmer said. "Maybe take a long walk, then run home. Maybe my new school will have a cross-country team." "Are you going horse hunting?" asked his dad. Elmer nodded. His father looked at the big kitchen clock. It was an old school clock Elmer's mom had brought home when the school where she taught had bought new ones. It always reminded Elmer of how he watched the clock at school waiting for the days to end. "You can go for a while. Be home by 8 sharp." His father sounded definite again. Elmer bounded up the stairs to put on his running shoes. Then he found his school backpack. In it he stuffed an old white shirt, some red pants he'd worn once in a school play, and a bright red hunting cap his dad had wanted to throw away. In the pack's zipper front, he slipped the sugar cubes and food coloring he'd snitched before dinner. Then he hurried down the stairs and ran past the kitchen. "What's in the pack?" he heard his mother ask. "Just some stuff," he said, still running. He didn't hear his mother call him back, so he headed quickly away toward the corral. He remembered seeing a big piece of rope hanging in one of the outbuildings. He creaked open the old door, and there it was. He took it down. It was only about 12 feet long, and old and frayed, stiff and rough like Tangler's mane. But it was all he had, so he stuffed it in his pack, put the pack on his back, and took off at a slow jog. An hour later, he was at Crawshaw's dirt drive, 5 miles from his house. He had a side stitch from running right after dinner, but he didn't care. He walked toward the house. The sun, lowering in the western sky, turned the horizon pale, then washed it lavender. Elmer was looking at the sky when he heard Crawshaw boom out, "Caught him yet, boy?" "No," said Elmer, still breathing hard as he walked up to the porch. "That tired, and you ain't even started?" Elmer sat on the edge of the porch. "I ran over here. I can't get any beer. My mom and dad never have any." "So you thought I just might?" Crawshaw chuckled. "You might be right." Elmer looked at the old man, who spat a stream of tobacco juice, perfectly, into the milk can 6 feet from him. "And you might be wrong. You haven't tried the sugar and the colors, have you?" Elmer was uncomfortable. He hoped Crawshaw would help him, but it was just questions, like being at home. So he stood up and took off his backpack. "You think I'll be able to catch him?" Elmer asked, pulling out the old rope. "Wait a minute, son," said the old man. "You go near him with that rope. He'll be halfway to Timbuktu before you can say Jack Robinson." "But you brought him to our place with a rope." "And how well did that work?" asked the old man. "Not very, I guess," admitted Elmer. "But he couldn't have stayed at all without it," Crawshaw said. "And I wanted him to stay. I ain't got no time for him any more. Seems to me like you might. Once you catch him, that is. Once you get him used to you, but you can't do it with a rope." Elmer dropped the rope and began emptying the rest of his pack. "Good," said the old man when he showed him the pants and shirt and hat. "Great," he said when Elmer showed him the food coloring and the sugar cubes. "How'd you know I wanted a horse?" Elmer asked. "You know a boy who don't? Now you get those cubes colored. Get your clothes on. It's getting late." Elmer looked at his watch. 6:30. He opened the bottles of food coloring and watched the drops of liquid soak into the cubes. He colored each cube. He made one of all the colors, a different color on each side. Then he laid the white shirt onto the porch and made long stripes of color top to bottom, like a rainbow of suspenders. He let the shirt dry while he put on the bright red pants over his jogging shorts. "Good," said the old man, when Elmer finally put the shirt and bright hunting cap on, completing his costume. "Now skedaddle. If you don't see him tonight, we'll think about the beer tomorrow. Can you get away?" "I will," Elmer promised. "I think Dad'll let me. But I don't think he likes Tangler. He doesn't believe what you said about circuses and all." "What about you? Do you believe it, boy?" asked Crawshaw. "Yes," said Elmer. He turned away, then back around. "Thanks, Mr. Crawshaw," he said. "Thanks a lot." "Call me by my first name," said the old man, "if we're going to be friends." "What is your first name?" Elmer asked. "You know it, I bet," said Crawshaw. "Guess." "I don't know." "Elmer," said the old man. "What?" asked Elmer. Crawshaw just laughed. "Elmer Crawshaw, that's my name." "Really?" asked Elmer. "That's my name, too." "Elmer Crawshaw?" joked the old man. "No, Elmer D. Peterson." "Well, I'm mighty pleased to meet you, Elmer," said Elmer. "It ain't every day you find another Elmer, is it?" "No, sir." "Elmer." "Right. No, sir, Elmer." "Now get that horse, boy." Elmer Crawshaw shooed Elmer D. Peterson away. At first, Elmer felt weird running in the long red pants, the funny shirt and hat, the sugar cubes crunching in his hands like decaying dice. but he wanted to find Tangler, and he ran a mile fast before he ducked under a fence and started through some pasture near where he remembered seeing Tangler the day before. He tried to stay in the high places, where Tangler could see him and be attracted to the colors. He trotted into the dusk, feeling good about Elmer Crawshaw, that anyone in the world would have the same first name as he did. The old man had known he wanted a horse. Elmer Crawshaw wanted him to catch Tangler. He would help. He would be a friend. Elmer heard a whinnying and stopped. He turned full circle, but saw nothing. Then he heard it again, behind him. He saw Tangler come out of a draw, and Elmer danced, waving his arms like a clown might. Then he held out a handful of sugar cubes. "Come here, boy," he called. "Come here." Tangler came. Elmer couldn't believe it. 10 feet away, Tangler stopped, thrust his neck out, his nose forward, and sniffed. Elmer extended his arm as far as he could without taking a step. Tangler stretched forward too, then took several small steps. Elmer tiptoed closer, until, finally, Tangler brushed Elmer's extended palm. He snuffed through the nose, then his tongue came out, singled out a cube of many colors, and brought it into his mouth. Tangler crunched the cube. "Good boy," said Elmer. "Good boy." He didn't know what to do next, but he knew it was late, and he knew he'd have to use the few other colored sugar cubes to lead Tangler home. So he did what he didn't want to do. He turned and walked away toward his house. In 20 feet he looked back. Tangler was following him. Elmer stopped and fed the horse another cube. Then he walked some more. 2 cubes later, they were at the fence. Elmer took a chance. He slid under and stood on the road holding out a cube of sugar. Tangler neared the fence, looked over it, whinnied, and promptly jumped it. Elmer couldn't believe his eyes. He gave Tangler another cube, his next to last one, then ran down the road, Tangler following along behind. A half-mile from his house, Elmer fed Tangler his last cube. He began trotting again. It was getting very late, already well after 8 o'clock. He'd be in big trouble if he didn't get home soon. He heard Tangler behind him and ran faster. Then he couldn't hear anything but his own footfalls. He stopped and turned around. He couldn't see anything but lumpy shadows on the distant road. "Tangler!" he called. Nothing answered. He stood quietly, disappointed. "Elmer?" It was his father's voice. He took out running toward it. Right as he neared his lane, he thought he heard something. He stopped one last time. That's when he saw it. A shadow galloped toward him. Hooves sounded the gravel like hollow bones. Tangler was coming right at him, and Elmer froze. He wanted to close his eyes, but he wanted to see what Tangler would do. Elmer squeezed his hands together as hard as he could. His face winced. Tangler thundered right up to him, then leaped, clearing Elmer's head with a rush of wind. The horse landed without breaking stride, leaving behind only the leathery smell of his hide. Tangler raced away, down the road. "Elmer!" his father shouted again. "Coming!" Elmer said. He quickly stripped off his clown costume and stuffed it back in his pack. Then he ran up the lane, his breath still short with excitement. He explained everything to his dad, but he was very late. His father claimed he hadn't heard the horse run up and jump over Elmer. His father was mad and grounded him for the rest of the week. 3. Elmer woke to the sound of his father's boots on the attic stairs. "You can work with me, or you can stay inside. That's it." His dad was still mad. "Inside," Elmer said. Then, "I really did see him. He really did follow me home and eat sugar cubes out of my hand. He really did jump over me." "Elmer," said his dad, "I want to believe you, but I also have to punish you for staying out way past when I told you to be in." "It was like a job, Dad," Elmer said. "I just wanted to finish it. You come in late to dinner sometimes when you have to finish something." "And you can, too, when you're an adult." His father looked at him, but Elmer turned away. "Your mother's gone to town, but she'll be back by lunch. You help her around the house today, you understand?" "What are you going to do?" "Mend fence, of course. First things first, Elmer. He can jump it anyway."
"We'll see."
His father went back down the stairs. Just before he went outside, he stuck his head into the stairwell.
"You just keep from getting sassy. You understand? You don't know everything."
Neither do you, Elmer thought. He wanted his dad to believe him, to understand. "Yes, sir," was all he said. He went to the window and watched his father walk through the gate, past the corral, toward the back pasture. As soon as he couldn't see his dad any more, he hurried to his closet. He had made up his mind the night before, when his dad didn't believe his story. He would sneak out, run to Crawshaw's shack, pick up the beer, and get Tangler to come with him. Off he ran, pack on his back. This time he found a shortcut, through different pastures, to the old man's house. "Morning, Elmer," said Crawshaw from the sofa on the porch. "Morning, Elmer," Elmer said back. He sat down on the edge of the porch and told his friend all about the night before. "Attaboy," said Crawshaw when he heard Elmer's story. "Sounds like he likes you." "I don't have any more sugar cubes." "That's okay, 'cause I found a bottle of beer. Now get on your costume. He'll be somewhere between here and your place, if I know him." Elmer threw on his clothes, emptying the backpack. Crawshaw reached behind the sofa, then stood up, twisting the top off a brown bottle of Budweiser. He also had several old sponges, brownish-purple like big pieces of liver. He picked up Elmer's pack, stuffed it full of sponges, and poured in the whole bottle of beer. A little foam came to the top, but Crawshaw zipped it shut. "Well," he said, throwing the empty bottle at a 55-gallon drum he used for trash, "now he'll follow you anywhere once he gets a whiff." "Thanks," said Elmer. He put on the pack. It leaked a little onto his shirt and pants. "I'm not supposed to be out today." "You get in trouble last night?" Crawshaw didn't wait for an answer. "Tell me, do you have any tack?" Elmer looked puzzled. "Bridle, saddle, halter, stuff like that," Crawshaw explained. "No, sir." "Well, get going," Crawshaw said. "You get that horse home. Good luck." "Thanks, Elmer," said Elmer, and he ran off. He could feel the beer in his pack slosh around. His pants were getting soaked. The warm beer smelled a little like bread dough and a little like rotting apples. Elmer tried to go in a straight line between Crawshaw's house and his. He ran across country he'd never seen before, and everywhere he looked, he saw new things. The way the trees bent from the steady winds, the way the grass turned blue along its edges, the way the ponds reflected the sky. Maybe it was because he was grounded and wasn't supposed to be out. Maybe it was because since Tangler, he'd been exploring the countryside so much. Maybe it was because he wanted to see Tangler in each new view, so he looked close. But he loved being out in the beautiful countryside, nothing but grass beneath him, sky over him, and the whispering wind pushing and pulling him along. He wished he never had to go home. He went down a draw, crossed a dried-up old creek bed, and began climbing up a rise. A little way up, he jumped over a thin wire. He hadn't seen anything like it before, but he was pretty sure it was electrified. He almost touched it, then decided he'd better not. Near the top of the rise, he stopped and looked all around him. He saw three things at once. Above him, farther up the rise, he saw a huge cow, black and stocky, thick in the shoulders and neck. Its eyes glinted in the sun. Just as Elmer realized it was not a cow, but a bull, he saw Tangler, behind the animal, past another thin wire and another fence line. Then, to his right, he saw a plume of dust rising from the gravel road. A truck, his father's truck, came over the rise. Elmer stood very still. There was no use running. Either his father would see him in the crazy clown costume or he wouldn't. But before he could tell anything about his dad, Elmer heard a huge bellow. The great black bull tossed its head. Then it pawed the ground and bellowed again. Elmer changed his mind about running. He tried to judge which fence line in the treeless pasture was closest. The bull lowered its massive head. Then Tangler whinnied. The bull looked behind him, distracted for a second by Tangler. Elmer took advantage of the moment, running toward the road, away from the bull and away from Tangler. That's when he saw his father's truck stop. He was running straight for it, his legs pumping, the beer on his back churning to foam. Even as he ran, Elmer thought of all the trouble he was in. For just a moment he felt mad. Mad at the bull, mad at his dad, mad at Elmer Crawshaw, mad at Tangler. He wondered why all this had to happen to him, Elmer D. Peterson. Then he couldn't think any more, because he could hear the bull's heavy footsteps. He looked back over his shoulder, still running, and everything seemed slow motion. The bull was lumbering toward him. Tangler whinnied, reared back, shook his head. "Tangler!" Elmer shouted. Then, because he wasn't watching where he was going, he tripped on a clump of bluestem and went down flat on his face. "Elmer!" his dad yelled. Elmer looked up. "Dad!" he screamed back. His father began to climb the fence. Then Elmer heard a loud whinnying, almost a whine, and he sat up. Tangler jumped the fence and raced toward the bull, which was halfway to where Elmer sat. Elmer stood up, but he couldn't run. Like the night before, he could only watch what Tangler would do. He was afraid, but fascinated. Tangler galloped across the pasture, gaining on the bull. "Elmer! Run, Elmer!" his dad yelled again, over the fence now and looking for something to throw at the bull. But Elmer couldn't move. He was frozen to the spot. "Elmer!" It was his mother's voice this time. Elmer hadn't seen her in the truck with his dad. He waved to her, just as if everything was fine, just as if there were no bull running toward him, just as if he didn't have on a silly clown costume, just as if he didn't have a backpack full of beer-soaked sponges leaking all over him. He could feel the earth shaking with the pounding of the bull's hooves. He looked right at the bull now. It was huge. Tangler was just behind it, though, tail up, galloping faster than Elmer had ever seen him run. And then, when the bull was just 30 feet from Elmer, Tangler caught up to the charging animal. Elmer couldn't see what happened, but suddenly the bull crumpled onto its front legs, bellowing. The bull looked all around. Tangler danced away, distracting the bull from Elmer. There was something in Tangler's mouth. Elmer felt a hand on his shoulder, tugging at him. It was his dad. "Look," Elmer said, pointing. They both looked, amazed. Tangler had bitten the bull's tail clear off, and he tossed it in his mouth like a whip. The bull stood back up then and stared at Elmer and his dad. It stared at Tangler. It let out a huge bellow, then started after the horse. Tangler galloped away, turning a circle, confusing the bull. "Come on," Elmer's dad said, and he and Elmer backed away, their eyes on the bull and Tangler. They hopped the electric wire, then climbed the fence, all the time watching Tangler run the bull. Elmer's mother came over and stood beside them. Tangler was amazing, running in circles, turning the bull every which way. Once, when the bull charged him, Tangler made a tight circle and jumped right over the enraged animal. Elmer couldn't believe how fast, how nimble Tangler was, his nostrils flaring, the bull's tail still whipping from his teeth. Finally, after 5 minutes of bull baiting, Tangler had the huge animal so tired, so dizzy, so confused, that it crumpled again onto the grass, its head lazily following Tangler's movements as though it were drunk. "Greatest show on earth, ain't it?" Elmer Crawshaw walked up behind them. He had parked his truck down the road a ways earlier, when they were all too busy and anxious to notice him. Crawshaw lifted the pack off Elmer's back. "Thanks for helping me, son," he said. He began walking away with the pack. When he neared his truck, he turned around and yelled back at them. "I know I shouldn't have told you to come over, but I couldn't have done it without you. I've got your pay in my truck there." He walked toward his pickup and threw Elmer's pack into the back. Elmer and his mother and father followed the old man. Then Tangler whinnied, and, free from the bull, he trotted toward the road. He jumped the little electric wire, then jumped the fence line 30 feet from them. He started toward them, but halfway, as if remembering something, Tangler trotted up to the fence, and with a shake of his head, he tossed the bull's tail into the pasture. Then he turned and trotted toward them, his nostrils still flared. Before they could wonder what he'd do next, he passed them and jumped up into Crawshaw's pickup, just like a dog would do. Elmer and his dad and Mom hurried to the truck. Tangler was nuzzling Elmer's pack. Crawshaw reached in, unzipped it for him, and Tangler nuzzled in and pulled a sponge out with his teeth.
They could hear him sucking up the beer.
"Elmer," said Crawshaw, "you ride in the back with Tangler here. You can inspect the tack. It's your payment for helping. Peterson, you can ride up with me. The missus can drive your truck home."
Crawshaw spoke with quick authority. Elmer's dad nodded, so did his mom. It was like a dream that couldn't be happening. Elmer jumped up next to Tangler and pulled another sponge from the pack. He petted Tangler and put his face in the horse's strong neck. Then they started out toward home. Elmer Crawshaw and Elmer's dad in the truck cab. Elmer D. Peterson and Tangler, along with a bridle, saddle, halter, and lead ropes, were the cargo. Elmer's mom followed a distance behind, giving their dust time to blow away. Elmer waved at her once, and she waved back, smiling and shaking her head. He didn't know what kind of trouble he was in. Maybe pretty bad. He saw Crawshaw and his dad talking. They didn't seem to be mad, but he didn't know what his dad might be thinking. Still, all the way home, all he could think about was Tangler. He was right next to the horse. His horse. Tangler liked him. Tangler would get used to him. No matter what happened to him, he knew he'd have a friend. 2 friends, because there was Elmer Crawshaw, too. He thought about that all the way home. He realized he might as well feel good about his life for as long as he could. When Crawshaw turned into their lane, Elmer's spirits sank. Crawshaw stopped his truck near the corral gate. Elmer saw Crawshaw say one more thing to his dad. Then the 2 men climbed out. Elmer's mom pulled up nearby. Elmer grabbed another sponge out of his pack for Tangler. Then he waited for his dad to say something. They all gathered around the truck. Finally, Elmer's dad cleared his throat.
"Son," he said, "I guess he's yours. You caught him, just like the man said. Or maybe he caught you. He's one heck of a horse."
"The greatest ever," said Elmer. He didn't know whether he should say, "I'm sorry," or "thank you." He just stood next to Tangler, his clown costume itching like crazy. Biographies and some comments by the authors. Alice Adams is the author of 6 novels and 4 collections of stories, most recently After You've Gone. She has been frequently included in prize stories, the O. Henry Awards, and in 1982 she received the Special Award for Continuing Achievement. Earthquake Damage, I guess, could be said to be a true story. I was in fact at some meetings in Toronto, though literary rather than psychoanalytic, and I was on a plane headed for San Francisco when the earthquake hit, and we did turn about and head back to Toronto. But all the rest is invention. I am, of course, not a shrink, and I do not know anyone with an alcoholic former wife. The dog at the end, though, did exist. I truly saw him out on the airfield as the plane tried once more to take off. And from time to time I think of that dog, with his long, brave tail, and I wish him well, a long and happy life, away from airports. Thomas Fox Averill teaches creative writing and Kansas literature, folklore, and film at Washburn University of Topeka. He received an MFA from the University of Iowa Writers' Workshop and has written 2 books of stories, Passes at the Moon, Topeka, Woodley Press, 1985, and Seeing Mona Naked, Wichita, Watermark Press, 1989, and edited a collection of writings on the meaning and appeal of Kansas called What Kansas Means to Me, 20th Century Writers on the Sunflower State, Lawrence, University Press of Kansas, 1990. He writes that he scrawled the first page of During the 12th Summer of Elmer D. Peterson on the back of a grocery list, waiting in line to pay for his family's weekly shopping on a crowded Sunday afternoon. It was the fall of 1987, during an academic sabbatical. I had agreed to be a writer in the schools for the Kansas Arts Commission for 2 weeks, traveling each day to 3 small-town elementary schools, some 20 to 30 miles west of my hometown, Topeka, Kansas. Since I was also to show the students how a practicing writer works, I decided to spend at least an hour a day at a desk in the hall writing a short story, hoping they would come by and visit about the story. On that first Monday, I read the transcribed first page to them, then posted it in the hallways of their schools. Each day I read a new page or 2, and, sure enough, they came to my desk with anecdotes of animals,
with wonderful details of their lives in Waubonsee County, with hopes for what my main character might do, or discover, or come to be. At the end of 2 weeks, having taken many of their suggestions and woven in as many of their details as possible, I read the conclusion to the short story, our short story. They had lived with it and hoped for it as I did. The younger children even illustrated it and posted their crayon drawings in the hall beside those sheets of daily writing. I finished my residency, packed the story pages and the drawings, and went home to days with mornings free to work on a novel I was writing. Charles Baxter is the author of 4 books of fiction, most recently A Relative Stranger, a book of stories published by W. W. Norton in the fall of 1990. His other books include a novel, First Light, Viking Penguin, and 2 earlier books of stories. He teaches at the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. I have lived in the Midwest for most of my life, and once taught in the public schools of a rural Michigan community of the kind where Saul and Patsy is set. This place was fascinatingly bleak, and I had 2 friends who might have served as the models for the characters in my story if I hadn't appropriated them and altered them so that they would be unrecognizable even to themselves. The story's secret heart is a restaging of a scene related to my father's death, but rewritten so that the character survives the experience. T. Allen Broughton. I was born on June 9, 1936, in Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania, and grew up on the campus of Bryn Mawr College, where my father was a professor of classics and my mother was a dean of freshmen and of admissions. We always lived on the campus itself, and although I left Pennsylvania after graduating from Swarthmore College, I have not been far from campuses ever since. Like many of my stories, Ashes began with the recollection of an event in my own life, a brief period one summer when I was hired to be a companion to a young man who had recently emerged from some months in a mental hospital. If any trace of me remains in the story now, it is in the person of Mr. Anthony, the hired keeper, who is more concerned with the chance to fish than to watch over his ward. But, as usual, very early in the process of revising, which I do interminably and with enormous pleasure, the story became a world I no longer recognized as mine, one which demanded whatever insufficient powers I had to help it be fully realized. That it began as a novella over 100 pages long and ended as a short story no longer surprises me. I have seen whole novels and poems reduce themselves to phrases, words, and finally the blank page that was their origin. Millicent Dillon is a writer of fiction and nonfiction. Among her books are A Little Original Sin, The Life and Work of Jane Bowles, and After Egypt, Isadora Duncan, and Mary Cassatt. Her novel, The Dance of the Mothers, is being published in the summer of 1991. About oil and water, she comments, "Once, it seems like 1,000 years ago, I worked in an oil field, but the relation of that field to the field in oil and water is very tenuous. I do not have a good memory. That may be one of the reasons that I am more interested in straying from memory than in adhering to it." Martha Lacy Hall was born in 1923 in Magnolia, Mississippi. She began a career in writing and editing in 1968. Her first published short story, The Peaceful Eye, appeared in the Southern Review in 1970, and she has continued publishing in the Southern Review, Sewanee Review, New Orleans Review, Virginia Quarterly Review, and Shenandoah. Her collections of short fiction include Call It Living, Press of the Night Owl, 1981, Music Lesson, University of Illinois Press, 1984, and The Apple Green Triumph, LSU Press, 1990. In 1984, she retired from LSU Press, where she had been an editor and managing editor for nearly 20 years. She lives and writes at her home in Baton Rouge. I am inspired by books and by people. I was lucky enough to grow up in a community where I knew everybody and in a house where the books probably outnumbered the people in the town. I constantly had access to what I know now was an amazing array of prose, poetry, history, and general reference works. No less remarkable was the variety of people I knew well: plumber, preacher, garbage collector, teacher, merchant, black and white. My head is bristling with composites of characters, and I keep adding every time I see a face or hear a voice. But I don't write biography. I write fiction,
So while truth is an issue, reality is not. Wayne Johnson grew up in Minnesota and spent many years living in the West. He is a recipient of a Transatlantic Review Award and a teaching writing fellowship from the Iowa Writers' Workshop. His stories have appeared in The Atlantic, Plowshares, Story, Antioch Review, and other magazines. In the summer of 1989, he was awarded a Mishner Grant for work on his novel The Snake Game, which was published by Alfred A. Knopf in October 1990. Mr. Johnson is presently a Stegner Fellow at Stanford University and lives in Menlo Park. Late in the 1960s, I attended a funeral for a relative of mine. He'd been part of a helicopter crew shot down in Vietnam. His body so badly burned the funeral was closed casket. I remember how the flag was draped over the coffin. The bright sunlit day, the big whitewashed church and spire. I wondered about his face. I'd only known him from fishing trips when we picked up his family on the way north. But still the experience for me was very unsettling. The men talked and acted tough. Many were veterans, some wounded in the last war, Korea, or in World War II. There seemed something disingenuous in their talk, an assumed authority I didn't like. Not long after, another cousin returned from Vietnam, alive and in one piece, but with a touchy, violent streak. He showed me his Polaroids at my grandfather's. Mortar fire, wounded and dead men, triple canopy jungle. My grandfather said how proud he was. My cousin just stared into his cardboard shoebox of photos. Right then and there, I knew what I thought of Vietnam. I also knew the family line. We served. The rest went without saying. So when that so-called conflict bled into Cambodia and my draft was around the corner, I had some hard decisions to make. I was working that summer up at White Earth on the Chippewa Reserve. Ohio State, Lieutenant Calley, and Dennis Banks were hot news items. Fortunately for me, the whole mess came to a grinding end just as I came of age. Hippies, Indians, buffalo is the story of that time. Harry Class is a pediatrician in Boston. Her most recent book is the novel Other Women's Children, and she has also published a collection of short stories, I Am Having an Adventure, a nonfiction book about medical school, a not entirely benign procedure, and an earlier novel, Recombinations. This is her third appearance in prize stories, the O. Henry Awards. I wrote For Women Everywhere when I was 8 months pregnant with my second child. I wanted to write in part to escape my situation, waiting out a summertime baby, but every character I imagined somehow turned out to be very pregnant. I had forgotten what it was like to be in any other physical state, preoccupied with anything other than an approaching birth and all the various discomforts and indignities that go with advanced pregnancy and childbirth. And so finally I wrote this story, allowed myself to imagine a woman who was not me, but was 9 months pregnant. I enjoyed writing it, and I find now that reading it over brings back to me some of the feeling of that summer. I was too big to sit comfortably at a desk, so I typed the story by sitting in an armchair, an ironing board across its arms, a keyboard on the ironing board, and the baby squirming wildly in my stomach all the while. I think of this as my daughter Josephine's story, written while I awaited her advent, imagining the birth to come. Patricia Lear lives in Chicago, but was born in Tennessee and grew up in Kansas City, Missouri. Powwow, her third published short story, is the title story of her collection to be published by Knopf. When I started in on what was to be Powwow, I was tearing up everything. There were pages and pages of writing stacked up all around my room. Nothing seemed to be it, the thing I needed to write. Later, as an act of will, I skinnied the pages down to certain elements that interested me more than others. As I think about it, I pulled elements from everywhere, like a collage. I was interested in old people in nursing homes and retirement communities, and the idea of romance developing there being so few attractive old men and so many energetic and desperate old widows, and the idea came to me of a very attractive old man, an Indian, and an old woman hanging herself over him. One of my mother's friends from my childhood did hang herself, but just from sheer misery, not love at all, and I have never forgotten that image as I imagined it, and the craziest part,
was that everyone said she was fine, just fine, and happy. All her best women friends said they never saw a thing amiss, because they did not want to see, and that interested me enormously. The idea of social convention being a way for people to get out of seeing the truth, the idea of using social convention to avoid even saving a life, as if the social convention is more important than the life. I think it happens all the time. Ursula K. Le Guin. I am a woman, a writer, and a Westerner. I keep the middle initial of my name in honor of my father, Alfred Kroeber, and my mother, Theodora Krakow. I have been writing for about 55 years and getting poetry and prose in print for about 35. The fictional modes I work in include fantasy, science fiction, children's, young adult, historical, utopian, and realism. Only the last, for some reason, is visible to most critics and academics, though by calling some of the others magical realism, you can make them magically visible too. My fiction has tended to turn home or hereward from far places, to become more subversive, and to demystify its metaphors, as feminism has given me the assurance of my right and responsibility to write without regard to patriarchal traditions and expectations. Since finishing the last of the Earthsea fantasies, Tahanu, I have mostly been telling stories about people in a small town on the Oregon coast, Clatsand, which is perfectly realistic, though not on the map. Plurality of voice is the essential element of several of these stories. In Hand, Cup, Shell, the telling voice moves from one Margaret to another to weave the web of the years and the day. Diane Levenberg is a professor of English at Kutztown University. This is her first appearance in prize stories, the O. Henry Awards. I grew up in New Haven, Connecticut, and left home at 12 to come to New York. Like Shane, I too attended the Beth Jacobs School for Girls, and like Shane, the idea of an Ilui, either to be one or to attract one, has affected the direction of my life. I began to write at 17, not stories, but poems, and in 1980 Doubleday published Out of the Desert. Eventually, wanting the challenge of sustained longer work, I also wrote stories, publishing them in Midstream, Response, and The Sojourner. I now live in Jerusalem, a city of light and Illuim. I spend my days on my front porch in the Jerusalem sun, working on a collection of stories and a novel. On the story itself, the Ilui was probably rejected 30 times, but the story was important to me, and I wanted to see it published. There was a Davidson in my life. Perhaps I have found the Ilui from within. The Ilui from without still eludes me. Dennis McFarland is the author of The Music Room, Houghton Mifflin, 1990, a novel. His fiction has appeared in The New Yorker, Vogue, the London Review of Books, and other publications. He has taught fiction writing at Stanford University and Emerson College. He lives near Boston with his wife, Michelle Blake Simons, and 2 children, Catherine and Sam. Nothing to Ask For is based on a 3-day farewell visit I paid a close friend shortly before he died of AIDS. The circumstances of the visit and the violence of the disease were extreme, and I think my senses were in a heightened state while I was there. When I returned home, I felt haunted, sad, of course, because my friend was dying, but also unable to shake the precise detail with which I recalled every moment of the visit. Writing the story was for me an exorcism and a way of grieving. The first draft went very quickly, but I had to put it away for several months before I could revise, before I could bring any critical faculty to it, before I could see it as fiction. Since the short story is primarily a dramatic form, I had to imagine certain events, such as Lester's climactic proposition threat in the bathroom, in order to bring a dramatic shape to the real-life experience. My friend, on whom the character of Mac is based, died before I finished the story. I have found it impossible not to hope that he has somehow seen it in some form. Helen Norris. I have published 4 novels and 2 collections of short fiction. The 2 collections are The Christmas Wife and Water into Wine. This is my 4th O. Henry selection. I might add that all 4 of them have had Southern settings, which suggests that maybe I should stay with the South. Although I grew up on an Alabama ranch and have spent my life all over the state, I never wanted to be locked in place. My settings are by no means confined to the South. I have a romantic regard for the alien. I never write about myself, or indeed about anyone I know. Raisin Faces, however, is a Southern story. Undeniably, I am more relaxed when enveloping a conceivably universal theme with people and places familiar to me. I don't have to set my foot out the door, or do my research, or ask anybody a bloody thing. The tale itself was there for me, like picking a blackberry off the vine, so easy it must not be any good. The doing is tainted by a Puritan ancestry that tells me I've got to suffer for it. The more, the better the story will be. Writing the story was too much fun. Joyce Carol Oates. The Swimmers belongs to a gathering of stories I think of half-consciously as having happened back there, back then. It's the world of my childhood and young girlhood, in the countryside south of Lockport, New York, an environment very much like that of the Swimmers, as I was, at least in memory, very much like the young girl narrator. The kernel for the story itself probably derives from a composite of people, well-known, moderately known, and merely glimpsed, and events, some witnessed, some merely legendary. My writing as a whole divides, without my intending it so, into areas that seem to me almost geographical. There is the present, there is the entirely fictional, there is back then and back there. Naturally, my heart is most attached to the last named, where recent novels of mine, Because It Is Bitter and Because It Is My Heart, and You Must Remember This, most obviously occur. Past, present, fiction, fact, are all palimpsestically overlaid upon formal structures that are called short stories, or novels, or poems, but which to me inhabit the same imaginative space. The Swimmers will be included in my next collection of short stories, Heat, to be published in fall 1991. Sharon Sheehy Stark is the author of a collection of stories called The Dealer's Yard and a novel called A Wrestling Season. Her stories appear regularly in such publications as The Atlantic, Kenyon Review, Prairie Schooner Story. 2 stories have been reprinted in recent editions of Best American Short Stories, and she is the 1990 winner of the Kenyon Review Fiction Prize. A recipient of both Guggenheim and NEA fellowships, she teaches in the Vermont College MFA program, but can be found most every Saturday huckstering wonderfully preposterous objects at the Renninger's Indoor Flea Market in Kutztown, Pennsylvania. I am much too superstitious to think about, let alone discuss, the trajectory of a piece from point A, outer space, to point B, these very pages. Doesn't it seem awfully like sticking it to the muse? I will say this much, that once upon a time I did cross these United States in a big fumy bus, much like the one in Overland. Not only did I enjoy that trip, but I experienced it, usually late at night, largely in ways I could not possibly articulate or understand except through fiction, and alas, not even then. Ronald Sukenick. From Brooklyn, I now live in Colorado, New York, and Paris, but I've also spent a lot of time in California. What this does to my perspective, who knows? But then, it's not a writer's business to understand everything. That's what intellectuals are for. And I've always been envious of those people who understand everything. But still, it seems to me, a writer's business is dealing with words, and aside from that expertise, he or she can be, and often is, just any Joe. Not that you have to come off like a moron, though you're at liberty to do so. Certainly many American writers have, and it often goes down quite well, especially with the French. To tell the truth, I'm surprised, and of course pleased, to be included in this anthology. I'm usually labeled an experimental writer, and though I haven't the vaguest clue as to what that might mean, one thing it usually doesn't mean is inclusion in the standard outlets. What I was writing when I started writing 20 years ago was regarded as experimental then, but today seems fairly run-of-the-mill, so it all evens out, I guess. What I write today is what you're reading now, part of my ongoing experiment. The experiment in this anthology is from a collection I finished last year called Doggy Bag, and which will be published soon, I hope. I say I hope because it's a collection much of which is obscene and abusive, and you know where that gets you these days. Otherwise, I'm working on a novel on how to be Jewish, known so far only as the Big Book. Marley Swick grew up in Georgia, Massachusetts, Delaware, and California before becoming a Midwesterner. In 1984, she moved to Iowa to attend the Iowa Writers' Workshop, and she now lives in Lincoln, Nebraska, where she teaches creative writing at the University of Nebraska. Her first short story collection, A Hole in the Language, was just published by the University of Iowa Press. The mother and son characters in Moscow Nights had been floating in the back of my mind for a long time. I wanted to explore the relationship between a mother and son who were both single and dealing with a lot of the same emotional issues. The situation struck me as both funny and poignant, like these strange times we live in. John Updike was born in 1932 in Shillington, Pennsylvania, and graduated from Harvard College in 1954. After a year at an English art school and a stint as a talk-of-the-town reporter for The New Yorker, he moved to Massachusetts in 1957 and has lived there since. His most recent book is his 14th novel, Rabbit at Rest. I wrote a sandstone farmhouse in a rush of liberation after 15 months' captivity in the making of my last novel. The hero of this short story, Joey, figured, along with his mother in the Pennsylvania farmhouse, in a novella of 1965, Of the Farm. So it's a kind of sequel. I differ from Joey in that I have lived only briefly in New York City, never was in the advertising game, and have not had 3 wives. But like him, I did live, for the 5 adolescent years from the ages 13 to 18, in a sandstone farmhouse with 4 adults, my parents and my mother's parents. The house was full of talk and fun and tension and old sorrow, and it is possible to feel in retrospect that the action, what action there was, had been back there. By keeping the focus on the house, its stones, its smells, its renovations, I hoped to convey the dizzying depth of life its walls have contained, and the poignant way lives glimmer in and out of the more slowly transformed realities of environment. A Berks County friend of mine, in another connection, sent me his research on how the old houses were built early in the 19th century, and I was happy to incorporate this information with its extraordinary image of the carts shattering under their load. The story is about things, how they mutely witness our lives and remain when the lives are over, still mute, still witnessing. Charlotte Zoe Walker is the author, under her former name Charlotte Mendez, of Condor and Hummingbird, a novel which was first published by Alice Walker and Robert Allen's Wild Trees Press, and is presently in print in a British edition by the Women's Press. She has recently completed a second novel, Touching Earth, and her short story collection, The Swan's Eye and the Fish's Tail, is also ready for publication. Her fiction has appeared in Ms., North American Review, and other journals, and in 1987 she was awarded a National Endowment for the Arts Fellowship. She is a professor of English and Women's Studies at the State University of New York, College at Oneonta, and co-editor of Phoebe, a SUNY women's studies journal which publishes fiction and poetry as well as scholarly essays. The Very Pineapple began when I met, briefly, a wonderful actress who voiced to me the complaints that Corey makes at the beginning of my story. She had such a voice, such sparkling eyes and lively energy, that I felt indignant on her behalf that she was being confined to depressing, stereotypical roles. Since I wasn't a producer and couldn't provide her with a new production of The Rivals, I vowed to write a story in which she, that is, an actress like her, would find a way to set herself free from stereotyped casting and have a role that she genuinely enjoyed. Her telling me that her favorite role was Mrs. Malaprop was the key. When I went home and reread The Rivals, Mrs. Malaprop began gabbing in my ear, and the story was on its way. Before I could write it, though, I spent a couple of very pleasant months reading about the history of the American theater, research that helped me get to know Corey a little better while the story simmered. Maybe it is symbolic of our society's treatment of old age that Corey has to reach so far beyond her own culture in order to claim her freedom from stereotypes about aging. Perhaps there is a further suggestion that the act of reaching beyond one's own culture is in itself liberating at any age. But when I wrote The Very Pineapple, I wasn't thinking of that. I was simply immersed in the challenge and the pleasure of writing it. Sylvia Watanabe was born in Hawaii on the island of Maui. She is the recipient of a Japanese-American Citizens League National Literary Award and a Creative Writing Fellowship from the National Endowment for the Arts. In 1989, she co-edited Home to Stay, an anthology of Asian American women's fiction, with Carol Bruchak of the Greenfield Review Press. Talking to the Dead is from a forthcoming collection of stories to be published by Doubleday. I first began writing because I wanted to record a way of life which I loved and which seemed in danger of dying away altogether, as the value of island real estate rose, tourism prospered, and the prospect of unlimited development loomed in our future. I wanted to tell how the Lahaina coast looked before it was covered with high-rises, how the old fishermen went torch fishing at night out on the coral reefs, and how the iron-rich earth of the up-country cane fields smelled in the late afternoon sun. I wanted to save the stories that my parents and grandparents and aunts and uncles told whenever they got together around the dinner table. While this nostalgic impulse continues to color my work, I have begun to realize that tradition is not the static thing I once imagined it was, and that the act of writing transforms even as it records. In my fiction, I like to explore the forces which bring people of different cultures together, and try to imagine the possible conflicts and new cultural forms which might arise out of these meetings. Magazines consulted. The Agni Review, Post Office Box 229, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 02238. Alaska Quarterly Review, Department of English, 3221 Providence Drive, Anchorage, Alaska, 99508. Ambergris, Post Office Box 29919, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45229. Antaeus, Ecco Press, 26 West 17th Street, New York, New York, 10011. The Antioch Review, Post Office Box 148, Yellow Springs, Ohio, 45387. The Appalachie Quarterly, Post Office Box 20106, Tallahassee, Florida, 32304. Arizona Quarterly, University of Arizona, Tucson, Arizona, 85721. Arts Alive, a Literary Review, 17530 South 65th Avenue, Tinley Park, Illinois, 60477. Ascent, Department of English, University of Illinois, Urbana, Illinois, 61801. Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, Davis Publications, 380 Lexington Avenue, New York, New York, 10017. The Atlantic Monthly, 745 Boylston Street, Boston, Massachusetts, 02116. Bamboo Ridge, the Hawaii Writers Quarterly, Bamboo Ridge Press, Eric Chuck, Darrell Lum, Post Office Box 61781, Honolulu, Hawaii, 96822-8781. Borderline, care of Doug Hitchcock, 26-15 9th Street, Astoria, New York, 11102. Boulevard, 4 Washington Square Village, 9R, New York, New York, 10012. California Quarterly, 100 Sproul Hall, University of California, Davis, California, 95616. Canadian Fiction Magazine, Post Office Box 46422, Station G, Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, V6R 4G7. Capital Region Magazine, 4 Central Avenue, Albany, New York, 12210. The Caribbean Writer, Caribbean Research Institute, University of the Virgin Islands, Rural Route 02, Box 10,000, Kings Hill, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, 00850. The Chariton Review, the Division of Language and Literature, Northeast Missouri State University, Kirksville, Missouri, 63501. The Chattahoochee Review, DeKalb Community College, North Campus,
2101 Womack Road, Dunwoody, Georgia, 30338-4497. Chicago Review, 970 East 58th Street, Box C, University of Chicago, Chicago, Illinois, 60637. Chicago Tribune, Nelson Algren Award, 435 North Michigan Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60611-4041. Cimarron Review, 205 Morrill Hall, Oklahoma State University, Stillwater, Oklahoma, 74078-0135. Clockwatch Review, 737 Pembroke Way, Heartland, Wisconsin, 53021. Colorado Review, Department of English, Colorado State University, Fort Collins, Colorado, 80523. Commentary, 165 East 56th Street, New York, New York, 10022. Concho River Review, care of English Department, Angelo State University, San Angelo, Texas, 76909. Confrontation, Department of English, C.W. Post of Long Island University, Greenvale, New York, 11548. Cosmopolitan, 224 West 57th Street, New York, New York, 10019. Crazy Horse, Department of English, University of Arkansas at Little Rock, Arkansas, 72204. Cross Currents, 2200 Glastonbury Road, Westlake Village, California, 91361. Denver Quarterly, Department of English, University of Denver, Denver, Colorado, 80210. Epoch, 254 Goldwyn Smith Hall, Cornell University, Ithaca, New York, 14853. Esquire, 2 Park Avenue, New York, New York, 10016. Fame, 140 West 22nd Street, New York, New York, 10011. Farmers Market, Post Office Box 1272, Galesburg, Illinois, 61402. Fiction, Department of English, The City College of New York, New York, 10031. Fiction International, Department of English, St. Lawrence University, Canton, New York, 13617. Fiction Network, Post Office Box 5651, San Francisco, California, 94101. The Fiddlehead, The Observatory, University of New Brunswick, Post Office Box 4400, Fredericton, New Brunswick, Canada, E3B 5A3. The Florida Review, Department of English, University of Central Florida, Orlando, Florida, 32816. Four Quarters, LaSalle College, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19141. Frisco, Suite 414, The Flood Building, 870 Market Street, San Francisco, California, 94102. Gargoyle, Post Office Box 30906, Bethesda, Maryland, 20814. Gentleman's Quarterly, 350 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10017. The Georgia Review, University of Georgia, Athens, Georgia, 30602. The Gettysburg Review, Gettysburg College, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, 17325-1491. Glamour, 350 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10017. Grain, Box 1154, Regina, Saskatchewan, Canada, S4P 3B4. Grand Street, 50 Riverside Drive, New York, New York, 10024. Granta, 13 White Street, New York, New York, 10013. The Greensboro Review, University of North Carolina, Greensboro, North Carolina, 27412. Groundswell, 19 Clinton Avenue, Albany, New York, 12207. Harper's Magazine, 2 Park Avenue, New York, New York, 10016. Hawaii Review, Hemingway Hall, University of Hawaii, Honolulu, Hawaii, 96822. The Hudson Review, 684 Park Avenue, New York, New York, 10021. Indiana Review, 316 North Jordan Avenue, Bloomington, Indiana, 47405. Interim, Department of English, University of Nevada, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89154. Iowa Review, EPB 453, University of Iowa, Iowa City, Iowa 52240. Calliope, A Journal of Women's Art, Calliope Writers Collective, Florida Community College at Jacksonville, 3939 Roosevelt Boulevard, Jacksonville, Florida, 32205. Kansas Quarterly, Department of English, Kansas State University, Manhattan, Kansas, 66506. The Kenyon Review, Kenyon College, Gambier, Ohio, 43022. Key West Review, 9 Avenue G, Key West, Florida, 33040. Ladies' Home Journal, 641 Lexington Avenue, New York, New York, 10022. The Literary Review, Fairleigh Dickinson University, Teaneck, New Jersey, 07666. Mademoiselle, 350 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10017. The Massachusetts Review, Memorial Hall, University of Massachusetts, Amherst, Massachusetts, 01002. Matrix, CP 100, St. Anne de Bellevue, Quebec, Canada, H9X 3L4. McCall's, 230 Park Avenue, New York, New York, 10017. Michigan Quarterly Review, 3032 Rackham Building, University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, Michigan, 48109. Mid-American Review, 106 Hannah Hall, Bowling Green State University, Bowling Green, Ohio, 43403. Midstream, 110 East 59th Street, New York, New York, 10022. Minnesota Monthly, 15 South 9th Street, Suite 320, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55402. The Missouri Review, Department of English, 231 Arts and Sciences, University of Missouri, Columbia, Missouri, 65211. Mother Jones, 1663 Mission Street, San Francisco, California, 94103. MSS, Box 530, Department of English, SUNY, Binghamton, New York, 13901. New Directions, 80 8th Avenue, New York, New York, 10011. New England Review and Breadloaf Quarterly, Middlebury College, Middlebury, Vermont, 05753. New Letters, University of Missouri, Kansas City, Missouri, 64110. New Mexico Humanities Review. The editors, Box A, New Mexico Tech, Socorro, New Mexico, 57801. New Virginia Review, 1306 East Carey Street, 2A, Richmond, Virginia, 23219. The New Yorker, 25 West 43rd Street, New York, New York, 10036. The North American Review, University of Northern Iowa, 1222 West 27th Street, Cedar Falls, Iowa, 50613. North Atlantic Review, 15 Arbutus Lane, Stony Brook, New York, 11790-1408. North Dakota Quarterly, University of North Dakota, Box 8237, Grand Forks, North Dakota, 58202. Oak Square, Post Office Box 1238, Allston, Massachusetts, 02134. The Ohio Review, Ellis Hall, Ohio University, Athens, Ohio, 45701. Omni, 1965 Broadway, New York, New York, 10067. The Ontario Review, 9 Honeybrook Drive, Princeton, New Jersey, 08540. Other Voices, 820 Ridge Road, Highland Park, Illinois, 60035. The Paris Review, 541 East 72nd Street, New York, New York, 10021. The Partisan Review, 128 Bay State Road, Boston, Massachusetts, 02215, 552 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 10036. Phylon, 223 Chestnut Street, Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30314. Playboy, 919 North Michigan Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60611. Playgirl, 801 2nd Avenue, New York, New York, 10017. Plowshares, Emerson College, 100 Beacon Street, Boston, Massachusetts, 02116. Prairie Schooner, Andrews Hall, University of Nebraska, Lincoln, Nebraska, 68588. The Quarterly, 201 East 50th Street, New York, New York, 10022. Raritan, 165 College Avenue, New Brunswick, New Jersey, 08903. Red Book, 230 Park Avenue, New York, New York, 10017. Regardes, 1010 Wisconsin Avenue, Suite 600, Washington, D.C., 20007. Romancing the Past, care of Michelle Regan, 17239 South Oak Park Avenue, Suite 207, Tinley Park, Illinois, 60477. Sailing, 125 East Main Street, Post Office Box 248, Port Washington, Wisconsin, 53074. Salamagundi, Skidmore College, Saratoga Springs, New York, 12866. The San Francisco Bay Guardian, Fiction Contests, 2700 19th Street, San Francisco, California, 94110-2189. Santa Monica Review, Center for the Humanities at Santa Monica College, 1900 Pico Boulevard, Santa Monica, California, 90405. Self, 350 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10017. Sequoia, Stork Student Publications Building, Stanford, California, 94305. 17. 850 3rd Avenue, New York, New York, 10022. The Sewanee Review, University of the South, Sewanee, Tennessee, 37375. The Short Story Review, Post Office Box 882108, San Francisco, California, 94188. Snake Nation Review, 2920 North Oak Street, Valdosta, Georgia, 31602. Sonora Review, Department of English, University of Arizona, Tucson, Arizona, 85721. South Dakota Review, Box 111, University Exchange, Vermilion, South Dakota, 57069. The Southeastern Review, 18 Valaoritu Street, Athens, Greece, 10671. Southern Humanities Review, Auburn University, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. The Southern Review, Drawer D, University Station, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 70803. Southwest Review, Southern Methodist University Press, Dallas, Texas, 75275. Special Report, care of Widow Communications, LP, 505 Market Street, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37902. Stories, 14 Beacon Street, Boston, Massachusetts, 02108. Story, 1507 Dana Avenue, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45207. St. Andrew's Review, St. Andrew's Presbyterian College, Laurinburg, North Carolina, 28352. St. Anthony Messenger, 1615 Republic Street, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45210-1298. The Sun, 412 West Rosemary Street, Chapel Hill, North Carolina, 27514. Tampa Review, Box 19F, University of Tampa, 401 West Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33606-1490. The Threepenny Review, Post Office Box 9131, Berkeley, California, 94709. Tikkun, Institute of Labor and Mental Health, 5100 Leona Street, Oakland, California, 94619. Tri-Quarterly, 2020 Ridge Avenue, Evanston, Illinois, 60208. The Village Voice Literary Supplement, 842 Broadway, New York, New York, 10003. The Vincent Brothers Review, 1459 Sanson Drive, Fairborn, Ohio, 45324. The Virginia Quarterly Review, University of Virginia, 1 West Range, Charlottesville, Virginia, 22903. Vogue, 350 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10017. Washington Review, Box 50132, Washington, D.C., 20004. Webster Review, Webster College, Webster Groves, Missouri, 63119. West Coast Review, Simon Fraser University, Burnaby, British Columbia, Canada, V5A 1S6. Western Humanities Review, Building 41, University of Utah, Salt Lake City, Utah 84112. Wigwag, 73 Spring Street, New York, New York 10012. Wind, RFD Route 1, Box 809, Pikeville, Kentucky 41501. Woman's Day, 1515 Broadway, New York, New York 10036. Yale Review, 250 Church Street, 1902A, Yale Station, New Haven, Connecticut 06520. Yankee, Dublin, New Hampshire 03444. Yellow Silk, Post Office Box 6374, Albany, California 94706. Ziziva, 41 Sutter Street, Suite 1400, San Francisco, California 94104. End of Prize Stories 1991, The O. Henry Awards. Edited by William Abrahams. Narrated by Rick Foucheux in the studios of the Cutting Corporation for the Library of Congress, January 1992. For special distribution, as authorized by Act of Congress, under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Doubleday, a division of Bantam Doubleday Dell Publishing Group, Incorporated, 666 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 10103.
End of book.